Hello, everyone, and welcome one last time to Montenegro as we draw the curtain on this Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. The feelings are a bit mixed, obviously, considering that we have run the tanks a little bit dry. We are all eager somewhat to get back home and recharge our batteries, but at the same time, we are very excited because for the first time ever, we're going to be crowning not one, not two, but 3 champions in a single day, Randy.
Yeah, you know, obviously we had such a tremendous festival. We'll add 3 more champions here today. But, you know, I'm a little sad. It is going to be over soon, isn't it?
I don't blame you. You know, I'm going to miss you, by the way. You're not coming to the World Series, are you?
Well, if I go, I'm not visiting. No, I'm just kidding.
You're like, I wasn't going to tell you about it.
No, I'm not going.
You're not going. Okay, so listen, 12 tournaments wrapped up. 11 different winners. I think now would be the time, even though we still have some things in the windshield, to look in the rear view and reflect upon this particular festival, which started off on such a high note, Randy, with Xuan Liu.
Well, she's the first ever woman to win a Triton, right? She, top Ebony Kenny in terms of deepest finish, and it was her very first Triton that she's ever played, and she overcame a very tough opponent, Divorce, with a big deficit in chip lead.
And Divorce, by the way, was trying to win the Triton Trident, that coveted victory in 3 different disciplines. You saw her one and done there, but boy, did she leave her mark. And by the way, were it not for Schwann, Kristen Foxen would have been holding the title for
Right.
deepest ever run by a woman here at Triton, both of them performing very, very nicely in that first event. How about a couple of guys that won title number 3? I'm talking, of course, about Alex Foxen and Nacho Barbero. Nice performances for them here at this festival.
Yeah, and to start things off, Foxen, he's one of those guys that kind of started to play full schedule as of recent, right? And then he got, well, he won the main event over at Paradise, and then he picks up this title here in Montenegro, just 3 titles in a short amount of time, and all those scores have been very big. I've always been very impressed with Foxen. I think he should have showed up a lot sooner. He probably have more titles, but it's pretty cool.
The other thing, though, as I turn the attention to Barbero, I think he has a lot of naysayers. I think a lot of people question Nacho's aptitude, think that he's just out there being a character, being a cartoon. But Nacho, I mean, 3 titles, it's not something that happens by accident. There's only so far simple run good can take someone here at Triton.
Yeah, and Nacho's one of those players. He doesn't play GTO, right? He's willing to chat, engage. He's always fun to watch on camera, but he's just very consistent. He's always making deep runs. He's picking up his 3rd title here in Montenegro. You can't sleep on Nacho.
No, and I suspect that he's going to be headed out to Vegas along with so many others. How about Jesse Lonis, though? He took our breath away with what he managed here at this particular stop, Randy. Just surreal.
The Americans, they really are something else. They've come here to Triton, picking up 2 titles in Montenegro, one of them being in that 100K main event, getting that watch. What stood out for me was in his interview when he said, I never wanted to buy an expensive watch. I wanted to earn it. And before his most expensive watch was like $300,
right.
And he won this one. He well deserved.
Yeah, and let's not sleep on the fact that he had 4 total final tables, 2 4th place finishes. I mean, he could have very easily found his way into 3, who knows, maybe even 4 titles at a single festival. And we know we haven't seen the last of Jesse Lonis. Seth Davies. This was the man, along with Ike Haxton, who we always continued to mention with regard to being among the best, not to have a title. That's because Kiatley at his last event in Jeju picked up number 1. Seth here finally got the monkey off his back in that 50K 8 max.
It was a huge monkey, right? And he won it for $1.5 million, followed up with a 2nd place finish in the 200K Invitational for $4.2 million. Tremendous performance from Davies. But the thing is for Davies is that it wasn't easy before he got to this, right? In the beginning of his Triton career, he had like probably 20 bricks in a row. He couldn't cash it. And the thing is, he had the support from his good friends, like Tolerine and things like that. And basically just telling him, play your game, you know what you're doing, and here he is.
Listen, you wouldn't be faulted for thinking the Triton Cup runneth over in terms of storylines at the festival if we were to stop right there. But there's still more. How about Pavicevic, the native Montenegrin, comes in and scores over $6 million in the Invitational with the victory, and that's the one event that he showed up for.
Yeah, he just took the 6.18 million. But it's pretty cool to see, someone from the hometown come and play the Invitational and win it. That, for me, was the favorite tournament I watched this whole week, and then that was a huge collision, remember, with the aces and kings.
That was wild.
That was wild. Love that 200K Invitational.
Yeah, all right. Now, normally, out of everything that we would be talking about, the number one thing at the top of the rundown would have been an 11th title for Jason Koon. So just consider how much has happened here at this festival for me to have waited this long to mention the fact that the 10-time winner scored number 11, Randy.
11 wins, man. Like, you know how hard it is to do that? And to do it in the 150K against star-studded no-limit hold'em players. He did chop it up against Ben Tollering for most of the prize pool, but, he made a really sick play. He overbet Jack Deuce with middle pair, called a jam, and he was good, and it's very well-deserved, Jason. Congratulations.
Yeah, Tolerine, of course, that second place finish, not to be overlooked whatsoever. I think for Jason it was extra special because not too many people in the room would Jason refer to or regard as someone that he would look up to or see as a mentor, but I think Tolerine in particular, one of those people. And so as such, you know, I think it's extra sweet for him, maybe a little bit bittersweet as he denies Tolerine his first in Hogs number 11. But you know Ben's time will come, and perhaps it'll come today. More on that in a moment, as the one last thing I want to talk about is the fact that we all wondered whether or not Christmas was dead, whether or not Santa would ever come back, and yet I believe we owe a debt of gratitude to Jesse Lonis, who's forged a relationship with him. We saw the return of Gambledore.
I mean, when I heard the news, I saw it on Twitter, Instagram. I was like, no way. Gambledore is coming back. Santa, Christmas is early, and, you know, I wanted to share. And, like, everyone was so excited. The room was buzzing, you know. It's good to see him here playing in Montenegro, returning, and, you know, he was just happy vibes throughout.
I mean, having him in the room, honestly, does create a buzz. And it's weird because there's some people maybe who haven't had some seat time with him, and they're like, what's this? Everybody's talking about magic, you know, fairy dust, whatever. No, sit, watch this man play some pots, and watch him do things that will make your head spin. Always a delightful addition. So we are drawing things to a close, but we are going to bring you coverage of at least the finish of the 100K PLO main and the 50K 7 max. There is a 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro, which is going to be taking place as well. That's going to be the third of the 3 titles awarded today. But let us turn our attention then to what we left off with, Randy, diving into the Triton Poker Plus app for a glimpse at the final 4. They decided to call it quits a little bit early. Can we get a look at that? There it is, 11.5 million in front of Tolerine here. Largest ever payday in a PLO event, 2.39 million up top. The lockup at present for the boys is $875,000. The ladder is 205,000 as you get a peek there at it. Dan Cates, bottom of the chip counts. I mean, there is still a lot of playability. We could be here a minute before we crown.
Yeah, especially. When Dan Cates, yes, he has 10 big blinds. He's going to try to run it up. Archer's on 20 big blinds, but Laszlo's got 50. Tolerine on 77 big blinds. So even if we do get the heads up quickly, there's going to be a very extended heads up match, just given the talent and deep stacks.
Yeah, I mean, consider Tolerine is fresh off of that chop with Jason that we talked about in that 150K. You got Laszlo, the PLO end boss, but you got Mark Tarosian, who's got other things on his mind. Let's look at the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award leaderboard if we can. If we can bring that up, producer James efforting right now. There he is, sat atop it, 3,700 and change in terms of points, and the opportunity, most importantly, to put additional runway between himself and everybody else you see on the screen.
Yeah, he's already has a big lead here, 550 points on Foxen, but obviously that's going to be extended even more with this finish in the 100K PLO main. He's looking good going to Jeju.
Yeah, but he's been around for a couple of weeks. When you consider whose tank might be a little bit more empty and whose is a little bit more full, when you look at the final 4 right now, it is Laszlo and it is Cates that, do we have it there? Not sure. Okay, anyway, but it is Laszlo and it is Cates who came in specifically to play this portion of the program, and as such could find themselves with a little bit more stamina, a little bit more freshness. I didn't fault Tolerine for being one of those voices that decided, you know what, guys, I'd prefer, let's get to bed, let's come back and do it. And you can't blame him considering just how big the payouts are.
No, can't blame him. And I mean, he made a deep run against Jason Kuhn, heads up. It's okay to call it quits. Play tomorrow, and here we are today.
Yep, and I think Archer was the one that was kind of pressing to play it out that night, although I'm not sure what the motivation would have been. Maybe he's eager to get back home, as some of us here certainly are, but not before we crown these 3 champs. Back one last time inside the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Frame brought to you by WPT Global in part. Big shout out, by the way, to those of you who are streaming us live, whether it's on Twitch, the Triton Poker Plus app, or on YouTube. That's the chat that Randy and I are always monitoring. Give us a holler. Let us know where you're streaming from. What has been your favorite moment of the festival thus far? Looking forward to some of the familiar faces and perhaps some new ones here on this final day of coverage in Montenegro. Saw the chip counts and the payouts there, brought to you by BetACR. The chunky part of 9.3. First pot. Top 2. Tolerine.
Yeah, blind versus blind confrontation. Just gonna pot it immediately, given Tolerine's only got 2 point. I mean, Marcharon's got 2.3 back.
Well, chip leader
200K?
picking one up
real? Nah,
to
not
start
real.
the day
It's
off.
Fake news. Fake news.
You know, Jungle Man before this tournament started was requesting a do-rag.
What?
So he can be the real G, apparently.
Do-rag. I wonder.
Gangsta jungle.
Wanting to come in character here. Boy, Tosh, we hate having that third ace, but we'll live with it. Hearts included. Trip Ace's Badoogie is real rough. That's the one that you hold your breath on.
Yeah, so he's banking on taking this down pre. Obviously nice to have one of those aces suited. Some playability.
Ooh.
Jungle's got a solid hand. Queen, queen,
Nice.
jack 10.
No. I call. I call. How much?
525.
I'm calling. I
I'm
know
getting
Laszlo's
Malibu's
got
Most
something
Wanted
good, but so
vibes.
do I. All this right here.
What do you need?
I need some. I need a lot of
You
things.
need some help.
I need a lot of things. Check.
Check.
Check. Yeah.
Maximum.
Bet 4.
How much is in this? How much is in this pot?
More than you got.
1,275.
275.
Well, an
This
early
is not what I was
request
looking
for
75.
all of it.
This is not what I was looking for.
Oh, back up.
1275. Okay, wait. Let me count how much I have. Let me figure out how much chips I actually have. 500, 600, 700. So wait. So how much is in there?
1,275. 5 seconds.
This is a fucked up spot, man. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Why do I keep getting these fucked up spots for you, man? It's 1.2, right? It's like 1.3.
1,275. 5 seconds.
1,275.
Well, Kate's only has 725, so this is irrelevant. But if he clicks call here, Randy, it could be
I
an
haven't
early
read the
departure.
Sims on these 7 big blind stack size things. Bad news. I think I can't fold. Yeah.
5 seconds.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's true, maybe. I don't know. I actually really don't know. So like, the fuck is the problem?
5 seconds.
I really don't know. Yeah, I guess. I got problems. That's what I got. I got lots of problems,
Got
dude.
shot?
Huh?
How high is your got shot?
No, I got more than that, but not much. Oh, Jesus Christ.
5 seconds.
Multi-time bank tank here, understandably. Over 200,000, the ladder. He knows the story Boytosh is telling him.
I have 3 blinds, 4 blinds. I don't know. I call it. I don't know.
He is going to make that
Do you have
call.
a pair? Many pairs I have.
Jesus Christ.
A lot of pairs.
Man, I'm annoyed. This is so dumb.
Have something?
I have queens.
Queens. Wow. What a slow roll.
Slow roll? Well, you think it's a snap call? You bases a lot. Look what you fucking had. It's so stupid.
Well, much like the Brazilian rainforest,
Let's see.
jungle is at risk. Turn is a 9. And a queen is the only thing that saves him from a first
maybe I
orbit
should-
exit.
I don't know.
Jungle. Can he hit? No.
Yep, that was fast.
Deforestation early here at the FT of the main as Laszlo lowers the entertainment index considerably.
Yeah, rough one for Jungle. Could definitely see him being ahead against some other pairs. Went with it, and
I'm free now.
no more forced.
Well, I guess you don't need to be too upset about not having found the do-rag. Would have just felt more like a don't rag. 4th place, 875K. Now the 7-figure stuff on our hands. Cates came out. 4 PLO, played the 25K 6 max. Did not cash. Does considerably better with this 875 here as title number 3 denied to Jungle. He'll be taking a trip back to Vegas. Getting himself set for the World Series of Poker like so many others.
Sorry. I don't want to look. I'm on the bottom. I don't even want to look. It's for sure something.
Laszlo getting a walk.
Anyways, all fair.
I was kind of already moving as you did it anyway. That's what I'll tell myself.
Yeah, it would be funny if you change your mind.
Okay, so just Archer at the bottom by himself with 15 bigs. Did get that pay jump with the elimination of Jungle. So the game plan for Laszlo is keep pot small, given he's out of position against the chip leader. Try to hopefully knock out Archer.
He has just flopped the joint here. Limping the small and now leading for the same 150. Tolerine with the gutter and the jacks. The sun shining down on the Hungarian here early. Tolerine going to peel. Oh, and he finds the 10. So they're chopping it as it stands. Front door flush arrival, of course, is a point of concern. Laszlo, break check.
Yeah, what a fortunate turn card for Tolerine. Laszlo does have a little bit of a redraw to a full house. 10 or 9 would do it. Checks through. Should still be concerns of some small flushes. Don't really want to look to build a pot. Can't really get paid by worse.
Yeah, the spades are the only thing on our mind with these king high straights. The river, zero concern.
Straight.
Shut down.
Chop.
On the end. Chop it up.
Like, how did you get this pot? Half of it.
Right. Well, Martirosian is the dangler with 15 big blinds here. 81 bigs for Tolerine, 60 for Boytosh, Randy. Obviously, it is very much going to be the unwritten agreement one would expect between Ben and Laszlo for the time being, especially when you consider that this next ladder between third and second is almost 600K, over $500,000, 565 to be exact. That is not at all negligible, even in a 100K buy-in.
Did you call Archer a dangler? So he's see the deuce in the ace, king, queen, deuce?
Yeah, that's one way to describe him. Sure.
But you know, sometimes the deuce can hit trips.
What is the deuces never loses? War cry?
He's hoping to run up a stack. Laszlo gonna let Tolerine do the damage on Archer as he folds the button.
Ace 450.
450.
Tolerine trying to lean on the big blind of Archer, but Archer's got position. 3-card rundown, 1 suited. Whiffed it. Both players whiffing quite hard. Tolerine with a little gut shot.
Yeah, really no reason to get excited beyond that.
Check.
Got SPR 1.5. Not much of a hand for Archer. Probably has to take a few free one. Still nothing.
Board pairing jack. After it goes check, check. You know, Tolerine isn't simply going to be approaching spots against Boytosh with care. He's obviously got to consider that there's so much benefit for him as the chip leader to keeping Artur down in this range. A double for Martirosian would be disaster. This isn't the pot that rates to do it.
Nice bet from Tolerine with nothing.
Just able to have the luxury of being wrong. When you're right, though, you push Artur even further down. Now 1.6.
Yeah, I'd assume that Tolerine is going to open the button very wide. Expecting Laszlo to play quite snug pre and post flop. Archer is in that territory though where he can repot from the small and get chips in very easily off of 11 bigs, so you gotta be very careful on what you open on the button. But suited ace looks alright.
Rate 400. Cool.
400,000. Take it, Tolerine, chiseling away. Artur's Festival, by the way, if you look at it in the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, so incredible. I mean, 2 9th place finishes, 10th, 13th, 14th, 16th. That's his lowest in a cash. And he cashed now with this one 8 times in 12 attempts. That is an insane batting average. Second in the 25K 8 max was the high water mark. That was good for 512K.
525.
Ace King 4-4, good for pot.
Yeah, so every time he's entering tournament, he's cashing more than half the time. It's pretty sick.
Batting 666.
Queen, queen, 6-5. Interesting one. Doesn't like that.
Nice.
Tolerine's
Raise
in position is gonna click raise it. Not even a full pot. just in case Tolerine wakes up with a hand. He can minimize damage.
Yeah, he doesn't want to invite Ben along with this queens and hearts holding. But with 975 back, when you 3-bet it to 1 million, you know Artur doesn't have fold on his mind.
Yep, just going to call and see what develops, but most likely get in the last 500K on most flops.
Equity's running quite close, 4% advantage for Laszlo. Ace-5 tray, Artur, wheel draw, top pair, but the heart draw for Wojtas, who's going to ask for the rest of it. So, another all-in here in the early goings of this 100K PLO main event final table. Wojtas looking to get himself heads up against Tolerine and do so very deep stacked and virtually level. Let us see what the deck has in store. 3.3 million. Top 2 on the turn for Artur. 5, 6. Wojtas, heart draw. You see the paths to victory and a date with Tolerine on your screen. Can he find one of them? No.
500.
The deuce, and Artur makes a wheel for good measure.
And he's still the third wheel.
That's correct. 22 bigs deep now, however. And for Wojtas, this is territory he doesn't really want to find himself in. We talked about this, 565, the ladder. He's now dead middle, 48 bigs to Martirosian's 22 and Tolerine's 85. That is a dramatic shift in the dynamics stack-wise.
Yeah, so still the game plan is to play relatively snug, but with Artur closing the gap, if Artur can get another double or just some chip ups, Laszlo's in some trouble. For Tolerine, this is actually really nice because Wojtas should be even tighter now.
We're going to figure out pretty quick how what just took place is going to affect Tolerine's approach.
Tolerine's expecting to get a lot of limps through. Comes in with 8-5-4-3.
King 7-6. Huge wrap here for Ben. Note that Artur has a pair and an open ender himself.
Probably see Ben bet this wrap.
I mean, these sorts of hands are so powerful. Ben well aware of this.
Yeah, very good semi-bluffing hand. Hopefully you take it down. If not, so many outs. Even better, given it's a rainbow flop, such that when you make a straight, no flushes will get there.
5 on the turn. This is exactly what Martirosian had in mind when investing the 225. Note, Tolerine with the 8 high straight. He does have the spade redraw. You can see he's a dog. Second nuts, checks it over to the nuts. That's a pretty sick check, Randy. When you have an 8 in your hand, this is really solid. Let's see, Martirosian now 2.8, 900 in the middle. What's he gonna draw up?
Well, definitely needs to be charging.
650.
Hit the dream turn card. Bet 650. I think given that Tolerine's got the spades to back up his straight, he's probably just going to keep it slow. He's less worried about protecting against spades. He has the second nuts at the moment, though. Okay, makes the call.
650 ahead. This one growing rapidly.
That card changes things. Now full houses get there. Tolerine not as in love with his hand.
He's done so well to contain this one, Randy. And he's made some big folds en route to the final three. This, however, this is a decision now. Sub 1 SPR, Artur can get greedy. But
Checks
he's
it
going to
back.
check back. That shows that he thinks Tolerine does have traps in him. And that he doesn't have hands that can call that are worse.
Tight
So
check.
again, you see...
Tight check.
Nice check.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Certainly there was a number that Tolerine would have called. I don't know if 2.1 was it.
Yeah, but sometimes you bet your opponent actually has the full house and you're out of the tournament. Laszlo can't be happy about that pot. Artur moving up.
Queen 4, 3-3 rainbow. This is pretty dusty.
Artur going to try to sneak in there. King Jack 8-3. Laszlo's got kings and tens.
450. Finger wag. In terms of card distribution, I think it's fair to say that Wojtas enjoyed the best of it among these three throughout the course of this final table. Such a crusher, though. He doesn't have to be dealt the best hands to outperform. This much we know.
Yeah, given that he's a nosebleed heads-up player, Omaha,
Guys, can you
You're
play
gonna
a bit
get
slower? I will go fast.
garbage a lot. Artur's just bouncing.
It sounds like he's asked the boys to play just a little bit slower as an unscheduled nature call situation.
Would have fold immediately.
Yeah, deal, quick, dealer, quick. He's so sick. So, another limp pot effort. This one successful by Wojtas. Zim and Tolerine are not trying to get entangled.
Little gutter ball is going to bet. Laszlo looking to clear out hands that just have weak equity. Just enough for Tolerine. Middle pair, gut shot, backdoor diamonds.
Do you think this lead is centered around, as we see him turn into a double gutter after the peel from Tolerine, the idea that Ben would be leaning on him with the stacks where they are if he had the ace-king sort of stuff pre-flop?
That's a good point, and he probably would raise with hands that have ace-king in it.
Well, concerned a little bit, of course, by the fact that Tolerine was willing to call on the flop. Laszlo now comes with check. Check back from Tolerine. Board pairing 7 on the end. Laszlo with dust.
Oh, he's going to try to bluff this one.
I mean, it's the kind of board texture, Randy, where it does feel like the ace-x value is available to him. 250 into 750 feels like it could be tethered to that sort of kit.
Yeah, he's trying to fold out a hand like this. I think it's going to work.
This would be a pretty sick call if Ben were to make it,
Nice.
which no one's going to fault him for not.
All right, real question. Did Archer make it back?
Do you remember the other day, were you in the booth? I think it was Foxen that asked,
I wasn't.
just play slow real quick. He came back so fast. I was convinced he just peed in the corner. He didn't actually make it to the bathroom. It was a lot. Everybody, when he got back to his seat, looked up like, bro, with the hand wash, though? It was a little sus. Badoogie, always unpleasant.
This is two marginal hold'em hands. Queen, Jack, and 7-6. What you got, Archer? Not much either.
Nope. They share the queen and 7. King, king, jack, 2 clubs. Advantage Tolerine.
Maybe Tolerine stabs. Looking for clearance. Knows that Archer can't float as much off of this stack. There we go. Little pot.
Stab and take. Straightforward stuff. Boy, these 3 are really up to the test. Randy, I can't think, especially with a night's rest behind them, of any sort of edge that any of these guys would have over one another. I will say that certainly Boytosh and Tolerine have more experience in pot limit Omaha than Artur, whose presence in the 4-card streets is a more recent thing, associated, of course, in part with his pursuits of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. But Artur is so sound when it comes to just tournament strategy in general. And you know he's put the work in once he realized that he was going to be playing more 4-card. And he's had a front row seat to watching the way the boys have been getting at it. You can collect the ideas. Here he is, having limped the small blind, trying to collect the pot with a gut shot. Same gutter for Boytosh. 3 8s on board now.
That changes things.
Yeah, the ace-6 goes up in value. For those unfamiliar with pot limit Omaha, exactly 2 cards must be used from your hand. Straight's becoming less attractive on account of the fact that any pocket pair is going to beat you.
Here comes the double barrel with the best hand. Oh, sorry, got the cards reversed. A nice double, realizing that only pocket pairs can usually make the call, but Laszlo calls with ace-6 high. He's a sicko.
This is not for the faint of heart. Now, the ace does not give him a full house, lest we look at it through Hold'em goggles.
Yeah, this is the one that always confuses players who've never played PLO. Still ace-6 versus jack-9. 3 8s on the
Jack high.
flop.
Ace.
Well done.
Very big cards.
Martirosian shut it down. he's not going to feel as grimy about it had Boytosh not had at least that straight draw as well. If that was just a naked ace high call, then you're like, oh my God. How am I ever going to get through this end boss?
Yeah, but just to follow up, you know, I agree with you that, you know, Archer is one of these players who has evolved very fast, you know, especially in PLO. He's applying his tournament concepts, its constant aggression and no limit hold'em, and it works out very well. He just has a great mind for poker. But he is up against two very experienced PLO players who know how to play heads up, three-handed. They've been there, biggest pots out there, cash games.
I mean, listen, the YouTube chat absolutely loves this final three lineup that they've got on their hands.
I think Archer's a nice curveball in this three-handed battle.
Well, what's interesting is I think Boytosh and Tolerine have a general sense and appreciation for how one another are going to approach things, as we see a big flop here for Tolerine with spades, the wheel gutter, and a king. Boytosh with just the Broadway gutter and the jacks is going to fire the same 150 that was limped pre. It isn't clear to me in terms of Tolerine and Boytosh what their perceptions of Archer's game is. And as you mentioned, the curveball sometimes can play kind of into the favor of the lesser experienced player. The turn playing favors for Tolerine, who now has Laszlo drawing dead, having made the spades.
Flush seems pretty weak to go for value on the turn for Tolerine. Probably more likely to go for a bet on the river. Last time Laszlo did this bet check line, he actually bet. He's going to do it again. This time, not going to work.
Similar board texture, though. And again, perhaps it's the suspicions that spades would have been heard from and ace-x would have been heard from, either on the turn or pre-flop, respectively. 600K bet snapped by Tolerine. And I got to tell you, when I'm at a table with people that demonstrate just how difficult they're going to make it for me to win chips from them, it can be very frustrating.
Of course, you know, like, you need to find ways to try to win chips on your opponent. But, you know, if they're folding a bit, maybe you increase your bluffs a bit. It's about timing.
Sure.
Nice little trap by Tolerine with the pot control, with the 5-3 of spades. Who ordered a double espresso? Someone's expecting a long match
I
coming?
would have expected that order last night. Not here and now.
What, are you going to do, like a 10-hour heads-up match or something? Oh, Archer. What do you think about two aces off of 20 blinds?
Just what the doctor ordered for a short stack, especially with Boytosh attacking from the button.
Mandatory pot.
1,200,000.
Three-pot. Three-pot. I like to say if the raise in front of us wasn't pot.
3-pot. Okay, I like that.
Right?
So is it 4-pot?
I guess it could be, although I don't even know that I've seen the 4-pot here.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. It's a unicorn, huh? Maybe 5-pot's a unicorn.
No, 5-pot's a Pegasus. I don't know which one of those two things is more rare. I don't have my mythical horse
One of them flies, one doesn't.
assessment down. I know. I think I'd rather have a Pegasus.
Which would you rather have? I'll take either. Whatever's on sale.
Randy looking for coupons.
I'll take that dusty horse that can't fly.
550K. Nothing dusty about Ace, king, king, jack, and clubs on the button. Tolerine making noise. Martirosian durable enough to flat from the small. Boytosh is going to sit this one out and cheer for Ben.
Cheer for Ben, yes. Nothing wrong with anti-sweating the short stack. Not the board Ben was looking for.
7-4 tray and a couple of diamonds. You see Martirosian also not thrilled with it. I think Ben isn't going to be assigning this part of the deck too often to Artur's range as a flat caller with Boytosh threatening behind.
Fair. North of 2 SPR. If Tarlane bets here, he needs to be willing to commit. He doesn't feel comfortable with 3.3 back, so he checks it. Opportunity now for Artur, who picks up a little gut shot. However, Artur might be afraid of over pairs.
How much in the pot?
1,500,000.
650.
Artur. So he's trying to attack the, like, you know, ace, king, queen, jack, that kind of stuff that doesn't have anything. Expects diamonds to see bet the flop.
650K after it went check, check. Activation here from Martirosian. This is ambitious. Randy, he does have the gutter.
Yeah, it's dangerous for him to be bluffing the spot. He's just expecting Ben to be weak with the flop check back. Let's see if he wants to follow through even unimproved. But he improves to the nuts.
Binky, 8 of clubs, just what he needed. No other card would have done it, by the way.
That was a cold, cold river for Tolerine.
And here's the thing, the board texture, again, isn't such that Ben expects Artur would have been a flat caller out of the small blind at his stack depth versus Ben's open to 550.
There's definitely some hands I got there now with the 8 arriving. You know, like Queen, Jack, 10, 9. These kind of rundowns. So, should be a lot of concern for Tolerine once the bet comes in.
All in.
Wow, and max concern is what Artur is issuing.
So the jack blocker blocks jack 9. Be a bit better if he was holding a 9 blocker to block 9-6 as well. Yeah, quickly out of there. Moving on up.
Didn't make a meal out of it, but yeah, Artur snacking and now dining.
No dine and dash, tell you that.
You ever dine and dash, Randy? Be honest,
No,
Randy.
I honestly haven't, but I feel like you have a story. You have?
No. My only story is one time, after a night out, we went to a diner and someone had left a very big tip on the table. And we were sat at the table and it was really busy, you know, like Friday night, Hollywood kind of thing. And no server came around for a really long time. And this girl that was hanging out with us was like, well, and like took some of the tip. Left like what she thought would probably be a more normal tip and took some of it. And then every time we went out to eat with that girl, her food was messed up for like months. And we were like, yes, it's karma because you freaking sniped the tip. I was shocked when she did it. I was like, what are you doing?
So she's not a PLO sniper, she's a tip sniper.
Yeah. She got what she deserved, too. Meanwhile, Martirosian getting more of the good stuff. Ace, ace, 5-4. Double. Deep as he's been. Brings it to 550. Boytosh double suited himself. Clubs would be problematic. Same story for Tolerine. All 3 of these hands are going to get intertwined. Don't expect a whole lot of this in raise pots.
What do we call this? Three amigos?
We'll see how friendly they are. Once the board hits, King, Jack, Jack. Boytosh smashes trips, Tolerine with a wrap. Note that Laszlo has the hearts as well. Two checks in front of these aces, and that texture there, when you raise and get called in two spots, is disaster, Randy.
This has to be a check back for Artur against two opponents. Worried about the jack. Not much equity. There's hearts out there.
Yeah, he has 0 hearts in his hand. Now the 9 on the turn, putting Tolerine in front. King high straight.
Yeah, Queen 10 looking good. One more check. Artur's got a chance to get a free river card. Maybe spike that ace.
Things a bit cagey in the inflated one, the deuce. Dry as it gets on the end.
Would think that Tolerine's going to go for value now, given all the checks on the flop and turn. Deuce doesn't change anything. Don't want to miss value out of a jack.
That's 700.
700 now out of Tolerine. That turn action leaving him comfortable enough to remove any boats from the ranges. Aces quite content to bin it. Now, Boytosh bluff catching
Straight.
with the Queen Jack.
Disappointing for Laszlo.
Sure. I think having a queen in his hand also maybe aiding him in terms of suspicions about what Tolerine was working with.
Laszlo can't catch a break.
No, and he's been broken down to 27 bigs, just 2 bigs north of Martirosian. Dynamics playing out marvelously for Ben.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Tolerine limping the ace-8-6 deuce with clubs. Martirosian in turn checking back. And finding trip sixes are both parties here with the ace kicker. Artur with the advantage, backdoor hearts, plus some avenues to a straight, creating this.
Yeah, and some danglers to full houses.
I should take the avenues to a straight off the board, considering that if he were to hit the 8-9, Tolerine would fill up. That call of 200,000. Now 6 is full of 7s for Artur.
Still an amazing board run out for Tolerine from his point of view.
Sure.
No flush draws out there.
I mean, you're thinking it's Queen X more often than anything else.
Or some worse 6.
Tough for Artur to produce a 6, of course, despite the fact that we can see it. Tolerine knows all of this. And this is why he brings forward 300,000 as the follow-up.
Given that Ben's betting twice, it seems very likely he's betting a
1.2.
6. Yeah, I like the raise. Tolerant wouldn't be betting twice with just a naked queen. Build that pot while you can. Problem is, Tolerant's kicker is just so good. He would have to have some crazy soul read to get away here. Especially when he bets so small.
$1.2, the 4x. Tolerine making the call. Pot has grown to 3.4 here, Randy. The queen now pairing on the end. The thing about it is, I don't think Tolerine is ever thinking this was just a naked queen X sort of posture assumed by Martirosian on the turn. So it's not of concern to him. Ace-6 still a lot of hand. And it actually takes queen-queen off the board as a possibility too. I mean, quads is tough to produce. So you could see a world in which Tolerine is in a blender here. Martirosian sub-1 SPR. He likes the queen as well because surely queen 6 would have had the luxury of making assumptions that Artur would be ready to go.
Here comes the bet. What do you go with?
Oh. 1.35. You feel like you're on the wrong end of the milking.
Yeah, that does look like a please call me bet.
Came in comfortably too.
We've seen Tolerant make some sick folds though throughout this main event.
I mean, is this going to be another one? What do we beat? Maybe a float that turns some sort of backdoor equity? I don't know how much of that is on Artur's mind on the flop. Remember, this one was limped pre. Tolerine swung for 200. And then on the turn, when he came with 300, he got 4x'd, hung in there, and now faces 1.4. Man. We have the 6. Pocket queens is so tough. We don't expect pocket 7s to have been involved in the flop call.
Yeah, so is it queen 6 or 6-7 that you're up against?
Man, it does feel like those are the only two hands, barring a Martirosian sort of bluff that we would never expect that are there. And Tolerine finding the fold. Good luck if you're at this final table and you're trying to deny that man.
Getting those Tolerine chips. They're locked up. Hard to get.
I mean,
maximum security.
It's going to take some WD-40 to get those tokens out of the grip of Tolerine. Martirosian, fresh off of that pickup, which now places him in front of Boytosh. Limps the kings with a suit. Laszlo, jacks, better clubs, Broadway stuff. 3 X's did Artur take this line to try to trap? And there's your answer. As he says, pot. This could get ugly.
Laszlo's thinking, are you really trapping me with aces, or do you have kings, which I'm doing all right against? 53-47. Imagine he's going to want to call ace, king, jack, jack. Suited ace. Position's important. Get to see your opponent react to flops. Or does he think he's just up against aces and he's cooked?
I mean, that's kind of the story that Artur is selling. But we have an ace in our hand. We have a king in our hand.
Repot.
And maybe this is why
5-4.
Boytosh is
It should be 5-4.
volleying back
Priced
onto
in.
Artur. He's going to dig in. All of a sudden, 7.2. More
Laszlo's
than
gotta be
that,
happy.
11.9, 10.6. Okay, we're all over the place. 8-figure pot, though. Cannot overstate this one. $200,000 plus pay ladder.
For me, it's fair. And you still have some chips.
Laszlo is covered. Can Artur be the man to book a trip to Heads Up with Ben? Jack in the window, top set for Boytosh. This is brutal.
Uno out.
Blocking the king. Martirosian knows that's a devastator.
1 out.
Artur taking it gracefully. Boytosh taking it all.
Feeling
for
great.
1.3.
All that hard work for Archer. Gone in one hand.
Isn't that crazy? And he took way the best of it, too.
Mm-hmm.
Should be less than 5.4 because you put ant at 5.2.
Yeah.
Disappointing,
Didn't
but
think you're too strong. You're so strong.
Not so
It's be cooler.
medium.
You see Laszlo acknowledging what a cooler that was.
he says it's a big cooler. Archer says it's a medium cooler.
I think he meant medium strong was his hand. I think he thinks it's a big cooler, Randy. That was cold front. Descending upon the featured table.
It's a cold plunge.
Yeah, victimized is the Russian here. Just 7 bigs now, Randy.
It's not much, but now he just has to force the hand in soon because the big blind will be the very next hand for Martirosian. So hopefully he gets a spot here. Jack 9, 8, 7. Looks like enough.
Pot.
It's a hand with high equity against most hands. Maybe he can take it down pre. Down to one hand.
Let's see. Ben, King 10, couple of 3s and clubs. It's pretty lean cuisine.
We doing TV dinners?
Yeah, well, I never did the lean cuisine, but the Hungry Mans were incredible. Looks like Ben is hungry for Artur's remaining stack. Does defend. Ace 8-5. 1 club, 2 hearts, just the gut shot, and a pair of 8s for Artur. Let's do it.
Ben doesn't have anything.
No.
What a
Let's go.
takedown for Archer, just
Huge.
600K.
Huge.
He's got to be very happy about that.
Pair of 8.
Pervates.
I think better than you if you fold.
Pretty sure I once had a turkey meal frozen dinner around Thanksgiving time at least.
What? You didn't have an actual Thanksgiving dinner, so you went out and got yourself a
I
TV
think-
dinner?
You know it's discounted around Thanksgiving time.
Is it really? I would think they jack up the price because demand goes up.
Well, maybe it was the day after Thanksgiving. It was Black Friday. We're giving out
Thing is,
discounts.
you know that year round you can get the turkey gravy, mashed potato, and the cranberry. I mean, that's like a year round offering. I mean, I haven't been in those streets for a long time, but Laszlo, king, queen, queen, 6. Took us to 600, Tolerine flatting the aces with diamonds. Artur accepting the invitation. Jacks have performed well. Third best pocket pair in this one. And not being gifted the same fate that Laszlo had on the 9-8-3 board. Boytosh with the only flush draw.
Archer's made top 2 pair.
All in.
The Dangler's actually giving him the lead, and he's going to jam.
Laszlo's got a pretty decent hand. Over pair with hearts. Doesn't like being
1.6.
sandwiched though by Tolerine. Imagine he puts in 1.5 and Tolerine says raise.
Raise.
That's a disaster. But he's going to try to isolate this.
Yeah, I think Tolerine having flatted from the small blind as opposed to having put up some resistance, maybe, even though we don't expect him to want to collide with Laszlo, given their stack depths, takes us away from things that can call this heat.
Tolerine's laughing because he slow played his hand. And he's in the spot.
He has backdoor
Counting
diamonds,
your
which he
outs.
interferes with. And then backdoor wheels, Laszlo asking
No, no, not 1
what
million.
Ben is counting out.
Yeah, 1.6.
This is 2, this is 1.6.
And this is
I think
1.
this is a bit too much for Tolerine.
Tend to agree.
No backup.
Just call that
Besides backdoor
turn.
diamonds.
It's fun.
Laszlo with it. Just call him. Let's see a turn. It's all in or nothing, it seems, at
1.5?
this point.
Okay.
1-5.
Ah, okay, okay. Yeah.
So
Sorry.
6-5 is the raise spot.
5. Yeah. 6.
Just raw aces.
Struggle is real.
Wow, he's deep in the tank here.
I mean, surely with Bartarosian willing to jam and then Boytosh willing to come in over the top of that, you know heaps of equity are somewhere between the two of them, if not in both slots.
I would think. Was he just thinking, maybe I end the tournament now? What if Laszlo has, like, kings without this much backup?
You can see he's sick to his stomach.
Didn't need to use the last one, unfortunately.
Wow. Ace high flush draw, is it?
No, not that good, but I
But
think
he blocks your outs, I think. Yeah? I have 8-9.
The king high flush.
9. Check, check.
Guess I'm ahead.
I had aces and backdoors.
Wow.
Well, a little debrief.
You want the big one.
I want the 3.
Artur and Boytosh again colliding. Can Laszlo finish off Martirosian?
Or 4.
3 or 4 to counterfeit the 8s up.
Or half of the deck.
Jack does the trick as well. Martirosian trying to hang on. And the heart
GG.
on the end loosens his grip on this final table in its entirety.
Painful river card for Archer. You can feel it. But he played great.
Gave them all they could handle.
We can
That's
take a
for
break.
sure. Ultimately,
Sure.
Ivan Liao Player of the Year award leader will add a handsome haul of both points and cash to his Triton resume. $1.08 million for the bronze medal.
That's what, 8 of 12 events he's played, making cashes, big runs over and over again. You're free, Archer.
As Vladimir Korzinin describes it, freedom, but not the kind that he was lusting after for Martirosian. Sure, he'd rather be an inmate at the final table, fighting for the 2.39 million, but forced to settle for perhaps a disappointing finish given the spots that he found himself in. Took the best of it more than once against Laszlo Boytosh and came out on the wrong side of things. A 1-2 punch, dispatching the Russian as the Hungarian and the American set the stage to square off against one another here at the 100K PLO main final table. Bringing you back to the desk, Ali Najad, alongside Randy Liu. Some administrative duties required to get ourselves set up for this. But if we had our choice in terms of the Clash of the Titans storyline, surely these are the two guys that when this FT got underway, we would have reached out and touched.
Yeah, it feels like destiny for these two to be playing against each other in this heads-up match. Very deep stack. We've got Laszlo Boytosh, one of the most epic heads-up players of all time in Omaha. And in the original end-boss, Ben Tollerane, he's also sitting pretty with a healthy stack.
$1.645 million assured to each. $2.39 million, the biggest prize ever awarded in a Pot Limit Omaha tournament. That's what they're playing for, along with the XL Trophy and the watch. And they're going to play for it in just about 10 minutes. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
all of it.
This is not what I was looking for.
I'll back up.
1275. Okay, wait, let me count how much I have. Let me figure out how much chips I actually have. 500, 600, 700. So, wait, so how much is in there?
1,275,000. 5 seconds.
That was a fucked up spot, man. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Why do we keep getting these fucked up spots for you, man? It's 1.2, right? It's like 1.3.
1,275. 5 seconds.
1,275.
Well, Kate's only has 725, so this is irrelevant. But if he clicks call here, Randy, it could be
I
an
haven't
early
ran the
departure.
Sims only the 7 big blind stack size things. Bad news. I think I can't fold. Yeah.
5 seconds.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's true, maybe. I don't know. I actually really don't know. Like, the fuck is a problem? I really don't know. Yeah, I guess. I got problems. That's what I got. I got lots of problems,
Got
dude.
shot.
Huh?
How high is your got shot?
No, I got more than that, but not much. Oh, Jesus Christ.
5 seconds.
Multi-time bank tank here, understandably. Over 200,000, the ladder. He knows the story Boytosh is telling him.
I have 3 blinds, 4 blinds. I don't know. I call it. I don't know.
He is going to make that
Do you have
call.
a pair? Many pairs I have.
Jesus Christ.
A lot of pairs.
Man, I'm annoyed. This is so dumb.
Have something?
I have queens.
Queens. Wow. What a slow roll.
Slow roll? Well, you think it's a snap call? Your base is a lot. Look what you fucking had. It's so stupid.
Well, much like the Brazilian rainforest,
Let's see.
jungle is at risk. Turn is a 9. And a queen is the only thing that saves him from a first
maybe I
orbit
should.
exit.
I don't know.
Jungle. Can he hit? No.
That was fast.
Deforestation early here at the FT of the main as Laszlo lowers the entertainment index considerably.
Yeah, rough one for jungle. Could definitely see him being ahead against some other pairs. Went with it, and
I'm free now.
no more forced.
Well, I guess you don't need to be too upset about not having found the do-rag. Would have just felt more like a don't rag. 4th place, 875K. Now the 7-figure stuff on our hands. Capes, 56.
Queen 6-5. Interesting one. Doesn't like that.
Nice.
Tolerines in position is gonna click raise it. Not even a full pot. Just in case Tolerine wakes up for hand. He can minimize damage.
Yeah, he doesn't want to invite Ben along with this queens and hearts holding. But with 975 back, when you 3-bet it to 1 million, you know Artur doesn't have fold on his mind.
Yep, just going to call and see what develops, but most likely get in the last 500K on most flops.
Equities running quite close, 4% advantage for Laszlo. Ace-5 tray, Artur, wheel draw, top pair, but the heart draw for Wojtas, who's going to ask for the rest of it. So, another all-in here in the early goings of this 100K PLO main event final table. Wojtas looking to get himself heads up against Tolerine and do so very deep stacked and virtually level. Let us see what the deck has in store. 3.3 million. Top 2 on the turn for Artur. 5, 6. Wojtas, heart draw. You see the paths to victory and a date with Tolerine on your screen. Can he find one of them? No.
500.
The deuce, and Artur makes a wheel for good measure.
And he sold a third wheel.
Well, it isn't too often that 3 days are required to find a title winner, but here we are, back in Montenegro. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Lou on the 3rd necessary day to find ourselves a champion in the Pot Limit Omaha 100K main. So, drawing the curtain on this one and doing it in fitting fashion, we find Laszlo Wojtas of Hungary ran good against Artur Martirosyan, who was vanquished in 3rd, to bring himself a 13.4 million chip stack up against Ben Tolerine. We got a petting zoo on our hands here, couple of PLO goats.
Petting zoo, yeah, that's a great description. But yes, the thing is, Tolerine was someone who was around a long time playing PLO. He was the original M-Boss online. And then nowadays, when you think about who is the best PLO heads-up player, you probably will refer to Laszlo Wojtas. So it's cool to see this generation, you know, kind of come to battle.
What's Laszlo's online name?
Omaha for rolls.
Right. I mean, when that's your name online and you can use it outside the Omaha streets in the lobby, you understand kind of where his focus lies. And you also understand that he arrived specifically here for PLO, despite the fact that if you look at Laszlo's resume in the Triton app, you'll see that back in the day, he used to play the 2-card stuff. Efforting it real quick before we get down to the action. There it is. 100K main event victory was what? Not the 100K main event, sorry. The 50K 8 Turbo in Madrid victory. That is the one that was 2-card. That's Laszlo's title. Looking for number 2 here. Resuming. Heads up play 1, 2, and 2. $500,000 every couple of hands. 250 on average. Shaved off your stack. Just shy of 10 million is what Tolerine is going to bring to the affair. He is not concerned whatsoever about being the shorter of the 2 stacks as they get underway. I don't feel like either of these guys are talking deal, Randy.
No, there's no chance there's a deal going on. I promise you that.
And to be fair, even though when you look at the disparity between 1st and 2nd and use it to basically define how big a sit and go the boys are playing right now, it isn't all that much for Wojtas given the sheer size of the cash games that he plays. $745,000 the differential, and yet Wojtas could mess around and get that much moving in a single pot.
I'm ready for some good cinema. May the best man win.
Everyone knows you don't go to the movies, Randy.
Okay, but I go to this movie, the Triton series.
I like it. Limp pot pre, both players checking the 10-5-4 board. Second 10 arrives on the turn. Nobody has picked up the diamond draw. Tolerine with the open ender, which comes home. 6 on the end, giving him the straight and the winner. Wojtas Closing questions, however.
Gonna lose 200K.
King.
Snap called with Tolerine. First blood.
Sorry.
Trying to draw level is Ben. He is built for this, Randy. Absolutely dialed in. Ben86 was his online name. Just wrecked people for so long in that realm.
This is the second time he's heads up here at Triton Montenegro. Big buy-ins. 150K against Jason Kuhn. Finish runner-up. Now opportunity for redemption in the PLO streets.
You know, his other cash prior to that second place versus Kuhn was the final table in the 50K 7 max, where he finished 7th for 222,000.
Building pots immediately. Heads up. 3x in the pot. In comes Laszlo with position. Deep stacks.
.8 in the middle. King Jack 4 on the board. Advantage Tolerine. He's got the diamonds. Better kicker. Broadway gutter.
What doesn't he have?
Well, he doesn't have the chip lead. ... yet.
If he doesn't win this spot, I'd be quite surprised. Well, he also has dinner coming.
That would be an early dinner by my count.
Okay, a late lunch.
Late lunch feels a little bit more kind of what he's working with. Trying to refuel here. I'd imagine he expects to be in it for the long haul unless the deck creates a collision. And this collision is not over yet, as you saw the 1.3 a man bringing us to this turn, which gives Boytosh 2 pair, but gives Tolerine the nuts.
And the nuts with a draw to a king high flush, just in case he's up against the same hand. And he slips it on over, and it's because he has that king high flush draw redraw that he doesn't have to worry about his opponent getting a free card. It checks through, board does pair. Now the good news though is it's the 4 that's pairing, not the king, 10, or jack, which makes it less likely Laszlo has made a full house. You wouldn't expect Laszlo to be playing hands with king 4, 10, 4, jack 4 too much. And Ben checks it over again, but couldn't get Laszlo to bite.
Diamonds.
Oh, a delightful smoothie, it would seem.
You never ordered us that one. Only banana.
I've actually got a banana smoothie coming. I only ordered one, though, Randy.
Oh,
Would you like me to add you to the list?
not anymore. It's all good, man. I'll take Tolerine's drink.
I'll take Tolerine stack. As now, he emerges on the back end of that one. 19 bigs clear of Boytosh. Pretty stuff assembled once more for both players. 3 clubs a man. Boytosh with the better of him.
Okay.
Tolerine limping. Boytosh checking back. Dry board.
It's not bad for the 210s. Limp pot.
Bet 200,000. Go.
Tolerine asked for it. The 210s say no, not quite yet. 5 on the turn, again, divorced from the ranges.
No flush draws for either player. A little bit of straights got there. Ace 3. Tolerine not going to double barrel.
Well, now the king gets there as Tolerine snatches the lead.
10-10.
King
And
queen.
with the full shutdown. Snatches the pot as well. You can see Wojtaszek a little bit demoralized by that. Things not going his way early in this battle.
Some disappointment from Laszlo, but it's the nature of the game. 4 cards apiece. We're gonna pair up much more randomly.
Again, disproportionately strong holdings, heads up for both. This time, Wojtaszek taking some pride in his, and Tolerine in turn playing back here.
Double suited's enough for Laszlo to take this one in position.
Sure. Tolerine beginning to exert will. Queen 9 tray, he finds top 2 pair here. Just a lowly 3 for Wojtaszek.
Yeah, we've had 2 3-bet pots. Tolerine's been getting very strong flops for him. Top 2 with the ace of diamonds.
Pot.
Full pot. Try to end it here.
And you see Laszlo shaking his head, going not like this. A wave of momentum suddenly for Ben Tolerine, who came in out-chipped and now holding a better than 2-to-1 chip lead over Laszlo. In a hurry, too.
Original M-Boss, what can I say?
Right?
Let's see if some momentum can shift for Wojtaszek.
He's got so much talent. He just wants something that'll allow him to fight with.
Laszlo's double suited again.
This time, no raising pre. 8-7-5. Top 2 for Wojtaszek. Tries to lure a bet out of Ben, does so unsuccessfully. Jack on the turn. Tolerine has picked up a gutter.
Yeah, once the straight comes in bigger 2 pairs, Laszlo needs to play his hand passively with no extra backup.
No spades in hand either. Same story for Tolerine. 9 on the end. 4-liner on board. This development deteriorating the 8s and 7s. Plenty of 6 and 10 combos are there now.
Super.
Tolerine doesn't take a swing at it. Well, it isn't a big pot, but it's a pot, and it was desperately needed for Laszlo as he tries to turn the tide of the outflow.
Mini pot's all right. Rubbing the eyes like, oh, I can't believe it. More limp pots.
Jack 7-4. Pair of sevens for Tollerene. Still best on this turn. Wojtasz with just the gutter. Fives are interfered with.
Tollerene, he's going to attack with the 7. Not much else, and it wins. He'll take it.
Yes, he will. And that has been the story thus far. Heads up. Battle that has proved all Tollerene.
Pot.
Pot declared. Monotone holdings, so trashy. Into the bin it goes.
$150, $300?
It's very big increase. It's
I didn't know that was
yeah.
going to happen.
We should just play this level until the end, I think.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Raise.
600,000.
Wojtasz making it 600. Tollerene will defend. The 9s still in front. Paired rainbow jack high board. Check back from Laszlo, who is blocking the gut shot that Tollerene just picked up.
Both players with a little gut shot. 9 still heavy favorite.
Tollerene connects with the 7 here.
Let's see if he just tries to show this one down. Hope it's the best hand. Okay.
8-7 or ace-7.
9-9. Four. Can we play maybe 125, 215, or because it's too big of an increase right now, or we would prefer to keep the same actually, if it's possible. That's also fine. No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Looks like we're checking on something. Ben taking the opportunity to hit the smoothies. I got you a smoothie, Randy. I'm going to hit mine now.
Yeah, it seems like they're a bit worried that the blinds are going to increase a bit too much.
Well, they're currently at 1-2. You would think 125, 250 would be the next rung. But for some reason, it sounded like Laszlo didn't anticipate that that would be the case. 150, 300 for some reason apparently being published to the boys, but we are being told 125, 250 will be the next blind level. We're going to make sure that as we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Randy with you. It has been all Tollerene in the early going. You could sense for Laszlo a little bit of like, is this how it's going to go? He knows he's already got his hands full. And for Ben, can he close this thing out quick?
Yeah, and the thing is, we've played a few hands with heads up so far. We've seen 2 3-bet pots. you know, Ben Tolerine pressing a big pre-flop hand, Laszlo having to call with a double suited hand, and the thing is, Tolerine's just got the best of those 2 3-bet pots.
Yeah, well, listen, while we got a minute, Randy, we talked about it at the top of the show, but I didn't ask for your personal favorite in terms of the things that have happened already here in Montenegro, and still some stories left to be told, obviously, not just this main, but we got a 50K champ and we got the 30K bounty quattro. 3 titles going to be awarded here today. What stood out for you? What's your favorite thing so far?
My favorite thing, I think it was just the opening event. You know, seeing Schwan win that title where she overcame a big chip lead. She was battling. It just felt very well deserved.
I got to tell you, for me, it's always somebody who's been waiting for so long, winning their first, Seth Davies. You can feel the raw emotion associated with those moments. I mean, truly, hats off to him. Incredible performance in the follow-up as well for a lot more money, mind you. But with a title in hand, you do feel a lot of times the sense of confidence, the sense of momentum, the wind at a player's back, and the decision-making. Not to be overshadowed, of course, Jesse Lonis.
I mean, yeah, he didn't get his first title, but 3 titles, 2 titles, 1 being in the main event here in Montenegro. I just like the guy. He's cool, calm, collected.
And I think, by the way, that we haven't seen the last of Gambledore, just given the way in which their friendship has continued to blossom. Maybe Gambledore, influenced by Jesse, to continue to pay us visits here at Triton. We're not far removed from getting a visit back down to this final table. Being told in 10 seconds, we'll get the cards back in the air. $15.5 million for Tolerine, 7.7 for Laszlo Bojtas, with 2.39 million up at the top. As we dive back in, remember that we're playing 13 hands per level right now. Not timed. There it is. Brought to you by GTO Wizard, the particulars.
Two to 1 chip lead.
Yes, it is. The thing is, the way to describe Tolerine's chips are just hard to acquire.
I just got a discount for my stuff.
You did, yeah.
Blind levels will be 125, 250.
Sure.
Limped pre, 10-9 tray, couple of clubs. No clubs anywhere. Pair nines for Bojtas. 2 overs and the open ender, one of those overs connecting here with Tolerine, who hops in front after it goes check, check.
More checking.
More threes on the river.
9-7.
Queen Jack.
You know what's my favorite part about that whole exchange about the blind level was the blinds are going up, so obviously there's a lot more variance given the shallow stacks, but the thought of a deal still didn't cross their mind. They're like, you know, we'll still play for it even if we have to.
I mean, the thing that they both also know is this game is super swingy. And with the equities running as close as they do, taking the worst of it isn't as disastrous pre-flop as it can be in Hold'em. And just as easily as the pendulum has swung into Tolerine's favor, you could see it swing promptly back over to Bojtas.
Yeah, there can only be one boss. Let's find out who it will be. Limp call from Laszlo. Single mystery card.
Ace-5 deuce. Top pair at a minimum for Bojtas. Tolerine playing the kings, but has hit the 5. Has a wheel draw as well.
Keeping the foot on the gas pedal.
425,000.
Not full throttle.
Four and a quarter requested and provided. Third heart on board. Don't know whether or not Wojtas has the flush.
Do know he has a gut shot though. Still the best hand.
Betting not on Ben's mind after that turn. Nor on Wojtas's. Check back. Now on the river, aces and eights for Laszlo. At a minimum.
At a minimum, could have a straight, could have a flush.
Tollerine's ambitions contained to the flop bet.
1.3.
No, 1.3, says Laszlo. Easy release for Ben.
New blind level working in Laszlo's flavor. Not flavor. Favor.
Speaking of flavor,
The smoothie's different, right?
smoothie tasted a little dusty today, if
Yeah.
I'm being honest.
It's like extra thick too.
I don't know.
I was going to say something, but I wasn't sure if it was just mine because I got the extra fast smoothie.
I felt like there was sawdust or something in mine. There's something weird. Anyway. Ten nine, 2 threes. Tollerine's limp. Met with the raise to 750. He will make the call. Laszlo's pretty one, turning into a wheel gutter and top pair. No hearts in hand. Bet and take it. As this blind level appears to be going better for Wojtas than the one that preceded it.
Back-to-back wins.
So with the limp, Tollerine, King 998, check back. Two threes and a queen with a couple of spades. Wojtas with the only flush draw. Two quick checks.
Little gut shot for Laszlo.
Comes together. Or a delayed barrel.
Just nines with an overcard out there. Not an easy call to make for Tolerine.
He knows, though, that the line that he took in a limp pot pre-flop does invite Laszlo to ask for things. So he's going to keep an eye on Wojtas, who has made the flush here. Not a great card at all for the nines.
625.
625,000.
Half pot exactly from Wojtas, and it came in with pace.
Yeah, the things that Tolerine was keeping honest was flush draws they got there. He's done.
Chips flowing back in the direction of the Hungarian as Wojtas now trailing Tolerine by 12 bigs, 13 million to 10 million. We talked about how swingy it is. No deal was on the table before. No deal was on the table during the break. And you can see why. As back and forth they go, a true clash of the Titans.
Ollie, I've always a question for you.
Talk to me.
You can only choose one of those trophies, the trophy or the watch. Which one are you taking?
Wow. I'm a watch guy. You know, what I appreciate about the watch, not that I'm not sick enough to actually drill a hole in the middle of the Triton trophy and then wear it around my neck. That one's pretty heavy, and it's the extra large one. Whereas the watch, you can just proudly display and advise people that you're a main event winner at all times. No
Got
pun
it.
intended. Queen 883. What about you, Randy?
Well, I was thinking that that trophy is a little bit too heavy for me, so I will
Yeah.
take the watch.
I don't even want to figure out how I got to get it home, if I'm being honest. That's only if you're forced to choose, which neither of these guys will be. They get both of those pieces of hardware along with 2.39 million if they can outlast one another in a battle that has proven every bit what we would have expected. Tolerine with the overpair and the heart draw. Backdoor diamonds, 3 blocker. Takes a swing for 300 and a limped one pre. Boytosh called with what was just a 4. And now he makes queens up while Tolerine just makes queens.
Yeah, Tolerine did improve his hand from his point of view. Should be looking to slow down, which he does. Do see a river card being the 9. Queens and 4s are good.
450.
Try to cobble some value. Like that he's sizing down too. Hoping for some heroic weaker 2-pair to call or even a queen.
Super.
450. Value bet. Paying off there.
Perfect size. Double
Yeah.
checked it. Oh, yep, folding winner.
Once again, Randy. Chips moving in the opposite direction, standing in stark contrast to the prior level, and giving you a sense of just how Boytosh is not at all unnerved, gonna fight tooth and nail, and now he's got himself practically level.
It's just 4 big blind difference now between these two. Oh, look at this shot. That's new.
The overhead. Straight into the light beam. I guess if you're
Nice.
abducted by aliens, that's kind of what it probably would look like as well. You know, flying saucer comes in, tractor beam, off you go.
I don't really plan on being abducted, so I guess that's as close as I'll get to that experience.
No one plans on it, Randy.
Oh.
750, says Boytosh. Now, feeling a bit swaggy.
I feel like they would dump you back down.
What the hell? Am I not? I'm not worthy of abduction? Why are you trashing me?
Not why am I trashing, why are they trashing you?
King Queen, as Tolerine trashes Boytosh is holding. Nothing more than a gut shot in 2 directions. No post flop betting. 5 on the end. Front door flush comes in for Tolerine.
And just a casual 6-card flush with a full house blocker. It's a nice flush. Go for value, I would think. No, he's just going to try to get Laszlo to attack. Feels like it's unlikely he can get called by worse. I guess that makes sense given he's got 3 diamonds in hand, less flushes that Laszlo could value on himself with.
Randy, you believe in aliens?
Yeah, kinda.
I'm not talking about just some of the people that we see from time to time in the poker room. I'm
No.
talking about the actual with the big eyes, weird, you know,
Yeah, I do to some extent. Yeah,
UFOs.
yeah, I do. Area 51.
One?
Yeah, okay. You got a problem with that?
No, bro, I'm with you. I don't know about the little alien.
I don't know if they look like that, but
There's definitely some stuff in the air that, you know, before deep fake videos and stuff, you know, Some of these military pilots are like, man, I saw it with my own eyes. Listen, otherworldly. Tolerine. Pretty earthly looking Queen Jack 4-3 with diamonds. He'll limp it. Wojtaszek not feeling extraterrestrial about the King Queen 9-4. Checks back. King Jack Deuce. Top pair in a gutter versus second pair. Snappy check from Laszlo. 4 on the turn. Now it's Jacks up for Tolerine. Kings up for Wojtaszek. He flicks an orange peel in there.
Well, I think Tolerine's going to match that orange peel. One of his own.
Can't fault him. That's an extra million into the purse. Backdoor clubs arriving.
Yeah, that'll slow things down. Tolerine going to be happy to check his 2 pair.
Yeah, both players respecting the board development there on the end. And this looks familiar. Is that a pot going to Laszlo, Randy?
That's right. Million chip difference, which is 4 big blinds between these two combatants.
Well, you asked a question about trophy or watch. Will Jaffe, who's out there in the chat,
Okay.
firmly, definitively stepping in to advise trophy. That thing is sick.
But the thing is, if you have a small trophy, if you have good camera skills, you can make it look like an extra large, you know?
Wait, what are you suggesting? Photo tricks?
But the thing is, you can't take a Casio and turn into that Jacob & Co. watch.
Fair. Tolerine turned this limp into 750 a man to bring us to this ace-9-3-2 club board, where Wojtaszek has a wheel gutter, the only flush draw, and yet it is Tolerine who's decided that he's going to rep the ace. Nothing more than a 3 in his hand and some backdoor hearts. $875 ahead. Now 7s and trays for Tolerine, but look what it does to Wojtaszek's 4-5-6.
And he's got position. Even better.
Doesn't yet have the betting lead, though. That still belongs to Ben if he chooses to exercise it. Although, as we've touched on multiple occasions, bottom 2, one of those very hazardous holdings.
Is Laszlo's hand strong enough to press equity? Try to move out some kind of top pair without backup. Check it.
So a free pull, and that pull delivers the straight 10 high to Wojtaszek.
Yeah, just given Tolerine's hand is still pretty weak. He doesn't have key blockers to the nutted straights. He's probably just going to give up here. Hope for the best.
I mean, that
3.5.
8 in particular is so problematic for 7s and 3s in a multitude of ways.
Second nut straight with the pot bet from Laszlo.
This is stone bluff catch territory against this full pot sizing. Been thinking better of it.
Take the
Don't blame him.
lead.
Is that the one?
That is the
Wojtaszek back
one.
on top?
That's right. 13 versus 10 million.
Pot.
Aces for Tollerine. Now trailing by 11 bigs. He announces pot. Ace, king, jack, 5. More than pretty enough for Laszlo to get involved, but look at the fashion in which he's done so. A 3-bet to 2.25 million here, Randy.
Yeah, and bad timing because Tollerine's got aces, and this has got the clear cut 4-bet pot repop situation.
Pot.
You want to get as much money as you can in pre-flop when you've got aces. Downs ace, king, jack, 5. 2.25 collected with no flop.
That was a very necessary reversal of what had been a tidal wave of chips just flowing toward Boytosh. Just like that, Tollerine reclaiming the chip lead and doing so, as you mentioned, uncontested. Most of the time you got to fight post-flop to pick up 2 million plus. Not that time. Laszlo right back at it with a very pretty one. I gotta say that each of these guys have enjoyed some pretty premium holdings for the most part. In terms of PLO, heads up, you don't expect as much of that. How much more different would you say Pot Limit Omaha heads up is to its 3-handed and plus counterparts in contrast to Hold'em, Randy?
I would say it's very different. You know, I think position is even more relevant in heads up. You know, like the player out of position has to be very careful. In Omaha, position is more important because there's always these turns in river cards that changes the board drastically, where flushes come in, straights. What do we have going on here?
This one's limped pre 10-6-4 board. Boytosh with the pair of 6s. Then now on the turn with a pair of 8s plus the open ender. Had a pair of 8s and 4s. 375 will get it done. Another pickup for Ben. We've had jabs. We've had some hooks. Maybe even a little uppercut. We just haven't had the haymaker yet here. Heads up.
No knockdown. But it's not round one either. They've been battling 2 aces, and that can go for the final blow.
750. Tollerine doesn't hesitate to defend. Has he exhausted all of his time banks here?
I think you're right. Hence, he has to be quite hasty on some decisions.
Sure. I don't see any remaining in front of him. This could prove to be an issue. He has top pair. Gut shot straight flush draw here against the aces. Excuses to barrel, certainly.
Pretty decent combo draw. If he wasn't holding the queen, he's more likely to attack, but he actually has showdown value with the queen.
Now he has the nut straight. Boytosh still playing the aces that he started with. Never fired them post.
Gotta expect Tollerine to go for value, especially when he's holding the queen. He blocks strong 2 pairs, which can go for value in check 2. Like this. Please call me. Just 600. There we go.
Straight.
Payday for Tollerine. Laszlo's 2 checkbacks leaving him in a spot where he knows that, especially in a raise pot pre, Ben's incentivized to get after it. Boy, it's starting to come apart a little bit again for Laszlo.
Just a little bit. It's not the end of the world. 9.15 versus 14.1 million. 37 big blinds. Still plenty to play with. In heads-up PLO. Solid advantage for Tolerine. 19 bigs.
Well, as we've seen, 19 big blind advantages can be erased rather quickly. Both players have held the chip lead. Coming in, Wojtas held a fairly big one. Tolerine erased it, relinquished it, and has since reclaimed it. $985 board here, $750 a man. Brought to you by Tolerine's Open. Laszlo top pair, gut shot, knuckles it over. Check back from Ben allows the backdoor flush draw to show up. Tolerine picking up a gutter.
It's not a strong enough piece. Tolerine. Or bet.
Well, he flopped a nut flush draw, but didn't fire it. We've seen a lot of that kind of realize our equity, don't get blown off of it initiative.
Yeah, it just seems weird for him to all of a sudden bet when he checks back the flop, but I don't know, maybe it is crossing his mind. There we go.
See, the thing is that the overpairs, which are associated with the pre-flop opens here, could from time to time behave in this way, provided that they've picked up some equity to go with something like the backdoor diamonds, perhaps. And so down goes top pair and the gut shot. Nice decision making there from Tolerine. Great shot of what we're playing for. 150, 300. What we're playing now. Wojtas, monotone, but limping, finding himself gut shot. Pair of tens. Tolerine with the same gut shot and a pair of jacks. It goes check, check after limping pre.
Jackson deuce is the best hand now. Heavy favorite.
Two-way straight draw, by the way, for Wojtas, with the queen nine working towards the 8.
All right.
Not simply the gutter. 7 on the end.
His two pair is relatively weak. Can't really get called by worse. Hence the check.
Jack. Jack 2.
Jack nothing was enough. Now creeping back toward that 2-to-1 chip lead threshold is Tolerine.
pot.
Place 900,000.
Aces. Raise and take here for Ben. Starting to get a little one-sided again.
It's a slightly more than 2-to-1 chip lead for Tolerine.
You know, the one thing I haven't seen just yet, and I'm not suggesting that we should be expecting it, Randy, is either of these guys taking a moment and feeling like, all right, enough is enough, and then choosing a hand that might not necessarily warrant it, and just trying to take heads-up dynamics and play back, try to steal one, maybe blast their way out.
I think it's pretty tough to do it in this game, just because your opponent can easily have some kind of piece. You can go polarize more and no limit hold'em heads up. The 4 cards a piece, it's quite tough to do it.
Again, with 4 clubs in hand, Wojtaszek finds himself involved. Jack, Jack, deuce, couple of hearts. Tolerine with the flush draw. Wojtaszek hits a 5. Deuce no longer in front. Ben contemplating.
Yeah, it feels like he can shake out even a 5 right now. He's got a decent draw.
This
up
is
against the
full
5.
pot, Randy.
Yeah, I think he wins it. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wheel gutter, 5. Happen to be best, but not at that price. No further interest. Down to 23 bigs. Playable depth. Ben limping. Check back from Wojtaszek with the jacks. Not looking to inflate him at this depth. Overpair on the 9-5-3 board. Bottom set for Tolerine with clubs for dessert.
Oh, that's a beautiful flop for Tolerine. Little club redraw.
600,000.
Instant bet, 600K. Not much for the 2 jacks. Gotta always have some backup. $16.9 million versus 6.3.
Yeah, 600 barrel. Taking it down. And taking Laszlo's stack down, as you just pointed out, to below 17 million. It isn't death, and it isn't 1,000. But there certainly have been some cuts delivered.
Place 900,000.
The double suited properties, making enough to open raise on the button. Basically want inflated pots in position when you've got high equity hands.
Queen 8-4. Pair and a gutter for Wojtaszek. Inside wrap for Tolerine. Check back from Laszlo. Now Ben adds a diamond draw. Nut variety to his arsenal.
Might be able to steal this pot too if he can find a bet.
I mean, he knows he's got good equity provided he isn't up against a boat.
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen?
500,000.
Well, if you're Wojtaszek facing 1.5 with nothing more than a pair of 4s and a gutter,
He's getting cut again.
you can start to feel a little bit of annoyance percolating, perhaps, for Laszlo. Just wants a chance to fight for pots.
Sure.
Afforded the opportunity to play one for free in the big. Tolerine limps. Wojtaszek says yes, please. With queen 7-5-3, which turns into one pair of queens. Tolerine with nines.
Yeah, so on these monotone boards, immediately it's all about bets revolving around flushes. Key blocker here is the 5 of hearts for Tolerine. Blocks some 2 pairs. The 9. Getting called by Laszlo. Non-believer.
Board pairing ace now. Wojtaszek checks it over. A barrel out of Ben here might lack some credibility, Randy, where some of the ace-X composition would have taken it upstairs pre-flop.
Yeah, plus small flushes are supposed to be worried on paired boards.
Check back. Tidy from Ben. 8 of diamonds river. Wonder if a block bet would be a thing here. Wojtaszek instead content to check, but of course this opens the door for Ben to really get aggressive. Turn the 9 into a bluff. Might not sense that it has much showdown.
Queen.
He does.
Good.
Shut it down, however. And once again, keep the profits to a minimum for Laszlo, making it that much more difficult for Wojtaszek.
I mean, he did have to fight quite hard there. Had to check call with just a bare queen, not much else, but he was right. Any pot necessary at this point. He's in the 20 big blind territory.
Pot.
Raise 900,000.
Quick
Pot
call.
declared. Yeah, snappy defense with the double suited 7-6-6-5. So an inflated one pre-flop, 2.1 million. Advantage Tolerine, queen 7-5. Bottom 2 for Wojtaszek. Well in front now. No immediate draws and no pairs for Ben.
Yeah, given it's a raised pot, there's 5.2 back. Laszlo should be willing to put in chips with his hand. It's quite inflated.
700,000.
And we could see Laszlo just raise here. Pot. There we go. Nice hand. Laszlo. Hungry.
Able to shave the extra 700 off of Ben, who got after it a little bit there. Showing us a different look. Didn't want to orphan the 900. That was needed. As Boytosh had slipped below 20 bigs, Randy.
That much needed pot. Toddler seemed a bit unhappy with himself with whether he should have c-bet
You caught that
700K
too?
there.
Yeah. It did seem like he was annoyed, especially given we hadn't really seen him do that. He'd been pretty tidy with respect to the checkbacks, even in inflated ones. And then immediately getting check raised. Maybe feeling a little frustrated by his own decision there. I get the sense that Ben's really hard on himself. And in part, you know, whether you think that this is a healthy disposition or not, I would imagine his success is very much attached to that drive.
Yeah, but you know, every big blind counts, right? Like that was 2.2 big blinds. He bet folded on the flop. It can really just unravel if Laszlo can make a run, you know. You just gotta try to contain the losses as much as you can.
Raise 900,000.
So a lot more raised pots as of late.
The limp from Boytosh being denied by Tolerine with the sort of holding that we wouldn't necessarily anticipate would react this way, and yet perhaps a bit of clairvoyance. It was Boytosh who raised. My apologies. It was limp and then raised from the 2 jacks. Diamond draw, however, with the gut shot and the overpair, checking it over to Ben, who hung tough and has flopped the nuts.
I mean, Laszlo's got quite a good hand. He's got Queen Jack, a gut shot with diamonds, and an overpair.
$1 million plus. Boy, this is a little awkward. Boytosh sticking around, pot growing to over 4 million now. And the 9 of diamonds rolls off, no waiting to give Laszlo the best hand.
That's nice for Laszlo. Clearly grim for Tolerine, doesn't even have a flush blocker. Bigger straights exist now. Jack 7, Queen Jack. Check and hope seems like a good plan.
Five on the end. $3 million plus. And with 2 4-liners on board, a willingness to lead for that price, Tolerine's 10 high straight shriveled in a hurry.
Yeah, didn't he get attached to it? Realizes a lot of flushes in his opponent's range. Straight shouldn't be looking to bet.
Limp pot pre. To be expected out of these holdings. A little bit of interference with one another. Ace, Jack 6. Boytosh pairing
Bet 300,000.
and firing.
Yeah, we've seen Laszlo bet more, I feel, in these smaller spots with, you know, not stellar holdings.
Meaning at a higher frequency, not a higher size.
Yeah, higher frequency, that's right. What's Tellerine got?
Tend to agree with you, by the way. Some aspirations and nothing more, it would seem. Deuce of spades, low yield spot.
Yeah, he just had the wrap around the 6 back doors. First glance would seem like a light peel. Laszlo. That's a cool double barrel with his hand.
1.5. Showing some fight there. The resistance from Tellerine on the flop a little bit unexpected as well. If I'm being honest, neither player really in a spot where you thought chips would get in motion.
I'm beginning to wonder if they heard what you said. Like maybe just press some spots.
It's
and
weird,
all of a
isn't
sudden,
it?
right? Yeah.
Because all of a sudden the last few hands after I mentioned it, taking no credit for it, it's pure coincidence, but we're seeing looks that we've not seen out of both seats.
Yeah, I think this tends to happen a little bit more as the match goes on, as people try to find some adjustments they feel would yield value. It's very fun to watch extended heads-up matches with two of the greatest.
Six-five deuce now. Both players with a pair of fives. Tellerine has spades and a gutter to go with his. Check, check. Heart draw arrives. Ace of hearts becoming a little more relevant. Laszlo still happy to check. Check back from Ben, and in comes the spades.
Ten high flush should be good for a value bet. Laszlo not considering bluffing with his hand with no spade in his holdings. Oh, he didn't even have to drop the chips in. He just mucked.
Rattle, sneeze, make any gesture toward the pot and take it. Well, 44 bigs to 34 bigs. 10 blinds, the gap between Ben Tellerine and Laszlo Boytosh here in the final throws of the $100,000 Pot Limit Omaha main event. Eliminations, Randy Lou here with you. This the third day of play in this one, as Tellerine was amongst the voices lobbying to come back and play tomorrow after 2 grueling days of competition. Largest ever payout in Pot Limit Omaha tournament history. 5-5 ace. Tellerine with the largest hand here. Nut kicker and trips. Simple check back from Boytosh. Second diamond on the board, providing a flush draw.
Yeah, this changes things for Tellerine. It's unreasonable that Laszlo could have an ace. Quick check back on the flop with 2 5s out there. He's gonna go try to protect against the diamonds and the gut shots.
$600 being considered, but that's as far as it goes. See Laszlo bin it. This truly a matchup that gives Pot Limit Omaha enthusiasts and aficionados all that they could ever hope for in terms of legendary entities when it comes to this discipline of poker. absolute nosebleed cash game player. Wojtaszek to this day, Tollerene, certainly rumbled in the online streets himself. Now rumbling with a set of 5s and a wheel gutty. This one limped pre.
Little gut shot for Laszlo. The pair of 8s.
Bet 600,000.
Bet and a call. 600K. Slightly larger, 2/3 pot on the flop.
The peel from Wojtaszek now with 2 8s. Gut shot.
Check.
Maybe allowed to have some ideas about continuing, just given this one was limped pre by Ben, and an ace is somewhat inviting. Granted, backdoor spades are there and he has no spades. Checks it once more. 5s full for Tollerene, nutted at this point.
And somehow he's improved with the 2 5s. More bet.
100,000.
Betting small, trying to invite some big combo draw with the spades to come along.
Aces full of 5s, by the way, for Tollerene, the oversight. Those Hold'em goggles are tough to shed after a couple of full weeks of 2-card action. I remember looking up at the screen momentarily. I actually panicked and asked producer James, why does it show 0% for the pocket 8s? If another ace comes off, we have aces full of 8s. Yeah, but our man has quads, and he has aces full already.
Yeah, you might need to get those eyes checked.
I've
Change the lenses, buddy.
Yeah.
Nine.
Raise 900,000.
9 says Laszlo with a pretty double suited 3 Broadway.
Pot.
Holding repot here from Tollerene with aces and clubs.
Double suited, got a call if you're Laszlo.
Queen 8-5. Couple of hearts. Top pair here for Wojtaszek. 4.65 in the middle. Big investment made.
Pot.
Bet 5,700,000.
I think there's too many chips in the middle.
To go. All in.
Got to go with it.
Yeah, you heard him say, if you're going to pot it, I got to go with it. Moving all in and being shown what you don't want to see. I don't think he expected the king-queen to be good, but it's time as he draws a line in the sand, risking his tournament life.
Can he hit the kickers to make 2 pair?
A $745,000 pay differential between second and first, effectively making this one of the biggest pot limit Omaha sit and goes you've ever seen. On the turn, the beautiful 7 of diamonds. Wojtaszek, queens and 7s, and a diamond draw for dessert. But an ace on the end.
Tollerene felt that. Ace from space.
Top set out of nowhere after it looked like Wojtaszek was going to haul that one in. Instead, relegated to a second place finish, denied his second ever title, which would have been his first in PLO. 1.645 going his way. But for Ben Tollerene, this haul will bring him into $6 million territory on the trip.
Jason.
Kuhn picked up number 11 on the stop, denying Tollerene number 1. And then you see Ben picking up his first. Stephen Chidwick, Seth Davies also there. So incredibly proud of their man. They knew he had it in him, and he showed it. here today. 2.39 million, the largest ever payout to a pot limit Omaha champion. How about it? I don't ever want to play PLO against that guy, Randy, ever.
Yeah, I would say that was just some world-class heads up.
I mean, it gave us everything that we kind of hoped for. All of the PLO people were salivating. From the moment that we punched this final table lineup onto their screens, I think they realized things would be special. So many storylines that we could get to. But of course, first title for Ben Tollerine and the validation that comes with it here at Triton, not to mention the money, that's the focal point.
Yeah, and you saw Jason Kuhn immediately going to Ben Tollerine, congratulating him. Like Ben Tollerine was so close to getting that title in Montenegro, now doing it in PLO in the main event. So huge congratulations to Ben.
Obviously, acknowledgement to Laszlo Bojtas coming in here late to play specifically this part of the program and doing so very profitably. But he and others still have some more PLO to play, as we do have a Turbo Bounty Quattro available to them. That's going to be a one-day. And, of course, for those of you who are going to stick around, which we advise that you do, we're going to bring you coverage of the 50K. But first, we're going to send it down to Henry Kilbane, who is standing by with your Triton champ, Ben Tollerine.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the 100K PLO main event champion, Ben Tollerine. Ben, you just took down your third Triton trophy, a main event title in front of all of your peers and fierce competitors. I just want to ask you right now, how does that all sound to come out in pole position in a record-breaking PLO event?
Feels amazing. The last 10 was quite a ride emotionally. I got turned to maybe 5 or 6 outs or something. So I was kind of preparing to be on 9 bigs or something, and then it just ended. Yeah, it feels incredible.
Now, I want to say, because you are widely regarded by not just the OG generation, but also the newer generation of PLO players as one of the best to have ever played this discipline. And to square off against someone like Laszlo, who you've battled with, I want to say, infinite amount of hands, infinite amount of hours online, in a live environment for a PLO title, Triton main event, how fitting was that to square off against someone who I can only assume you respect and he has the same respect for your game?
It would have been hard to pick someone more suitable to be playing heads up with. A couple years ago, Laszlo beat me for 25 buy-ins and 1,000 hands at 200, 400 anti-PLO. And then we battled a bit more, and I did better. But I've played him a ton, and I have a ton of respect for him, and I'm glad that it was him.
Is there something to be said, because I was speaking with Jason just beforehand, that you guys have battled a lot online. Does it give you a bit of confidence knowing that the person sat across from you is someone who you have experience with playing, and just a little bit more confidence knowing their game style and how to navigate such a high stakes heads up match?
For the heads up, yeah, definitely helpful to have a sense of how he plays. But in the ring game part of it, I didn't know how he was going to approach it. And we had a lot of spots with a couple short stacks, and I was kind of thinking he didn't care that much about keeping pots small, and I just wasn't sure what to do, and I didn't have much clarity in that sense. But once we got heads up, I kind of knew what his game was like.
I mean, that makes sense, right? He's played some of the highest stakes as of you, so maybe putting on pressure in the ring game format. Now, I want to just look over quickly to your right here, mate. You got your best friends here, your closest peers, some of your fiercest competitors. When it comes to a stop like this, where you're just playing the highest stakes consistently under so much pressure in front of the poker world, what does it mean having a team like this that are just part of your support network and can stand here, watching you do what you've done here in Montenegro?
Last year was a very hard year for me, and all of these guys helped me in a very big way, and much appreciation and love for them. They all came through for me big and not an easy time. So it means, yeah.
Much love, boys. And yeah, obviously you came second to your great friend the other day, Jason Kuhn, for 3.5 million. You've just picked up 2.4 million here. You've hauled in over 6 million here in Montenegro. You're going to be going home with the main event trophy and, of course, the custom Triton X Skeleton timepiece as well, which is can only be earned by winning a main event. So I want to introduce Luca Vivaldi with that main event trophy. He's going to be presenting you with a check of 2.4 million. I think it's safe to say, Ben, that Triton's got you hooked, and we're going to be seeing plenty more of you in these tournaments. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, your champion of the 100K PLO main event, Ben Tollerene. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about it? Ben Tollerene taking down the 100K PLO main event, and it feels so fitting that in a record-breaking payout, largest ever prize handed out for first place in a PLO tournament, that it would be none other than Ben 86. Ben Tollerene gets it done.
I mean, what a treat to have a heads-up match there at the end between two, arguably, the greatest PLO players who have come out to Triton and battled it out.
Yeah.
And it's fitting to come down to a 100K main event heads up. And, I mean, you give the edge to whoever took home the trophy that time. Great performance either way, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I love the fact as well that you know that these guys are playing for the 100% of themselves, Kevin. You know, it's like no whispers of a deal, nothing. It's like, listen, we're going to duke it out for an 800K sit and go, basically. Started off, 45 big blinds average. And yeah, Tollerene emerging victorious, not only over Laszlo, but let's just take a quick look at this final table of the 100K PLO main. I mean, Artur Martirosyan, again, the man is just so in form. Another 7-figure payday for him. Jungle Man Dan Dvoris as well, another player in great form recently. Sean Raphael, and of course, Phil Ivey. That's a worthy final table
just tops.
It's just yeah.
If you could handpick 7 to be sitting there, not to overshadow the 7 we'll be watching not long from now, but if you could handpick 7 to battle out for the main, that's a PLO main.
Yeah, I agree. And talking of the 7 that are going to be taking our screens now, it's a special one. I mean, it's got a great mix from an online PLO fan point of view. You just have legends at every corner. Richard Grieco, Dirk Goritze, Martin Dam, Elis Parson. And then, of course, just from a Triton fan point of view, I mean, arguably the man that has done the most for high-stakes poker in the last 10, 15 years, the co-founder, Paul Pua, coming in shortest stack, but I don't know how to explain it, man. I mean, what Triton has become was once upon a time just a dream for this guy. It was like, you know, playing amongst the friends, it's like, you know, let's try and make a tour out of this. And then you fast forward to what it is today, and we just have a lot of gratitude for Paul for the right reasons. And you know that when it comes to these kind of events, it's not about the money, man. Not to you know, shower the prize pool, because obviously we're playing for huge amounts of money, but for him it literally is just like the trophy, and it just means so much to him. So you know, we try and stay impartial in the booth, but it would be cool to see him, you know, at least get to 3-handed.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Paul, Richard, the team have obviously put together such an amazing product here. You can see if you're bringing out that kind of emotion in someone like Ben Tollerene, who we just saw take down a 100K main event, that speaks to the importance of this series to the players, to the community. That speaks to the value of competition that's been brought here. So yeah, let's see a spin up for Boss Paul. Why not?
Why not? We've got an average stack of 35 big blinds. It's Danny Tang, Chip, leading this one. 7 left. He's coming in with 51 bigs. And I'm looking, you know, on his direct left, Elis Parson just 4 big blinds behind.
Yeah.
Potential trouble for Tang, who would have likely preferred another seat draw here, Kev. I mean, he's got a very tough opponent on his left.
Absolutely. That's the matchup I have my eyes on. I mean, Martin Dam at this final table, 3 consecutive PLO final tables for Dam during this series. He's been on the wrong side of that positional battle for the majority of the week. Now, looking across the table from number 1 and number 2 in chips, maybe an opportunity for Martin Dam, unless, you know, if things go Elis's way, it's going to be hard to stop that man.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this one plays out from the beginning. I think, yeah, they're just going to test the waters, see who comes out firing, seeing if it's going to be like an ICM KG kind of FT, as these 7 are going to battle it out for the penultimate title and the 884,000 as we throw it down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, with the final table intro.
This might be the last time on this penultimate event they will do the final table intro, so please allow me a moment to thank everyone that is collaborating into having this beautiful event, Maestral Casino, everybody, the security, the F&B, receptionist, everybody in the Triton family behind the scene doing incredible work, production, the commentators, and also, of course, the players. Thanks to you, we are at the end of this incredible and successful event, so thank you. Without further ado, we're down to a final table of 7 into the 50K. We had 62 entries. Please allow me to introduce you to your final 7. Scene number 1 from the Netherlands with 1.6 million. Please put your hand together for Dirk Haritse.
One of the most famous PLO players to have emerged from the online streets in recent years, Mr. Veni Vidi, with another final table.
In scene number 2 from Austria with 1.6 million, please welcome Clemens Reuter.
The true definition of a PLO grinder. He's here looking for his first title at a Triton series.
Our scene number 3 is from Hong Kong and he has 2.5 million. Please welcome Danny Tang.
Your chip leader, he's done it 5 times and he would love to do it 6. DT looking for another title.
In scene number 5 from Finland with 2.4 million. Please put your hand together for Ellis Parsinen.
The GOAT, one of the GOATs. That's it, that's the intro. Ellis Parsinen.
In scene number 6 from Malaysia with 815,000, boss, Mr. Paul POY.
There aren't many men that have done more for this game that we all love than this man here, looking for his second title, boss Paul POY.
RC number 7 from the UK with 1.4 million. Please welcome Richard Grieco.
This being Richard's 4th cash at the Triton series. Let's see if he can make it his first title.
And last but not least, closing down our final table is seat number 8 from Denmark. Please welcome Martin Dam.
This man is in form, came 2nd in the 25K PLO, already has a title at Triton, looking for his 2nd here in this 50K.
The button has been drawn on Mr. Paul. We still have 10 hands remaining at level 17, 25, 50, 50. I wish you all the very best of luck. Juanma, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Juanma. Shuffle up and deal announced by our tournament director. 10 hands left at Big Blind 50K. Take a look at these chip counts. It's pretty tight at the top. Danny Tang with 51 bigs, Ellis Parsinen with 47, perhaps more importantly, has direct position on DT. And I do wonder how Danny is going to navigate this final table, a spot where he would typically open up and lean. Perhaps going to involve some passiveness due to Parsinen on his left. Martin Dam currently in 3rd with 41 bigs. Mr. Veni Vidi, Dirk Goritze, in 4th with 33. Clemens Reuter just on his tail with 32. Richard Grieco with 29. Boss Paul POY with 16. All guaranteed. $150,000 for their efforts. I've got a funny feeling that the title means more to all 7 of these guys than the money.
I mean, come on, Henry. There's $884,000 at stake here.
No, Kevin. Legacy, my friend. All of these guys have won a lot.
True.
I do think, you know, when it comes to being in the conversation as one of the best PLO players.
I asked him 3 days ago, he also took 1 minute.
I mean, if you don't have a Triton title, then
Practice more often.
can you even make that claim?
31?
You? 二四五傾，唔得，一副花，真係唔識啊！Don't know how to play starting hand even.
Yes.
Tom.
Well, Richard Greco, one of those great PLO players without a Triton title. He's going to kick things off with a limp.
Rainbow
Badoogie.
Jacks.
You go with Rainbow, not Badoogie?
Yeah, Rainbow.
Rainbow, okay.
Rainbow Badoogie.
We'll stay consistent. We'll go Rainbow.
Tomato, tomato.
如果我同你講，我唔理 ICM， 你會唔會滾嘅？
梗係唔滾啦，嗌鬼咩？
我唔理啊。
I was trying to find a suit.
我就係想搏1、2嘅啫。
Sorry.
Yeah, Richard Greco. Only 3 caches. I say only because he's been trying. He's played 10, 13 Triton PLO events. Best cash came in Jeju earlier this year. 3rd place in the 25K for 320,000. And you're a poker fan, Kevin. I'm a poker fan. I think for as long as I can remember from a coaching point of view, Richard's content and videos and coaching material, back when I was studying, and we're going, you know, back a few years now, his name was always the name that was brought up as like, yeah, you know, you want to get good, go and watch this guy's content.
He's the guy, yeah.
He is.
The go-to coach for a long time. Probably coaching before some of these players learn the game.
Yeah, very technically sound. Very technically sound. Elis comes with raise, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this once Danny Tang. Once Danny Tang gets out of the way in any pot.
Yeah,
it's gonna
definitely.
Open the door for Elis.
I will say, though, with stacks as close together as they are, 6th place, having just 5 big blinds less than average, nobody's going to be a pushover.
Benny VD against EEEE 27.
你
Wonder
take
how much they've battled.
揀落咗，冇得嘅。揀到好台哦。
係喎。
Some great questions being asked already. Poker Chat Pro saying Oddsreuter brings out a green apple and chomps on it like a gopher. What does a gopher mean? I probably shouldn't read that out loud.
It's just an animal. You're
Oh,
fine.
okay.
You're safe.
All right.
But it's like evoking the image of like a bucktooth situation, you know? One of those kind of, yeah.
Some people tilted that the PLO main was streamed at a time that they were at work. Well, someone's at work.
Maybe have you considered not working?
That's
there's more important things in life.
I want to add a disclaimer that anything that comes out of Kevin's mouth is
from a place of love.
I was going to say it's Kevin's opinion only and nothing to do with Triton.
That's probably wise.
Well, three-way affair here. Short stack's going to watch on and hopefully see some carnage. Benny with top pair, top kicker, some backdoor potential. And it's completely breaking this one.
Elis in position against both players. It's given this one some thought with nothing more than backdoor hearts and backdoor straight draws.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of small betting from Elis in pots that he's opened. It's really putting pressure on when Boss Paul is sat there on 16 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, part of the challenge at any final table is that you need so much more equity to be willing to raise, commit, get your stack in when you're covered in these spots. I would think this is a much harder proposition in PLO to meet that qualifier, right? Unless we flop trips on this board.
A very fun turn card. Giving Elis a gut shot. Queen high hearts. Some relevant blocker as well now, blocking. I mean, I'm stretching a bit, you know, I'm putting stuff out of thin air, but...
The 6?
Yeah, having the 6 is, you know...
Can't hurt. Gives outs, perhaps? If nothing else.
Elis throwing out a time bank.
How worried are we as Elis that Dirk is going to have trips occasionally and be check jamming turn?
That's a good question. I don't think Dirk has many 5x here, and I do also think that any 5x that he does have probably just has to check call, right? Like, the idea of just getting lone trips in feels a bit dicey.
I mean, denial of equity just so important.
That's true.
In these moments, and it seemed like maybe that's, you know, it could just be a balancing thing, of course, but when Elis takes this long before betting his hand on the turn, which seems like a pretty quality bluff in general, probably crossing his mind, oh, I've got a fair bit of equity. Be a shame to waste.
Terrible turn card for Dirk. I think he just folds this one, yeah. Does not want to be playing a guessing game when it's very evident that Elis is setting up stacks. Danny with a bit of a vicious stare down there. It's just like, really? You've got the chip lead already?
Mm-hmm.
And you're on my left?
Could be a bit of observation as well. You know, some of these top competitors hoping to pick up a little info on the key player. Danny may be sizing up at this final table. Elis is enemy number 1.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought I under the gun. Sorry.
It's all right, boss. It's been a long couple of weeks. Fold out a turn, we'll forgive. Happens to the best of us. I hate it as well when I do it because, you know, when you hold yourself to like high standards, you feel like it's a mistake you shouldn't be making. But fatigue is very real.
Oh yeah.
In these things.
It's kind of inevitable, I think, to get to the point where you just miss something or you're not noticing at the same clarity that you normally would.
Can I get...
Did you hear that interview, Henry? I think it was with Justin Saliba a while ago, where he was talking about putting in trainer reps when he's tired at the end of the night. to prepare exactly for those kind of situations when it's like, you know, day 12. And maybe because I know he made a deep run in the 100K Jeju main event last year.
When you say trainer reps, what are we referring to?
Like running drills online, like going, yeah, like going online and playing like an hour against the bot, or playing an hour of whatever training drills he's got set up for himself that he wants to practice, but doing it deliberately at the end of the day when he's tired.
Wow.
To
That's
kind
pretty
of
sick.
to kind of work on the C game recall, right? Like to just be a little bit sharper when he's tired. I thought that was a pretty cool.
That is cool.
Application of like, you know, athlete mentality.
Yeah.
So you get that in any kind of practice environment for pro sports.
It doesn't surprise me to hear that Justin is one of the guys doing something like that as well. I've got a lot of love for Saliba. There's something about his demeanor, his approach to the game, away from the table. Just one of the nicest guys.
Yeah,
super down to earth. And yeah, I'd like to see Saliba back in the mix at some point. I remember when I first caught wind of him as well at the let's say like the Poker Go tour or something. I was like, okay, like, I'm gonna keep an eye on this kid, because I say kid, he's the same age as me. But you could tell he's hungry for it. He's very hungry for it.
Yeah. I think you have to be to compete in fields like this. Danny. Gonna pass on the light button open. Suited ace, but nothing else. Paul with a pretty one in the big blind, although it's hard to imagine getting action ahead. Giving it thought off this short stack.
Yeah, I think check is always the play here. Picks up an inside wrap. Blocks himself heavily. Does have the best of it currently. Gonna check through as he turns the nuts with the redraw to a straight flush.
And Elis's hand just so bad on this board. No flush blockers, no straight blockers. No chance to improve.
Yeah, boss is gonna want to try and build a pot here. Something like 100K. He's gone smaller. Just feels like he has so much of the board.
Yeah.
No, don't fall.
Hard to have such a big one.
That's an important one. Boss needs to win some of those every orbit or so just to keep up with the rest of the pack. Martin with a very interesting decision here. He's got Elis on the button, he's got Danny in the cutoff, ace, queen, jack, jack, rainbow. He's coming with pot. Ooh la la.
Yeah.
Venny has to be aware of the range of hands that are potting from under the gun when Martin is third in chips with chip leader on the button. It's gonna be a tight range. Ace, queen, jack 10 single. It's close.
Still just feels like too much hand, no?
No, I mean,
wow,
it's
big fold. I mean, you're right. The positions are as bad as they can be, and the price is as bad as it can be.
I think that's the wonderful thing about a final table like this. Is it's a great learning opportunity for a lot of people out there looking to improve their PLO game, that perhaps oftentimes find themselves in the trap of getting too attached to pretty looking hands and then just getting crushed more often than not. Because the range of hands that is potting, obviously here we can see Martin, this is probably bottom.
Yeah.
I think like ace, jack, jack, 7, for example, probably mucks.
Ooh.
Hello.
Big flop for Parsonen.
But yeah, take note, ladies and gents. The ace, queen, jack 10 single fold from Venny.
I'm glad Venny took a little while on that fold as well, because yesterday I feel like Sean Raphael was trying to teach a similar lesson, but he was folding so fast that we could barely see the cards. He just knew the spots. He was like, nope, supposed to fold that one too. Nope, not even close. Gonna fold that one too. Just king, queen, jack 10 single, open folding, cut off or something. I forget exactly what it was, but it was a big fold.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine Martin just has ace, king, king, queen here. Like, you just absolutely, you know, you're dead.
Yeah.
Not dead, but you know what I mean.
That threshold for how much equity we want is so high. Parsonen, though, in the opposite camp, he's got the luxury of playing pots.
Well, this is exactly what I was referring to, right? Is Elis on the button is going to be looking to attack Martin as much as possible.
Yep.
Fun turn card here, 10 of diamonds. Martin picking up Broadway draw. Would be very difficult for Elis to continue here. 7-15 in the middle, depending.
Cheers, thank you, sir.
What Martin comes with. He's going to check it on over. I understand the idea. Try and pot control, get this one to showdown without putting much more money in the middle. And don't get me wrong, Martin can still have traps here, and I think Elis is aware of that.
Yeah, I was thinking it's full rainbow on board. Maybe not expecting a lot of interaction for Parsonen with this wheel draw, so Martin maybe even going to check over some sets or some ace-10 combos.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be really well balanced in this spot. Elis, I think, just has a clear check back. Like, getting check jammed on is just an absolute disaster. He's probably going to kick himself a bit now. Now the 7 of diamonds has rolled off. He's got the stone nuts. The nizzles. I think Martin finds the fold, though, somewhat easily.
Yeah, if we assume Martin, as he does check. I mean, for Parsonen to bluff here, bottom of range hands would have to have missed some very similar draw. Does he even have to take like a bad ace and bluff with it? It's hard to spot the hands that ace-queen can beat here.
475 into 715. Yeah, no nonsense.
Oh, you win every pot, huh? Except one.
We knew this was coming. We knew this was coming. He's going to be involved from the beginning. Try and build a chip lead and then dictates the pace of play from here on out. So hey guys, you wanna get heads up against me? Stay out of my way. Leave me alone, let me do what I'm gonna do. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let you get second place. Oh, the wheels are off. What is it, day 15? I'm breaking the booth.
What have you done?
I dropped something. I don't know what, but something.
It sounded bad. That might be it for Henry, chat.
It's been nice knowing you all. Clemens, similar situation here. It's that middle of the pack, but he has the covering stacks behind him, especially this man's covering stack. Once again, it's getting busy.
Well, you might want to angle your hand away from me.
I have trouble looking at focus. Give me a few more tournaments.
Also very stiff cards.
Yeah.
Very stiff.
I think I'll look at 2 by 2.
Yeah, even people as well versed with live experience as boss. I mean, let's be honest, Kevin, show me someone, in your opinion, that you think has played as many hours as Boss has of live poker, high stakes live poker over the last 50 years. Maybe Robel comes to mind, but
yeah, it's hard to do. You've got to be in the same world, just an everyday cash grinder for your whole life.
Beautiful turn card for Dam. Turning the nuts with the redraw.
You did say live poker, right?
I did, yeah.
You can't count Randy.
No.
Because he's set some records for hands played.
Randy can't even pill 2 live cards. That's how limited his live experience is.
You think he'd be like Sean Raphael the other night, just flashing his cards across the table to anyone who wants to see them.
Is that what was going on, was it?
Yeah, Arthur was telling him from 2 seats over that he could see half his hand.
No way.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
It came up 2 or 3 times. He took it well.
Not surprised to see Martin go big here.
Yeah, it can feel like overkill for the strength of his hand, but you need so much to be betting in this situation, right? Like, the bar is quite high just to open the action. Large bet. Tracks.
Going to Vegas, dear? You going to Vegas?
How many PLO?
They added 100K. 110, 125, 150, 100.
10, 25, 50, 100.
Yep. And the mix 25.
25, half.
Ah, okay.
Just 5? Really? They don't have a couple of 10Ks?
Yeah.
Just one 10K. Other casinos and stuff.
A huge.
Aria has like 6 10Ks, but there's usually it's like 40 entries.
Oh. Tough. Why? So funny. And the rack is very low, right?
Okay.
No rack at all.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if you buy in on time.
Why nobody play? I think everybody play other.
Surprisingly
WS.
okay. Last time I went.
PokerGo doesn't do 10K daily anymore?
Yeah, it's in PokerGo Studio.
Oh, you mean Aria? Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, why is that, Kev? Why isn't PLO as popular stateside, do you think?
It's getting there. It's definitely getting there quick. I mean, there's full PLO series happening. Texas, Vegas, a couple times a year each. But, I mean, Hold'em tournaments are certainly alive and well in the States. Still a ton of demand for those. Seems to be growing everywhere, I think. Records will continue to be broken for field size, top prizes over the next few years.
It's a bit of a loose open here from Danny. IMO.
Yeah, it does look, you know, maybe after a quiet start to the final table, just take the first opportunity.
That's what it feels like.
Kind of situation.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, I am here. Start of FT, chip leader. Queen 6-6.
How much is
That's
in
the big blind range.
Thank you.
Still with a healthy advantage over Dirk in the big blind. No reason to slow down.
In terms of overpair range advantage, this feels like
no,
a very dicey.
chip advantage, chip advantage. But
okay.
yeah, just like the dynamic of difficulty to find continues and check raises with light hands on a board like that.
Agreed.
Just kind of like anytime your hand doesn't see a path to winning at showdown clearly, it seems quite reasonable to just bet and take it in that chip position.
Heartbook Radio saying, I hope there's a Triton Cash Game series next, so we don't have to wait too long for the next series. Yeah, I know. Obviously our summer hiatus, something we're kind of used to, just because there's so much going on and we want players to enjoy, you know, summertime with the family and whatnot. Same goes for all of our staff and crew. Four series a year. Plus, you know, a cash game invitational here and there. Yeah, make sure you're following us on socials. Keep up to date if we do make a spontaneous announcement. That'd be the best way to find out. That cash game series last year it's pretty cool. I don't know anything, and if I did know something, probably wouldn't tell you. Get myself in trouble for leaking stuff.
嗰啲時間咧，要
自己 set 咯，自己得閒咪同佢講1個鐘，得閒同佢講1個鐘。
NVIDIA's going to
可
commit.
以呢度唔係呢度。
Ace King 10-3 single suited.
我咪影低幅相之後 send 俾佢。
Don't know Elis's fourth card, but it's hard to think of one that would be able to deal with this.
Dirk Diggler, baby. Benny VD.
800蚊
3-bet through.
不過打咁大，我覺得冇所謂。
I mean, that's the man to pick on, right? Elis, he knows he's going to be opening wide. Pushing everyone around. Gets one through as the blinds go up to 30k, 60k. Deepak saying is Dirk Venividi. Yes. And that is Elis Parston as well. EEE27. We got Imba Jimba at the table. Martin Dam, of course. What's Richard's screen name? How do I not know this?
I've also just seen him as Richard so often.
Jesus.
If you can't think of it, I'm sure the internet can help.
你睇到啊？
One card, yeah, one card.
It's so obvious as well.
I saw 3 of hearts.
Don't tell us, Chad. He'll think of it.
I thought it was a 3 of spades. I don't know.
Oh, you saw one too?
Yeah.
Even you can see
from there.
You folded pocket 3s.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So you fold the pocket
I forgot the suit.
Someone's going to say it as well. I'm going to kick myself.
Oh, the cuts stuck together.
你將佢咁樣排，咁樣排，即係咁樣一上嚟就睇到晒咯。啊！
Danny's got aces against the button limp of NEVD.
Spot.
Call.
Call announced. Just 2 times the pot behind. Benny's diamonds are covered. Does have the spades live. That one's all Danny.
Yeah, a little top set. I'm finding it. I think it's a Pug Sneeze 129. That's what I'm finding online.
That just doesn't even sound familiar. You sure that's it?
I don't know. It might be made up.
No.
Oh, I'm So Good's in the chat saying it's Rack on Tour. That is right. Thank you, I'm So Good.
There you go.
Not the flop that I was looking for, Danny.
When are we going to see you here, Mr. I'm So Good? Come and pick up a couple of Triton titles. Come and play in some of the
He's too
Ice Age
good.
cash games. That would be cool to see. See him here, IRL. Take down a Triton or two.
I heard rumors he's too busy playing Berry Sweet at unlimited stakes. Just
Fair.
play money on the internet, you know?
That's fair. What, are they playing like 5k, 10k?
No, I
think it might have been
yellow people are nicer.
2k, 4k, but
yeah, it's more relaxed.
something huge.
Yeah, we asked you. I don't know how.
How much is the pot?
I don't know how detailed you guys answer me, but you guys at least don't.
Oh, no gatekeeping, you mean? Like we try to.
Yeah,
say what's-
you understand. We come and give back. You know. You know, we participate. You know.
Paul starts this one out. 3 blinds of his 14.
This is pretty dicey. We'll try suit into the chip leader's big blind. Pretty dicey.
Ace, King, Jack nonetheless on the short stack.
Thank you.
Thank you, he says as they go to a flop. Parsonen.
Don't forward.
4 live cards.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Oh, especially if Elis just leads. I think he's thrilled about it. Could be cooked. If he can just get like black kings to fold. I honestly don't know in Boss's shoes. I mean, it's just so difficult to improve. You know you're going to be up against a hand like this that has this much equity against you. No backdoor. Could be super cooked. Could just be up against like ace, jack of diamonds.
You don't think a hand that strong starts with check more often than not?
At this SPR, yeah, I guess.
It is typical for the very strongest hands to not bother stealing the lead, just check and allow a c-bet from something weaker. do think it's hard for, I mean, obviously, Parsonen always has good equity when he takes this line. Could also just have, like, maybe dry 2-pair, you think? Deny some equity there. I assume you don't always want to have bluffs, although sometimes that does happen for chip leader spots.
550, right? 450.
So just a flat. It's an interesting one if the plan is to escape on diamonds that don't give him a redraw.
Wow.
Well, now we go.
Now we go. And now we're in big trouble. 10, king, ace, jack needed. 1.7 million chip pot.
Flop 我大喎，嗬。
係你大。
You have diamond? I won.
黑土煙。
Boss is in trouble. Needs some help from the deck. He's going to stay alive in this 50k PLO on the hunt for his second title. That is GG's. Well played, sir. Took a dicey spot pre-flop, wanted to build a bit of a stack, put himself in with a good chance of actually going on to win this one rather than just looking for ladders. Here's going to be our first casualty at this FT. Majority of the money went in on the flop when he had the best of it. Just running into the steamroller. That is Elias Parsonen.
Hard to stop him. Playing great, running great. It's an unfair combination. I do like the way Paul played that one in the end, though. Gave himself an out and just wasn't presented the opportunity.
He's going to head to collect $150,000. But you know when it comes to this man, it's just not about the money. It's about the trophies. It means so much to him. He's built this tour up to what it is today. 47th cash for Paul on the Triton Super High Roller Series tour. And then we were down to 6. With that departure, a bit of pressure released. 190k now guaranteed. These final 6. Ice creams are getting passed around to the share hands crew. I mean,
was just noticing that.
What's going on? No ice cream for the commentators. Wow, they're eating it right in front of us as well. I mean,
direct eye contact and everything.
I think one of them just cussed you out, Kev.
Now they're filming it to put it on social. This is too much.
Unbelievable. Did someone get ice cream delivered to the commentary booth at the Maestral Casino Resort? Any one of the thousands of viewers? Be much appreciated. I once put out a request like that at the WSOP. I was starving in the booth. It'd been like a 15-hour day.
Yeah.
And I requested a slice of pizza, or some pizza. This was back when I didn't really take care of my health.
Yeah.
And no word of a lie, 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the booth door. Just some legend watching the stream had gone to the buffet, picked up like 3 or 4 slices of pizza.
That's so good.
That was pretty strong. But yeah, ice cream, table one. Venny with the limp jam. Danny with a hand that would have done well as an over limp.
Yeah, put into a pretty dicey spot here after the raise, right? Little too middle of range.
Yeah. He's going to make the call, and I'll tell you what, you do not want to double Venny up. But that is looking very likely here, as Danny has come with raise call.
These are spots where, in the no limit final tables, we've seen a lot of players starting to like check down or seek the opportunity to check down with those last couple of blinds in Dirk's spot. Haven't seen it yet in PLO. Oh boy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sometimes you just know.
Don't think Danny would have allowed a check down anyways after this flop.
Ooh. No sweat.
Little sweat.
That's brutal.
Backdoor diamonds. Backdoor Broadway.
But 95% of the chips in with the best of it. Fortune favors the brave, though. Danny made the calls. Flop top set. 2 cards to come. Venny drawing to 2 outs once. Can Dirk find a cowboy? No, he can't.
Good game, guys.
Thank you.
That's PLO. Is it not? Just haven't had this chance to say short deck law
PLO,
this
baby.
trip, and that's the closest I got for this one.
Yeah, it's a rough one. GG's, Mr. Goritze. One of the, just a legend. Real legend, does a ton of stuff for charities worldwide, donating, I want to say, the better part of 150,000 of his cash game winnings last year to really incredible causes. It's about the trophies and the accolades and the competitive nature of the game that keeps him showing up. It's impressive on the table and away from it. I know we're going to be seeing more of him in, well, the 30K, and then of course in Jeju as well. Won't be long till he picks up his first title, but for now, 6th place will have to do. GG's, Dirk. So, a couple of eliminations. Down to 5, all guaranteed, 245,000. And yes, players can buy them with Bitcoin. We accept USDT, Bitcoin, USDC, cash, money. Pull up with a duffel bag, we'll count it. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Don't quote me on that. I'll count it.
Wasn't given that option when I played last year. For what it's worth.
I'm waiting for someone to pull up with a wheelbarrow of 1-cent coins to reg the 100K. And they will promptly be met with a right boot to the chin.
Where are they going to bring that in from?
I don't know, man.
Like the cargo fees on... I spent a lot of effort trying to keep my luggage under 50 pounds, you know?
Have you never seen those videos of like someone rocking up to deposit just like a wheelbarrow's worth of coins before?
No.
I don't know, like someone that owns like a vending machine or something, or
a vending machine that accepts pennies. Maybe.
Definitely play all
Wait,
the
what?
supposedly have to play events, and then I'll
Talking about
see
a
how I
1
feel
cent
when I wake up.
wheelbarrow.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna show you because I've seen. I mean, maybe I'm just in the weird corners
Definitely
of the
not like
internet.
10 a.m. out there grind.
No doubt.
Casino to casino, no.
$1 coin deposits.
I do feel like there's always a video circulating poker Twitter or reel
Okay,
of someone buying into the 250K every summer just in cash because, you know, why not flex the 250K in cash?
This guy saved pennies for 45 years, then he cashed them in. 11 million views on YouTube.
Okay.
$5,136.14. That seems like a waste of 45 years, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
actually, that's pretty sick. Like you just
The interest he could have gotten on that by investing in the S&P. I think 1 penny would have been worth 5K by now.
Yeah, from 45 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I don't know, 7 generations of wealth accumulation.
Sounds about right.
What is that, like is that the Ice Age? Or the Stone Age? I always get those mixed up.
US man pays tax bill using 5 wheelbarrows of coins. The disgruntled businessman used 300,000 coins worth $3,000 to pay his car sales tax bill. That sounds pretty petty, not gonna lie. Grow up.
Good point from JG. Imagine if that penny was invested in Bitcoin in 2009. Ooh.
That's scary to think, yeah. And by that point as well, that's only, what, 15 years ago. So it's probably safe to assume
I think it's more
15 years ago, out of that $5,200, he had like 3,000 saved, 3,300.
We don't really grab a cocktail
Sure.
and just lay on the beach.
Just based on the math. And he could have, it would have been worth about 18 trillion today based on the numbers that JG's putting in the chat.
Yeah. Probably could have just controlled the whole supply.
Yeah, he does sound like a bit of a hoarder, that guy. So yeah, he probably would have just had the most insane diamond hands.
I wonder if the plan was to see if pennies would become a scarce commodity and just have a stockpile of the most valuable currency on Earth.
180.
Didn't pan out though, so then he cashed out for 5 grand.
How much is that? Thank you.
Well, back to the action.
Yeah.
We got a limp check pot. Blind versus blind. Reuter flopping top 2. He's going to charge. Danny with the deuce and the weak flush draw. Feels continuable.
For sure. Not thrilled about it though. 5-handed, wide ranges. Turns the best hand. Curious to see how Clemens approaches this 3-pair situation. It's nice to bet small again and try and fold out some like straight draws that have equity against your 2-pair. And also you obviously have outs if your opponent does have a flush. Against the large size on the flop though, curious to see how the Austrian proceeds in this one.
Yeah, you would think after full pot, a big part of Danny's continuing range is flush draws that have now made a flush. But some of those Jack 10s, King Jack 9, King 10 9, these kind of hands.
I really like this from Clemens.
Yeah.
This is a great bet. Yeah, unfortunate. Be running into it, but should never get jammed on here. Really just setting the price himself, and also, you know, a lot of good things can happen. You can just generate folds right now from hands that have equity against your 3-pair.
I mean, you say you never get raised, but it's a little interesting to me. If Danny thinks a lot of the suited aces would raise pre instead of limp off the short stack. While it does look like he's coming with call, he looks suspicious of this, right? Thought maybe there's a chance. Could piece together this is more sets in 2 pairs than not.
880 in the middle. Clemens with 725 back. Danny's on quite the spin.
Now with Jack-10 completing, just full shutdown. No path to winning this hand for Reuter.
Agreed.
I mean, especially against the flush, but just in general, feels like the plan now is to check fold.
Danny deep in the tanker. I mean, once he faces check, I think he can look to extract some value. Unless he just thinks it's like traps or air.
I think
and
also
nothing in
maybe
between.
considering size, right? Like in these ICM spots, he's now presumably going to be chip leader by a reasonable margin. Clemen's going to be shortest. He doesn't mind keeping it that way, but he also might have been thinking about betting like half pot on the end to give the option to call and not bust the tournament and create a good future game situation for his stack. That would have maybe been my favorite option on the end there. Like bet something but don't put him in.
Probably means I should bet. After I check, you table.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's more than fine. Be one to plug into GTO Wizard
when they release PLO.
When they release PLO, the #1 learning app for poker players, and of course, talking about the wizards of the world, GTO Wizards. Beat the best, crush the rest. Head on over to our socials, Instagram, X. Ton of free value. Win yourself that free 1-year subscription. Upgrade your poker skill set. Become a crusher. And then hopefully we'll see you rocking up to one of these one day. Clint Hartzum saying 275 tons is the weight of $100K in pennies. Thanks for that, Clint. That's a fun fact that I'm going to break out at a dinner party once. Be like, hey guys, if you had to guess the tonnage of $100K in pennies, how much do you think it is? I'm just going to know the answer, 275.
It's a good one for Lauden, thanks.
It's a great one for Lauden, thanks, yeah.
Danny just on a tear right now. Small pot, of course. Going to be hard to turn this into anything more than the 3 big blinds that it is.
Danny getting tricky. Sliding it on over to Elis. Praying that Parsonen takes a stab at this. Got to do the betting yourself, mate. Especially once it's gone check. On 2 occasions.
Some weak ace-x hands, perhaps, in Parsonen's range that we can extract from on the end.
Just north of 1 big. No pair. It's the muck.
You laugh. Elis raised his cards like this just for me and Richard to see.
The hand was laughable or what?
No, it was just very.
Laughable on the river. Laugh at your best on the river. So bad, so I mean, you can't stand that.
Very indiscreet.
One day.
I'll get behind some final table needles.
Fold.
What tea is that? Berry tea?
Yeah, red berries.
Very sweet tea.
Get him out of here. The PLO man.
Yeah, I do love it when...
Has he ever been seen? Or is he just a name on a screen?
That's a good question, actually.
Legendary name, nonetheless.
Yeah, just get the boys show up and battling with Linus. I mean, Linus was here. Well, I think, was Prodigy here earlier this trip as well, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah.
He fired a tournament or two, no cashes.
Yeah, probably trying to sneak his way into some cash games.
I think he played some cash, yeah.
That's some big boy cash running. Pop control on the flop from Richard, and wouldn't surprise me to see some on the turn. Elis, pair, gut shot. Comes out with a full pot-sized turn bet.
Quite wide ranges in the limp check pots. Hard to imagine this one hitting the muck. Enough chips behind for Gryko that he can't be put at risk in this hand, unless he chooses.
I mean, Elis has showdown. 3s and 7s, ace kicker.
Yeah, when all the straight draws miss.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of 4, 5, 6. I mean, the question is whether or not Richard would allow you to show this hand down if he did get to the river with like 4, 5, 6. Not mandatory that you'd have to bluff those.
Does he check many stronger hands than ace-10 here? We worried about the overpairs that slow down on the end.
Yeah, maybe at some frequency, but how many of those bet full pot on the turn?
And limp pre.
Yeah, exactly.
Specifically like bad queens or whatever. Kings have some straight interaction as well. Richard piecing together these things to see if it's worth seeking value, but no, just showdown.
Important pickup there for Gryko. Catching up with Martin Dam. Clemens Reuter now the obvious short stack. Bang Tang. Chip leader coming into this FT. Still the case here with 5 left. He's got 79 bigs. Elis has 60. Martin has 29. Richard has 27. And Clemens is sat on 12. Dak asking what happened in the 100K. I'll tell you what happened. B-Tech, Ben 86. Mr. Tolerine himself, that's what happened. No deals, no swaps. You just rock up 100K of your own money, you click the buy-in button. 3 days later, you're champion in a main event. Came to Montenegro and backed up the truck. Clemens looking to back up the truck here.
Martin Dam in the big blind with double suited kings.
This is as cold as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. This is as cold as it gets. Ace, king, king, 9 double against ace, ace, queen, 8. Clemens,
Hearts too.
70% favorite, but we've seen the bigger pair downed already so far today.
Scam announced.
Sorry
Nachito
not to hear it. It's been in your ear before this.
would be calling this a scam. Still 5 cards to come. Hold on to your socks, boys. Ooh.
Queen of
What we
diamonds.
got going on here? Okay, little Jack 9-8. Reuter with the straight draw and the best of it. Martin looking for a king or a 9. Now add diamonds. It's never easy, is it? Has more equity with 1 to come than he did pre-flop. Oh. What is going on at this FT? Sick game. We're down to 4. Martin Dam getting lucky against Clemens Reuter. GG's Clemens. He's been really fun to watch at this Triton series. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this young man picking up a Triton trophy. He's going to head to collect his 9th cash of his Triton career, 245,000. Another deep run here for him. Came 10th in the 150K, 332,000. Picked up a cash in the 50K 8 max. And now a series best finish right at the end. 5th place for 245,000. Not bad for someone that's only been joining us since Jeju 2024. And then there were 4. Average stack of 52 big blinds. We may be 4-handed for a while.
Danny with a real one here, blind versus blind. Martin Dam once again finding himself out of position to the chip leader. Deep in a PLO event. Taking a second to note the updated stacks after that elimination. Always good to get your bearings straight when the chips have moved around significantly. Oh, and how about this? A limp 3-bet bluff from Martin. Do we call them 3-bet bluffs in PLO? I mean, he's got 35%. He's got a suited ace, but it's obviously not with the intent of being all in and at risk.
I know what you mean, yeah. Yeah, Danny wants to proceed here.
Pretty big hand. We've seen Danny willing to get entangled in these spots. But he's got to know that calling the most attractive way to proceed. If we repot, we clearly just get it in bad.
Agreed. Especially against third and chips, who started the hand 42 big blinds deep. 1.1 in the middle.
This. Advantage Martin. We would think.
Yeah, 8-8-4.
If he has the aces or kings that he's representing, gonna feel pretty okay with this board. Has hearts, but not good ones. He goes with it.
Some big pot poker being played.
Backdoor clubs as well. Martin willing to deal with the possibility that he's running into kings or queens with some kind of equity. It's a rough spot for Danny. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's got no backdoor equity whatsoever. Just playing a guessing game as to whether or not your queens are good. You could just be super cooked here again. Against aces or kings, maybe queens with hearts, just getting free rolled. Lets it go. That is a huge pickup for Martin. Up to 3.1 million. Closing in on Elis in second.
2.
Nice find there from Martin. Not everyone going to put together elaborate pre-flop bluffs, especially covered. Of course, fortunate to flop some equity. Be able to take the spot, but...
Nice find by you as well, mate.
Not easy.
Really nice find by you.
What did I find?
You invoked the bearing straight in conversation. And it worked. Props from Kelly Allen saying, well done, mate.
Okay.
Do you think you could swim it?
Oh.
No?
The whole thing.
The bearing straight, yeah. Do you think you could swim it?
I'm not sure I could swim the pool and the spa here without coming up a few times, taking a break, standing.
Average depth.
So I'm going to go with no.
30 to 50 meters. It's pretty deep, but for the not that deep. Yeah, I reckon you could swim it, mate. Alaska to Russia.
Did you just say 30 meters?
Yeah, I've been on dives deeper than that.
Yeah, but you asked if I could swim it, like alone, without the equipment. 30 meters is deep. I'm like
I'm not asking
1.5 meters
down.
tall.
I'm asking you to swim across. I'm not saying swim down to the seabed and then swim it.
Yeah, I got that.
Well, that's what you're making it out to sound like.
Just saying it's not that deep. It's like, I'm never coming up from there.
I have.
Okay. Weird flex, but well done.
Thanks.
Not literally there, though, right? That's not. Doesn't seem like a premier diving destination.
No, the water, the visibility is probably super low as well. I do want to... Can someone tell me how long the distance is? I think we might have a little prop bet going here, Kev. Give you 1 year to prepare.
Might take me 1 year to prepare just to get myself there.
finding out, courtesy of producer James, that maybe the prop bet's off faster than it was ever on for. 82 kilometers. It's min width. Yeah, I reckon 6 months, Kevin. You bang that out.
I mean, if there is a prop, I like what Poker Chat Pro is getting at. Can we just do the equivalent distance at the water park in Jeju? Like, just calculate how many back and forths I need to do in the kids' pool to get to 87 kilometers. I'll figure it out.
It won't feel as rewarding. You know?
Anything good?
Too good, probably.
No, it won't feel rewarding at all.
But it will, you know, if you outswim polar bears and leopard seals and yeah, up in the Arctic, baby. I mean, there's polar bears up there.
Okay, I'm just out. No bet.
134 kilometers. I had a friend that swam from Phuket to Phi Phi Island and back for charity. I think that was like...
That's pretty wild.
That was, yeah. That was strong. Hang on, let me see.
I barely survived the speedboat ride. Felt nauseous by the time I got there.
45.3 kilometers distance from Phuket to Phi Phi Island.
Yeah.
So to do it there and back, that's 90. So he's done the equivalent, Kev. It can be done.
By a different human in a different location. I believe it.
We'll check out that water park in Jeju. See if we can make something happen. Nothing happening here. Got to four-handed pretty quickly, courtesy of, well, some unfortunate runouts for those eliminated.
This PLO final here has been way deeper than usual. Like the structure is same, but feels like the average stats on the final day.
Because they roll back to final table now.
Oh, it's because of that.
Yeah. So better player experience.
Way better.
Yeah.
Especially on the
also
PLO.
way better for the good players.
Yeah, I agree.
Be happy about that.
I'm gonna try to vote to get that cancelled. Because yeah, like let's say any VIP makes it to the final table, it's probably bad for them, right? Yeah. And you want to protect
even
them.
for their playing experience, I think it will be good.
I agree with Elis. I think this has been the conversation with Boss Paul and
I get
CEO Andy.
I totally get what you're saying.
You probably want to protect the VIP because if they stop playing,
I still think like those VIPs want to play little deeper than 10 or 15 different goals, most of them.
no, but at least they can get lucky.
Yeah, but
When it's 50, when it's 50 blinds deep, they don't get lucky that easily. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
You need pure setup. If it's 15 or 20, you only need pocket sevens against ace queen O. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear it.
Do you think their EV or their playing experience is more important? Like the enjoyment? Even if it's bad for them EV-wise, they might enjoy it more if it's like 20, 30 BB. Isn't that more important?
I don't think they enjoy it more. I can't see them enjoying it more.
Seems like a reasonable point.
Which part?
What Martin just brought up.
No, agreed. That is
the
literally
playing experience, even if it's not like
yeah,
by the numbers.
That's the argument from
a better outcome
from our CEO.
Just
and
extra play, extra hands.
Our tournament director. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll continue to take in feedback from all the players. Ball. backgrounds and motivations and just keep on improving it.
Yeah, sure. 30, 40 bigs deep, the pros are obviously winning a lot against the VIPs, but the VIPs don't want to make it to a final table and then it's just a shove fest.
Yeah.
Right, 10 to 20 bigs. They want to see flops and actually play some poker.
Yeah.
I think what Martin's saying, what Edis is saying is on point with what Luca Vivaldi and Andy Wong have been saying. It's the reason they introduced it. The overall player experience is what matters the most.
You still fold the coolest, you know. The way he just pitches him. The way he pitches the cards, you're like...
Coolest picture.
Yeah, 100%.
We talked about Stevie having the best fold mechanics in No Limit. Who's got the best in PLO, you think?
Elis.
It's this man here, best folder in PLO.
Have you noticed we changed the clock to a number of hands as well? So people can't stall and shit.
That's the That's good. That's so good.
You haven't noticed?
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah. I just told yesterday someone.
It's really nice, I think.
Yeah.
We're the best, man.
It makes the playing experience so much better.
But I think you should, for heads up, it's still 13 hands. I think for heads up, it should go up to like 20 hands maybe, or 21 hands. Heads up goes way faster, right?
I don't know. Maybe something we'll think about.
240.
Richard's got 16 bigs. Ooh. Okay, we're going to see 3, that's for sure. Question is it going to be for this price? I think so. I mean, Queen 10, 8-7. A couple of gaps in there. Non-nutted suits. We just call. We start the hand, 16 deep. Martin's done a fantastic job at fighting his way back into this one. I mean, he's really closed the gap on Elis and Tang. He's going to say run it, try and take it down right here, right now. He's happy with the amount of equity that he would have.
Kings.
Against the hand that stacks off.
I'm blocked.
Here we go.
Damn, I got bluffed, didn't I?
It begins that way.
I definitely got bluffed.
Martin just said cheerio
Nice
to
jack.
Richard.
Are you offended?
No. Oh, what's going on here? Bottom 2
Is it?
and an open ender.
No, that's way better, no? Is it not?
Well, I think I'm slightly ahead.
Really?
No.
Slightly more.
Pure flip with one card to come.
Oh, yeah, 'cause it's
9, 5, 10, 3, king, diamond needed. That's 20 outs. Going to the river, and there is a cowboy. Just when things were looking good for Martin Dam. Practically tied himself at the top of the chip counts. He's now going to double up. That's the Gryko.
Overplayer.
Even when you're
1.2 exactly?
It's the best hand. I mean, you have to pay it like 40.
Man down. Producer James Dempsey is just, oh no. Oh, he's limping. That's the worst feeling ever, isn't it? When you accidentally elbow something. Or no, okay, let's rank them in order. Unexpectedly elbowing something, unexpectedly kneeing something, or accidentally stubbing your toe on something.
Oh, God.
He had negative.
From worst?
From worst.
To least bad.
Least bad, yeah.
The toe is the worst. Elbow number 2. Knee number 3.
It's close.
What do you think?
I feel like I've had some really close calls with toe stubs recently where the initial impact has sent chills down my spine. I'm like, wow, okay, like I could just have a broken toe, and then it very quickly sets in. It's like, okay, you got let off lightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been as bad as I thought it would be. Elbow, yeah, elbow's horrible.
Elbow's rough.
Elbow is rough.
It's more delicate than the knees. The knees can do some damage to whatever you've run into.
I don't know, man. Have you ever trained Muay Thai?
No, actually. That might change my perspective.
Knees and elbows, pretty deadly. Dan saying shin is worst. Yeah, toe is worst by far. Marcus in the chat saying, I literally broke my toe stubbing it 3 weeks ago. GG's, mate.
Unlucky.
Thank you.
So 4 left here. Trico playing 34 bigs. Let's see off that double up. How about this final table, by the way? 7 different nationalities represented here. Neelis Parsonen already has a title to his name. Picked up the PLO main in Monte Carlo. I think it was Monte Carlo. Don't quote me on that, chat. I vaguely remember him playing until late, early hours of the morning. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
And I
100K PLO main.
Santa had a lot of fun as well. Poseidon too, but he got really bad beat a couple of times.
Holy shit.
Yeah, natural. Yeah.
He had like 4 hands in a row where he busted out to like 1 outer or...
Yeah, it's brutal. Brutal.
Never ever seen anything like that. Just day before he busted for his show.
Exactly.
Not to drawing dead. Okay.
Sorry for randomly laughing out, but many walks of life. I can't read that one out, but the answer would be it's up there. Probably ranked number 1. Bottom 2 for Danny with a gut shot. Elis with potential continue here in position. Rainbow flop. Drawing to the nuts. Here we go.
Yeah, was getting quite a good price in position to start this one, but 3 of clubs as blank as it comes for Parsonen. See if Danny gives him a chance. Yeah. Checking over now with the 2 pair. And gut shot, no clubs for Danny. Seems like a good spot to check and hope to get some weaker hands to put money in.
I don't think so.
Not trying to overplay this one.
I actually think we're just checking to try and get this to showdown, and we're actually really uncomfortable against big bet.
On turn or?
Yeah, on turn.
Yeah.
Like on turn, we're just hoping it goes check. Like we're not looking to put more money in. A middle 2 pair. PLO.
2 pair.
Elis
just gives it up.
Ian Sheriff said, I was electrocuted by 370,000 volts when I was 7. I'm not sure if it hurt. I was in the hospital for 1 month, probably worse than stubbing a toe. Alright, well, seeing as we're playing that game, I had a high-speed head-on motorcycle accident 2 years ago.
It's not a competition. but
apparently it is. It's,
go ahead
you
and tell
know,
the story. It's
worse than stubbing a toe.
Valuable one.
Like a rocket into another bike. Took air, got some decent air time. Felt like Tony Hawk, actually. You know, when he just gets those high jumps off a ramp. Except I met concrete and tarmac on the other end. Not sure if it hurt, but it's definitely worse than stubbing a toe.
Not sure if it hurt is an interesting way of
It's so funny.
describing that.
I remember after realizing I wasn't dead,
5 more.
you kind of come around, you're like, okay, all right, I think I'm
185,
alive.
yeah.
And then you do like a scan of your body, and because the adrenaline is just through the roof, obviously, you're like, okay, yeah, head feels good, neck feels good, back feels good. All right, time to get up. And then it's when you try getting up that your body's then like, hang on, mate, you've got enough, you got a few broken bones here. Sit back down.
Yeah.
That's when the sharp pains kick in. That was fun times. Fun times out in Thailand. Shout out to my helmet for saving my life. 1010, do recommend.
Always important.
You'd be surprised, Kev. There are a few people on tour who I won't name that are friends of ours.
I've seen
that ride around Thailand without helmets on.
Yeah. Irresponsible, to
You
say
would-
the least.
Yeah, and you would think after my accident that they'd think, well, you know,
480.
it can happen to Henry.
I don't know why I made it 185. I thought it was still 60.
Interesting.
How did you want to make it?
Little
would've
check
made it
raise
bigger at
here
least.
from Richard.
Yeah, nice find from Gryko.
5K more.
Little single club and boat blocker. Takes it down on the paired board.
I'm glad you're well too, Ian. Thank you. Yeah, we need to get
Oh my goodness.
We need to get Kevin to have his own near-death experience.
Is that a...
I wish I could recommend it to everyone. Like, you know, I don't wish it on anyone, but it's one of those things where,
like, if you could safely administer it in a
Mm.
hospital setting.
Mm.
I'm just hoping that's what you're getting at. Not the let's just all spin the wheel and take a 50-50 crack at death.
I mean, when you come out on the other side, my friend, life is life's pretty cool. Was it Confucius said?
Before or after?
I don't know why you're laughing.
Finishes
When Confucius
before
said,
the tournament closes
you have
or
2
after?
lives.
When does it close?
Your second one begins when you realize you only have 1.
Okay, you gave us a real
Is
quote this time. I
level
respect
10 or
it.
8?
7:30, 7:35.
Probably still wasn't
How many hours
Confucius.
until
It was Confucius. I'm telling you now. Dude, Google it.
20 from now?
Yeah, impossible.
Oh, no way.
Impossible. Unless.
Have to bust fast. Get me out of here, Danny. I need to defend my title.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you. Famous quote, we have 2 lives and the second begins when we realize we only have 1, is attributed to Confucius. It suggests that true living begins when we acknowledge the finite nature of our time and start to prioritize and make the most of our experiences. The viewers getting much more than they bargained for when they tuned into today's stream.
Well, hopefully you were prepared, Henry, for all the love that you were going to get from the chat after you share that story. Not the first time, of course, but, you know, maybe the first time for some hearing it. We're glad you're here and doing well.
Thank you, mate.
We're excited to have Henry in the booth, living life.
I know where Kevin lives. I don't know why I just said that out loud. Should keep my intrusive thoughts to myself. Kev, we're sharing the same ride to the airport, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like somewhere we got our lines crossed.
I know.
This exchange.
No, it's producer James. He's in my headpiece saying that you're firing shots. I know you're not. Ellis with the best of it. Most of the money went in pre. Check, check on the 5-3 deuce. This is cutoff versus button. Check it on over once more, Elis. Try and get Richard to stab, although ace king. I mean, if we get check two for a third time, we know ace king's never good. Elis with sub 20% on the river. Yeah, he's just going to get out of there.
Not a lot of unpaired bluff catching happening in this game, we would imagine. Maybe one of the setups. Richard gave it at least half a second of thought.
Snack saying, is it Omaha left for the remaining games? It is. Main focus being this 50k, of course. Bet number 16 with 884,000 up top. Everyone guaranteed 310k right now. We've got Danny Tang looking for his 6th title. Martin Dam and
I didn't see.
Elis Parsonen looking
if I got an upgrade
for their 2nd
You have 4 cards?
PLO title.
Okay.
Mr. Greco looking for his 1st. And then, yeah, we're picking up coverage of that PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro, I believe. That is the plan. I guess it depends how long this one goes on for. I mean, there is a non-zero chance that this takes 3-4 hours to crown a champion. Very unlikely, but you never know.
Not as deep as we were in that main event, but still a good number of chips in play here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this one just hit the mark. But
Yeah,
Elis has taken the chip lead, and he's now creating a bit of a gap between himself and the rest of the field.
Huh? Foul. Speaking foreign language. Not allowed.
Hold on, hold on.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. You see? Got reaction. You see? Got reaction.
Did you pack, Kevin? You all packed?
Pretty much. 80, 90%.
Been a fun 15 days here, boys.
It has.
Everyone I've bumped into as well today has just been like, the storylines we've had here in Montenegro, the final tables we've had, it's just been something else. What's going on here? Ah, here we go. Flopski. Bottom 2 for DT. Expect to see this one go check, check. I mean, Richard, a couple of 9s. Interesting one. Relevant blockers, perhaps. On turns if you want to start building something up. 4 spades.
Danny's 2 pair still good. And he's holding 2 very key cards with those 8s.
But Elis in the small blind. Does he have enough connectivity here to consider a stab? Thinking this one through. 210. Chunky bet with the jack and the 8 blocker.
Danny in some murky waters once more against Elis.
Still a couple of key blockers against continued aggression. Parsonen gives it up.
King Jack.
No good.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, it just gives up. Danny calls some back. Yeah, I mean, what? We kicked things off with that Xuan Lu dub. One and done. Took down the 25K WPT Global Slam.
So long ago now, but that one was wild.
It does feel like it was a long
That's
time
huge.
ago. And then it really just, you know, it just got pretty insane from there on out, as if that wasn't enough. I mean, Foxen picked up his
Bruh.
3rd title. The guy has won
I
like
mean, after now that you know
11.5, 12 million in the last 7 months.
Had the Foxens at
before that, maybe you
3
don't believe
straight
it.
final tables, was it? Between the 2 of them?
Something like that, yeah. Because we had Foxen at the final table of the 30K that Barbero won, his 3rd title. And then Jesse Lonis, after a couple of FTs, took down the 40K Mystery Bounty. Saw Seth Davies finally pick up his first win. Saw Kiat Lee take down the 30K Turbo for his 2nd victory. Let's not forget the Invitational. Alexa Pavicevic with that 2-outer that was heard around the world. Kings against aces with 3 left for 95% of the chips in play. Spiked the king on the turn. Went on to win and take it down for 6.2 million. And 50K 7 max. Dominicus Mikolaitis taking down his first trophy. And then Jesse Lawrence just decided to back up the truck once more in the 100K main. Ibinger, 4th title. We've now dubbed him Turbinger because he's just always winning turbos. Jason Kuhn, 11th title in the 150K. Punat Punsri, 4th title in the 25K PLO. Of course, earlier on today, we saw none other than Ben 86, Mr. Ben Tollerine, take down the 100K PLO in style for 2.4 million. And here we are, event number 16. Danny's turn trips. What's Ember thinking here? They're just going to come with cool. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. Danny doesn't boat up as the 4th spade rolls off.
For real?
For real seas.
For real indeed. Just a 7 high flush. Well, I guess we call that a king high flush. Using the 7 and the 3.
I knew what you meant, Kevin. We'll allow it.
Hopefully everyone did.
By the way, if anyone is looking for a commentator job,
Jack? 3-7 Queen
feel
Jack,
free
right?
to email tritonpokerseries@gmail.com. Send
Premium.
over your applications. If you know the difference between a 7 high flush and a king high flush,
advantage you.
I always give responsibility.
The bar
to
is
the-
low.
You're the best in the business.
Make sure to put that in the survey. See Nightbot throwing the Triton Poker feedback survey in the chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
just get right on cue.
Savage.
Give your thoughts. Or submit your resumes, whatever you please.
No, no, no.
You win. Fourth one.
Tournament is at 7:35. Late rest for that tournament, 7:35. It's now 5 to 6.
Sounds like late reg on the minds of some of the players into that final tournament of the series, the 30K Pot Limit Omaha Turbo Bounty Quattro event number 17. I don't know if they're too focused on that, because right now they're four-handed with over 800,000 up top, and of course a Triton trophy. Elis Martin looking for their second in the PLO discipline. Danny Tang looking to become a 6-time champion, and Richard Grieco would love nothing more than to go home from, Montenegro with his first Triton trophy, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, Parsonen's been in control of this final table thus far. It's been a little quiet for the last bit. Danny picking up some good ones there to close the gap between the two of them, but Parson on track to add another trophy to his shelf.
Yeah, he's been, from the moment the final table kind of begun, he was out there getting involved very early on. And yeah, had a couple of eliminations so far. Paul Pua, obviously first one to be eliminated in 7th. Dirk Guritze in 6th after getting bad beat. Same for Clemens. I mean, Clemens getting it in as good as one can with the aces pre-flop. But that is PLO. We are down to 4, an average stack of 39 bigs with 800K up top. We're going to be stepping aside for 10-15 minutes. Don't go too far, because when we return, we're going to be playing down to a champion. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
like we try to.
Yeah,
say what's-
you understand we come and give back, you know. You know, we participate, you know.
Paul starts this one up. 3 blinds of his 14.
This is pretty dicey. We'll try suit into the chip leader's big blind. Pretty dicey.
Ace, king, jack nonetheless on the short stack.
Thank you.
Thank you, he says as they go to a flop. Parsonen.
Don't forward
4 live cards.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Oh, especially if Elis just leads. I think he's thrilled about it. Could be cooked. If he can just get like black kings to fold. I honestly don't know in Boss's shoes. I mean, it's just so difficult to improve. You know you're going to be up against a hand like this that has this much equity against you. No backdoor. Could be super cooked. Could just be up against like ace, jack of diamonds.
You don't think a hand that strong starts with check more often than not?
This SPR, yeah, I guess.
It is typical for the very strongest hands to not bother stealing the lead, just check and allow a c-bet from something weaker. I do think it's hard for, I mean, obviously, Parsonen always has good equity when he takes this line. Could also just have like maybe dry 2-pair, you think? Deny some equity there. I assume you don't always want to have bluffs, although sometimes that does happen for chip leader spots.
550, right? 450.
So just a flat. It's an interesting one if the plan is to escape on diamonds that don't give him a redraw.
Wow.
Well, now we go.
Now we go. And now we're in big trouble. 10, king, ace, jack needed. 1.7 million chip pot.
Flop 我大喎，嗬。
係你大。
You have diamond? I won.
Boss is in trouble. Needs some help from the deck. He's going to stay alive in this 50k PLO on the hunt for his second title. That is GG's. Well played, sir. Took a dicey spot pre-flop, wanted to build a bit of a stack, put himself in with a good chance of actually going on to win this one rather than just looking for ladders. Here's going to be our first casualty at this FT. Majority of the money went in on the flop when he had the best of it. Just running into the steamroller. That is Elis Parsonen.
Hard to stop him.
Plus
Playing
Paul.
great, running great. It's an unfair combination. I do like the way Paul played that one in the end, though.
With that departure, a bit of pressure released. 190k now guaranteed. These final 6. ice creams are getting passed around to the share hands crew. I mean,
was just noticing that.
What's going on? No ice cream for the commentators. Wow. They're eating it right in front of us as well. I mean,
direct eye contact and everything.
I think one of them just cussed you out, Kev.
Now they're filming it to put it on social. This is too much.
Unbelievable. Did someone get ice cream delivered to the commentary booth at the Maestral Casino Resort? Any one of the thousands of viewers? Be much appreciated. I once put out a request like that at the WSOP. I was starving in the booth. It'd been like a 15-hour day.
Yeah.
And I requested a slice of pizza, or some pizza. This was back when I didn't really take care of my health.
Yeah.
And no word of a lie, 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the booth door.
Yeah.
Some legend watching the stream had gone to the buffet, picked up like 3 or 4 slices of pizza.
That's so good.
That was pretty strong. But yeah, ice cream, table 1. Fenny with the limp jam. Danny with a hand that would have done well as an over limp.
Yeah, put into a pretty dicey spot here after the raise, right? Little too middle of range.
Yeah. He's going to make the call, and I tell you what, you do not want to double Venny up. But that is looking very likely here, as Danny has come with raise call.
These are spots where, in the no limit final tables, we've seen a lot of players starting to like check down or seek the opportunity to check down with those last couple of blinds in Dirk's spot. Haven't seen it yet in PLO. Oh boy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sometimes you just know.
Don't think Danny would have allowed a check down anyways after this flop.
Ooh. No sweat.
Little sweat.
That's brutal.
Backdoor diamonds. Backdoor Broadway.
But 95% of the chips in with the best of it. Fortune favors the brave, though. Danny made the calls. Flop top set. 2 cards to come. Venny drawing to 2 outs once. Can Dirk find a cowboy? No, he can't.
Good game, guys.
Thank you.
That's PLO. Is it not? Just haven't had this chance to say short deck law
PLO,
this
baby.
trip, and that's the closest I got for this one.
Yeah, it's a rough one. GG's, Mr. Goritze. One of the, just a legend. Real legend, does a ton of stuff. I'll tell you what happened. B-Tech, Ben 86, Mr. Tolerine himself, that's what happened. No deals, no swaps. You just rock up 100K of your own money, you click the buy-in button. 3 days later, you're champion in a main event. Came to Montenegro and backed up the truck. Clemens looking to back up the truck here.
Martin Dam in the big blind with double suited kings.
This is as cold as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. This is as cold as it gets. Ace, king, king, 9 double against ace, ace, queen, 8. Clemens,
Hearts too.
70% favorite, but we've seen the bigger pair downed already. So far today.
Scam announced.
Yeah, the nice.
Hard
Nachito
not to hear it. It's been in your ears before this.
would be calling this a scam. Still 5 cards to come. Hold on to your socks, boys. Ooh.
Queen of
What we
diamonds.
got going on here? Okay, little Jack 9-8. Reuter with the straight draw and the best of it. Martin looking for a king or a 9. Now add diamonds. It's never easy, is it? Has more equity with 1 to come than he did pre-flop. Oh. What is going on at this FT? Sick game. We're down to 4. Martin Dam getting lucky against Clemens Reuter. GG's Clemens. He's been really fun to watch at this Triton series. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this young man picking up a Triton trophy. He's going to head to collect his 9th cash. Well, Kevin, do you know how I know it's the end of the Triton Super High Roller series?
Why's that?
Just saw about 20 glasses, wine glasses, and I don't even know how many bottles of wine walked into the room here. You know, everyone's winding down in that 30K by the looks of things. It's treating it kind of like a farewell party almost.
Winding down, that's a nice one. Good work.
Nice. I wish
Yeah.
it was intentional.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad because it wasn't, but yeah. They're going to be enjoying themselves in that 30K. We'll be picking up coverage in that one, of course. But for now, our attention on this 50K PLO 6 max. We see Yildiz Parsonen, chip leader with 4 left, but he's got some tough competition. Danny Tang, 5-time champion, 43 bigs. We've got Richard Grieco, one of, you know, the world-renowned PLO coaches, widely regarded as, you know, one of the OGs and most technically sound and savvy online players. And then, of course, Martin Dam Imbajimba, online legend in his own right here with 28 bigs, average stack of 39. I think at this stack depth, we can expect a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game right now. Average stack 39, nobody shorter than 28, and Martin Dam on that 28 blind stack. He's been impressive during this series at every final table and playing extremely well, and versatile is what I've noticed. He's found a way to play, you know, as the chip leader appropriately. He's found a way as the shortest stack to adjust appropriately, and even finding ways to get through bluffs when he's covered in a disadvantageous ICM spot. I mean, Martin's just seemingly got all the moves necessary to succeed in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we can see that based off his results here. I mean, I believe Stone bubbled the main, obviously brutal way for him to go in that one, but came second in the 25K, guaranteed a top 4 finish here, and guaranteed $310,000 here as we look to play down to the champion in event number 15, the 50K 6 max PLO. 884 up top, as well as a Triton trophy. Live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. What a series it has been. Incredible stuff. Day in, day out. At the cash games as well, how could we forget? That was something special.
Oh, yeah. So we talk about the storylines that developed throughout the last couple of weeks.
So that's what they're playing for. Currently on a 100K ladder between 4th and 3rd. Who wants some? Who wants it? Come and get it. limped pot here. Blind v blind. It's going to fire out a bet with top pair.
Danny's got a bit of everything. 8 high diamonds. Wheel draw, middle pair.
Beautiful turn card for Elis, removing the 2 pair outs from Danny, who still has 25% equity with that diamond draw and that wheel draw. 550 in the middle.
275.
Danny might get sticky here, especially if he doesn't think Elis has much ace-x out of the big. Could just have the best hand if Elis is barreling away with some wheel draws of his own. Flush draw of his own.
Some concern, of course, when your pair is so vulnerable. Hard for Parsonen to have any 4 cards that don't have a great deal of equity against this pair of 8s. Clubs, of course, a threat, but just overcards a threat.
How do we feel about the way he sits in his chair, man?
It's unsettling, Henry, if I'm being honest.
I'm glad you feel the same way as I do.
I just...
How does he do it?
Can't imagine it's even a little comfortable. We'll have to ask him.
Let me give it a go. Try commentating. Sat the same way. We got the same chairs.
You're gonna need the hoodie neck rest as well.
How about my blazer?
Yeah, just ball it up and
I'd rather
stick
not.
it under your chin.
It just looks uncomfortable, man. It's just not the right chair for it.
Yeah.
As I say that, producer James Dempsey sat the exact same way, so I don't know, maybe they're onto something.
5 seconds.
Imba. Imba Jimba, Mr. Martin Dam. Comes with pot from the cutoff. That's going to get through. Let's see who the real chat pros are, Kev.
Probably as soon as we can confirm. As soon as we can confirm where and the dates, it'll be announced. I think November is quite a likelihood.
Do you know which continent?
That's what I mean. It's unsure, really unsure.
Okay.
Could be somewhere new.
Who have you got at home? Who's going to win this one? You've got Elis with 44 bigs, Danny Tang with 32, Martin Dam with 25, and Richard with 22. Does feel like it's anyone's game. Who do you think is going to take this one down?
Check.
Going on here, limped pots. Interesting to see how Elis is navigating this. He's limping a lot of buttons, just wants to leverage the power of position that is gained by being on the button.
Yeah, it's maybe counterintuitive for the chip leader. But if you think about the easiest way that the short stacks can escape chip leader pressure, it's just pot 3-bet, run it.
Yeah.
You know, no decisions
Yeah, we've
remaining.
Seen that multiple times today already, right?
So by limping, kind of extending that game tree. Elis likes his chances to outplay future streets. That's also where a lot of the advantage that chip leaders have lies. Post-flop spots where their opponents have to be cautious and passive with a lot of chips behind.
Pass.
Some love for Elis's shirt. Apparently Elis's shirt is the winner. They do bring some of the PLO players. Not just the PLO players. Linus Love, Dan Smith, Alex Ponokovs.
We're just talking fashion icons.
Yeah, they bring some flavor, especially Linus, by the way.
Give Ding Biao a shout out.
Yeah, Ding Biao easily top 5.
Nikita sometimes. Not a fan of the bold colors.
It's strong, but not on the same level as like Ding and Linus.
Okay, fair.
$350K in the middle. Richards flopped trips here on the buttons. He's going to check it back. Danny wants to stab at this. 10 high, no showdown. Let me try and fold up a pair. Which is now going to look to extract some value from Sticky Jack X. Not going to work.
Have to say, it's quite a counterintuitive line to see as a no-limit player. You see Greco flop trips, check behind, flush completes. Now we open the action.
Yeah, just let Danny turn top pair, you know.
Very good series. Very good series with majority of the American gang. Yeah, Seth, Kuhn. I think it was.
That's been a good series for the Americans.
I think it was just Ike that really didn't. Yeah, he doesn't run the best here.
Yeah, I mean, what? Jason won 4 mil, B-Tech won 6, Seth won 6, Devoris must have cashed for like 2 million or so. I mean, a couple of.
Well, he's Canadian, so you could
True.
You could throw his 2 million in the garbage.
Yeah. What's that worth in Canadian dollars? About 23 million?
2 million US?
Yeah.
Yeah, give or take.
Stevie Chidwick had a couple of deep runs. Not American, but still part of that friend circle.
I mean, if we're just calling out Americans who won money, we got Mr. Jesse Lonis.
Yeah, that is true. Gorilla Styles himself. How much did he cash for? Like 5 million?
Also, I think 6. Was it? Maybe it was 5.
Whoa.
Because he had 2 fourths as well.
Oh, yeah, so it must be over 6, yeah. Because he cashed for 3.4 in the main, and then 1.5, I think, in the mystery. Thereabouts. He pulled 800K in bounties plus like the 640K up top. Yeah, he's going home with a pocket full of Benjis, that's for sure. The only downside is that the dollar's so weak at the moment. I can just hold.
Taking a peek over at that 30K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro.
What are you seeing?
Guess who's chip leading?
Jason Kuhn.
I mean, did you look?
No.
Bang on.
Is it?
Jason Kuhn. But as I look a little bit lower, Vladimir Korzinen, number 4.
Probably invitation. Yeah, probably.
Andrew Roble in the mix. He's in 7th.
What is Roble doing in the mix?
Punat Punsri going to try and make it 2 PLO titles. He's in there in 12th.
That'd be pretty ridiculous.
Robal's cash game not running, clearly.
Sad times. He's had to move down to the 30K.
Where they respect his raises.
We'll see.
What does bounty quattro mean? Asks Human. Good question. Means bounties only come into play once we're down to 25% of the field. And the bounties are worth 40k a pop.
10K per player going to the bounty prize pool.
Correct.
1 in 4 means
quattro.
40k bounty.
That's a fun tournament. I like those. I wouldn't mind flicking that in myself.
Pretty much the same as the mystery bounty, but just no mystery. You just get paid your 40k.
Really fun format. Man, I can't wait for the schedule of Jeju to be announced.
Why is that? You got something to tease?
No, I haven't seen it. I'm saying, like, I'm excited myself for it to be announced. I want to see what we got on the dock. Short deck, PLO, no limit hold'em. It's gonna be a long series.
Yeah. 20 days, according to that promo. September 3 to 23. Days of high stakes tournaments. That's a lot.
It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be intense. Richard's River, the best hand. This was raise pot pre-flop from the cutoff from Martin. It's checked all the way down to the river. See if Martin tries to fold out. Pesky 3, 4, 6, maybe hand like 7s or 8s.
Yeah, certainly he arrives here sometimes with overpairs, and
850 in the middle?
whatever wasn't good enough to bet the flop would continue checking a good deal on the queen turn.
5 seconds.
Question is how deep would he extend into
Your wife?
the value range? Like, is he value betting 10s plus here? 9s plus?
Yeah.
That's looking pretty sizable. Maybe a bit higher.
Yeah, would he bet this size? I mean,
this is 3/4. And from Richard's point of view, what are we looking for in a bluff catcher here?
I mean, not this. We're not loving having a 10 or a 9. We're blocking some of the ace-X combos, like, well, like the one Martin's got, that you'd want him to be bluffing. Richard's suspicious here. I mean, this would be something else. This would be quite the hero call, but his spidey senses are saying to him, well, what hands bet this size? He's gone check, check, flop, check, check, turn, to now bet 3/4 pot. Would he do this with aces? Would he do this with kings, jacks, 10s?
5 seconds.
Is this a pot-controlled queen on the turn? Sorry, on the flop that turned trips and is now going for value on the river? Such a tough call though, but this would be something else. Problem is that Martin can just be bluffing with a better hand sometimes.
5 seconds.
Every now and then he'll have some favorable interaction with a 4.
Sure.
Take this line. Wonder how much a 5 dangler maybe subconsciously scrolled up this bet size for Martin. Or maybe intentionally.
I think that's what Richard's thinking. Just like, have you just got here with Ace Jack 5 and now feel obliged try and get a 6 or a 4 to fold, given that you block straights?
Follow your gut, Richard. You've thought this long about it for a reason. Oftentimes when such an experienced player has something
Oh,
telling them,
baby. Oh, man. I'm sorry, but get in the bin, son. That is elite poker from Richard Greico. What a hero call. Just went deep into the tank, gave himself enough time to reverse engineer everything that preceded that bet on the river. Huge call. What kind of a message does that send to Martin as well?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty sick.
Love to see that. You
You
don't
do
get
love
too
to
many
see it.
opportunities like that in these tournaments. So many hands decided earlier, you know, decided pre-flop or on the flop. Love seeing the stuff deeper in the streets. Big river spot.
That was fantastic. Heroic saying this is why Martin deserves to win. He's the only one getting creative. I agree. That was a savage bluff from Martin and an even better hero call from Richard. Tobias saying Martin is not bluffing with better hands. Fair. That is valid. I do wonder if he gets to the river with like ace, queen, 4-5. Whether that turns into a bluff, I don't know.
Or like same hand occasionally.
Same hand.
Would be annoying if you spend that long coming up with a hero call, burn 3 time banks, and then get shown ace 3.
Was that a get wrecked moment? Felt like it. I
Yeah.
don't think we've had one in the PLO tournaments.
Yeah,
yet.
that was get wrecked.
That was pretty cool.
We got to practice that for next
Okay.
series. Can't just keep saying after the fact. Was that a get wrecked
It
moment?
feels so savage in the moment though. Just like the first thing to roll off your tongue is just like, get wrecked, son.
I just think of the clip, Henry. It'd be such a good clip.
To be fair, one of the things I've really enjoyed about doing commentary at Triton is that most of the players that I've interacted with, and we're very fortunate obviously to, you know, on lunch breaks, dinner breaks, in the hallway, whatever it is, to have conversations with a lot of these guys, is they know that it's all business in the booth. And, you know, everything we're doing is purely to try and entertain people and have fun with the viewers, and they don't take anything to heart. They don't take anything personally. I mean, I'm speaking for most of the players. And it's nice because it does give you that sense of free reign in the booth to just have fun with the viewers and you know, enjoy the ride without over worrying like, oh, what if I say this and it upsets someone or it strokes their ego in the wrong way. I've never had someone approach me and be like, yo, dude, what was that all about?
Oh, just wait.
Oh, yeah, you just wait. If I start throwing out get wrecked.
I'm going to keep encouraging it too. It's you who's going down.
It's Frank saying Henry is locked in today. A few downward dogs work wonders. Agreed.
All in.
It doesn't matter.
Yoga
They're
in
all
the AM, poker in the PM. The boys are all in.
Fourth one.
Huh?
What's the fourth one?
7.
Wow. Super straight.
What is
Ace,
this?
Super straight.
Jinx,
What are you,
padlock.
yin yin low?
1, 2, 3. Throw away the key.
I just said it because I heard Ben 86 say it the other day.
We have ace queen jack. Huh? Oh, 都係。
Martin is the all-in player at risk. They are flipping
How
for
have
his
we
tournament
completely
life.
unblocked each other?
7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Let's see if we can get some like some sweaty flop. I don't want it to be a lock for either player. Wow, that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a very tough one.
紅心二，紅心二，紅心二嘅。
Non-club board pair, and it's all over for Martin.
紅心二嘅。
Oh.
What the hell? What is that?
Danny's
I
turned
blocked
top two.
a jack and I block a club.
Blocks two of Martin's outs. Jack or a club needed, otherwise we are down to three.
我想清埋佢得唔得？
Can he find it? Oh, he can. Jack of spades. Nut straight for Martin Dam as he goes runner, runner.
Microphone goes back on.
Time to re-mic Martin Dam. The D-mic worked.
PLO, baby. The great game.
Next evolution of the preplay.
BT down to 15 bigs. Frustrating spot for him had he just held there. Would have been playing 38 big blinds. Three-handed on the hunt for his 6th title. Mitch saying taking the mic off is plus EV. It's true. Next level prepay. Remain four-handed here. I kind of want it to stay this way as well. I want to see a nice, just four-handed slugfest. Chip lead being exchanged on multiple occasions. Dirty runouts to bail people out from getting busted. It's the final day, you know, gloves are off.
I'm with you. Let's go to extra innings.
Dude, I still want to see. We've had chess boxing. We need a Triton Super High Roller Series poker boxing.
Make for a great heads-up tournament format. Just saying. Give us a bracket.
Yeah, how would you do the brackets though? Because obviously weight class is massive. Massive in boxing. And then I guess so is poker prowess as well. How about this flop, by the way? Jesus. Top, nut flush draw for Richard. Elis is in trouble here. He's got bottom pair. Second nut flush draw. There's 700k in the middle. This is first against second in chips.
And for that reason, maybe Elis going to have ideas of applying pressure.
I think check call is the preferred approach. He agrees.
Too much hand to raise, perhaps?
Yeah, you just don't want to be getting in 30 bigs with this hand, IMO.
Very few hands Richard's going to want to get 30 bigs in with, but this one, a very clean one.
1.1 in the middle, 2.9 back. I wonder if there's something to be said about preserving one's 2.9 million SPR3. Like, do we want to be stacking off at this stack to pot ratio is what I'm asking myself, and I don't know if we do We've got Danny on 15 and Martin on 23 bigs, but Richard's not scared.
This going to give Parsonen some concern that the queen high flush draw is not the best flush draw.
I mean, yeah, you're just hoping that you're just up against what? Top set?
Yeah, he's got the nut gut shot as well. Gotta wonder how often Greiko just has ace of clubs to go along with whatever it is.
Oh no. It's going in the middle, boys.
Greiko not happy about this.
This is what I was thinking. Like, are we happy to call this off with the current stack distributions? I mean, could be cooked. Just drawing to a club. Felix has 8s, has 3s. 8s with a redraw.
Quite a find from Elis.
Richard is just in the absolute hurt locker right now. I was surprised myself when I saw the bet on the turn because it just opens the door for Parson to do things like this.
Do you think there's anything telling about 600 being the size on the turn as well, leaving so much behind?
He was setting up stacks though, right? 600 with 2.3 back.
I think
would
it
have
was
had pot exactly, or just less than pot going to the river.
Yeah, but just half pot on the turn.
You think Elis just picking up on that, eh?
Always a possibility. If the incentives might look a little bit different for the strongest of value that's vulnerable. Potentially the bluffs. I mean, Elis, of course, hoping to just run into a bluff. That's a best case scenario. Getting the snap fold.
All in.
Good luck, boys.
Goes with it.
Here we go.
Choose on it quite a bit, and that is
Enough flush draw.
not the hand
With a queen high flush.
Elis wanted to see.
4, right?
6, 5, 4, 3 needed. 9 ounce once.
4, 3, 5, 6.
Or, you know, any of the other cards.
Richard could go bang, bang. Thank you, ma'am, here. If he can just hold, which he does. He's gone from one of the shortest stacks to overwhelming chip leader. How about it? After sniffing out that bluff, an epic hero call. He's now got 70 bigs. He is going to be the man to beat. He looks to pick up his first Triton title. Plus the payday that comes with it, 884,000.
You have a dirty stack, Alice.
Oh, I do.
A good one.
Yeah.
Well, how about these stack layouts, Kev? 69 bigs for Greiko, 23 for Dam, 18 for Parsonen, and Tang with 15.
Yeah.
It feels like it's about to get grindy.
If by grindy you mean Greiko entering every pot for the next 30 minutes and trying to win the tournament, then I would agree, yes. He's got chips to burn right now. And all three players seeking ladders.
Has she ever seen you like win? Has she ever been there when you won? Yeah.
Apart from at home.
Were time banks taken already?
No, they weren't actually. How many do I owe?
I think I threw one.
3? Yeah, sorry, it went out of my mind.
Oh, that was... what did he just fold there?
Ace, king, queen, 3 single.
Wow. That's really interesting.
Martin, knowing this spot, he's got Greco in the big blind, and he's number 2 in chips. The goal is just let the other two go home. Sneak my way to second place. Danny happy to get that one through.
Oh, Kevin, pull the plug, mate. Cancel the stream. Stream's over.
This one.
Yeah, just cancel it. End it now. 4-way chop.
I think it's still... I
Just
think they're
end
still playing, Henry.
Just end it. B Paddle's saying these guys are not that good.
They're dealing cards.
No, they're not good. Get rid of them. Send them all home. Back to boot camp. Get better. Chip leader going to do chip leader things.
Would think. And no limit. This is a raise any 2 spot.
Martin knows it.
We know Martin is abiding by these laws. Just go ahead and pick up the blinds, Greco.
Yeah, Martin seems pretty confident in his ICM game and savviness. Came second earlier on this series in the 25K. Picked up his first Triton trophy in this very card room last year. Rainbow aces. I wonder.
Let's see what Martin thinks of this one.
These are literally the worst aces one can have. Ace, ace, 7 deuce. This is really interesting.
He's going to think about it. One would think in this kind of setup, flatting out of position just incredibly unattractive with anything.
Agreed.
This is a decision to pot commit or to make a very tight fold. He goes with pot commit.
Yeah, you can get, what, 45% of the stack in. And I think Richard with a very interesting decision here. I mean, if he can call and eliminate Martin, who's currently second in chips, to get 3-handed against 217 big blind stacks, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, I think the gap just not really big enough for Greco right now to think about potentially just giving an extra 6.5, 7 blinds over to Martin. Especially with Martin having position on him. I think he wants to limit those losses.
That's a great point.
Totally fine to just let him win the 2.75. Maintain a huge lead. I mean, we can only take these ideas so far, of course. At some point, your hand's just good enough, and you should take a flop.
Martin's fanboy in the chat saying Martin DGAF about ICM. Well, I recall 3 hands ago he folded ace, king, queen, 3 from the cutoff, suited to the ace. So, you know, I don't mind having favorites and being a fan, but don't blatantly talk nonsense that favors who you're rooting for.
Richard's happy with these 3 by themselves. Could play 3 against 4 this hand.
Ace, king, 5 deuce for Elis. Tied at the bottom of the chip counts with Danny Tang. Here we go.
Qualifies.
Feels like at the moment,
頭先嗰鋪贏咗個舒服啲咯。
any hand now we could be
是的，冇錯。
down to 3-handed play. 8-7 deuce. Unless there's a pair under there, this might be a check give up board. Well, I don't think it's a queen or a jack or an ace. It's a fun turn card.
Whatever it is, he's picked up a great deal of equity. You want to run back our wager? Pick a card. You surely have a big edge in this.
I mean, he's opening any 4.
Yeah.
Not opening any 4, but you know what I mean.
But with these 3, it can be anything.
It can literally be anything.
The only info we have is he's checked back the 8-7 deuce.
Yeah, it could be any card in the deck. It could still be a 9. By the way, I don't think it's mandatory. Yeah, in fact, it could be a 9.
Well, he's betting.
We're never going to find out.
No, we're never going to find out. Only find out if it sees showdown. Oh, I should have thought about that. Actually, I'm not going to tell you. Keep my edge in these props for the future. Don't think that went through. Let's just move on.
I've given up thinking, Kevin.
Perfect.
Long time ago. I think it was Confucius that said most people don't think. That's why they judge. Fairly sure it's Confucius that said that one. Line's going up, 50k, 125k. You're right, Fresh Melon Juice. You are right. It's just, I like trolling a little bit back, you know. Get fired up on day 15. It's okay to get fired up.
嚇？都識打嘅，得我一個唔識打啫。
I do like the moniker Booth Dudes, though. You think we could...
Booth Dudes?
You
Wow,
think we could get,
great.
like, custom caps made or something that say Booth Dudes?
Yo. I thought it said both dudes.
No, Booth Dudes. That's like...
Booth Dudes? That's going on my Tinder profile. Booth Dude.
That's going on my LinkedIn.
More handsome?
Booth Dude with
We might
Triton
need to-
Poker.
We might need to set up our own dual IG account, bro. Booth dudes.
This is the name of the YouTube
Like the
channel.
regs against the
Clearly.
fish.
Clearly.
Keep that one in the journal for later.
Booth.
Thank you, Fresh Melon Juice.
Actually.
For a brilliant idea.
That's great. Ace, queen, queen 5, 13 bigs. Pot announced. Can I get through Richard? And it's going to get through Martin.
He doesn't seem sure yet.
No, he's gonna think everything through. You can see him looking up at the board, keeping an eye on the chip counts, and current level.
He's got a pretty strong fold as well, Martin. I think he's a climber. Figure it takes like grip strength.
Huh?
You ever been climbing before, Kev? You strike me as the type that maybe has been bouldering.
Couple of times, but I'm not.
No?
I'm not very good.
I'm like
Don't have the grip
Spider-Man.
strength. You are?
Okay. I'm just lanky.
Yeah.
They put me on like a, what, 3.5, 4 meter bouldering wall. It's pretty easy for a 2 meter tall guy to get up. It's the getting down part that's tough sometimes. Back to back pot sized opens for Elis. Yeah, Martin does have a strong fold. Don't know if he's climbing, but probably in the gym quite a bit. Danny's trying to do the same. Checking out this 30k bounty quattro, 40 runners in that one so far. Mike Haxton's the chip leader. Jason Kuhn in second. Bevoris in third. Nice. Nice fold.
Was curious if Gryko was going to approach this dynamic with some limping range as well, just to really try and get involved a lot. Feels reasonable. But if he's going razor fold, sure don't want to open the door with that one.
I had an overcard. One. I had one overcard. 最大嗰隻跳吊啊！我連最大嗰隻都要抌啊！你諗下幾慘啊！
Gatley watching on. Doesn't play PLO himself, so he's around for support. Punsri alongside Chidwick, Nacho Barbero in that 30k. Nothing giving so far. Four-handed chip lead has been exchanged on multiple occasions. Danny says run it on the button.
Yeah, Danny's been slipping just under 10 bigs to start this one. Greiko's got a little something.
I have. Wait. This is 425, so this is 5, and then this is another 5. So I have 1,150,000.
Thanks.
9 BBs. Just 9 BBs.
Oh, if it's just 9 BBs, that makes the difference.
Danny regretting
You spring the trap.
being so accommodating.
Got him.
They're going to run it.
I have a pair.
Pair is currently good, my friend.
Okay. Leading, no ace, we're good.
No ace, no king.
You block an ace? Really? He blocked ace deuce. He folded ace deuce and we're going up against ace deuce. Does anyone block a king?
Now you're getting greedy.
It'd be very annoying to...
I block a king.
It'd be very annoying to lose to a king.
Well, you don't want many things.
Like just a king and then ace king beats me.
Half the things you want, like heart, 9.
Okay, 9 of spade. I really would love 9 of spade. Ho, ho! Hello. 9 of diamonds.
Wow.
Ooh.
Huh? 9 of spade. I still want 9 of spade.
How is that the flop?
Yeah, but guys,
9 high board, but 2 clubs
no
behind.
Club. How about, okay, no club. Do whatever you want. How's that?
5.
No
4.
club.
4 for a sweat.
4-5.
Okay, 4-5. Okay, no club. 4-5. No club. Please. Please. No lah. Flush very brutal, isn't it? No lah. No club. No club.
That's
What?
close.
What?
We need black.
Okay. No club.
Black for a sweat.
No club, please. Don't river
Richard
me
with
lah.
7
Just
ounce
now river
ones.
once already. No river me lah, please lah. I want to stay in the game. Please. He'll still be in the game. We'll all be in the game. Happy all together, you know? Please. No club. No club. Please. No club. No club. No club. No club. No. We good, right? Yeah, we're good.
One of us is.
你哋冇耶搞到我唔知點咯。
Don't forget to smile to the camera in your face after you listen all in.
One of the thirds.
Quite the theatrics before the river card was dealt, as Danny doubles up into second with 20 big blinds. We remain four-handed here. So Elis now at the bottom of the chip counts with 15 bigs. That really changes things. I mean, Richard's had people all in for their tournament lives on a couple of occasions. So no runaway chip lead. Still has almost half the chips in play.
Yeah, pretty big advantage nonetheless. Not a lot of room for anyone to maneuver. Greiko gonna keep his foot on the gas here.
Way too good there.
Yeah, but I'm way too bad on the pro side.
No. You're crushing.
Yeah, my wallet.
I would play regardless, but I think you should definitely be on the pro side.
I wouldn't get invited. Who's gonna invite me?
I don't know.
Whispers of a PLO invitational.
That's what they must be discussing.
Yeah. Danny's saying he wouldn't be able to be on the pro side because nobody would invite him. I think he's being a bit harsh on himself. This is a fun spot for Martin. So he's starting the hand third in chips, just 2 bigs behind Danny.
I like this. Don't think there's much reason to be worried about the limp 3-bet
Do you have any
from chip leader.
or anything like that? No.
Richard with a limp fold. Great result for Martin. That's pretty cool. TM in the chat saying he used to play PLO 50 against Martin 6 years ago. That's quite the rise.
Yeah, 6 years is not long.
How long has it been since you played NL 50, Kev?
Probably most recently
500?
2011.
No.
Wow.
That was a post Black Friday thing. Like I had been playing higher
And then
pre Black Friday and then had to move down.
Move down to where they respect your raises.
Yeah. And my bankroll size.
How much did you lose? Well, I mean, I'm assuming you got it back in the end, right?
In Black Friday, you mean?
Yeah. What percentage of your bankroll was locked up?
Like effectively 100.
No.
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy, bro.
I got a backing deal to stay in action.
And before that, you were on your own dime.
Yeah. I think maybe a friend had a small piece of me, but yeah, I was on my own.
Wow, that's.
I mean, I'm oversimplifying it. I had probably 75% of my bankroll locked up.
Yeah.
But I had already committed to like World Series in Vegas, had a deposit down, had a schedule sold. So I went and played anyways. Just like hoping I'd get the money back after.
Yeah.
And just bricked everything, so I like lost the remainder.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the headspace you were in at the time. I mean, I can. I've had a couple of spots like that due to my own dysfunctional approach to bankroll management.
Sure.
But yeah, that can certainly feel like the end of the world sometimes, especially in that spot. Richard is looking to run one here. These 10 blockers.
Yeah, this one started 3 ways with Richard limping the button. Looks like Greco betting 500 on the turn and getting called. Martin with a pretty huge draw here in addition to top 2.
Well, there is that draw completing. Second nuts. Can we get an ocean card? See if he can drill the royal.
When you said great shit just now, what does that even mean?
Does Martin feel the obligation to lead on a river like this?
It does feel that way. I mean, it's tough for Richard to have nut flushes here, as played.
And you'd think relatively easy for Martin's range, like calling 500 out of position, very dense with combo draw holdings. Almost needs to have 2 spades or 2 hearts. Tricky when you're covered though at a final table. Yeah, if we're leading, I like this for Martin. Not a sizable one, but just trying to get a little extra value from the check back range of Richard. And if bluffing, not risking your tournament. Richard with the respectful tank here. I mean, he's got a set. You think Martin very unlikely to bluff with a stronger holding. Does seem like he's targeting straights.
Martin bouncing back up to second now, gaining some distance between himself, Danny Tang, and Elis Parsonen. Boot saying Martin used to post screenshots of his graph at low stakes PLO. He's always been a grinder. William Young saying big up the grinders. I agree, man. I mean, it's always been a bit of a dream for me at Triton to just hope that, you know, people that are watching around the world, inspired by players like this, one day rock up to Triton, having, you know, made it, quote unquote. It's such a cool hero's journey. You hear about these people that have literally started from the bottom, and their hard work and dedication has paid off. I mean, all of these guys, like every one of these guys has
very slim, I guess.
Worked their way up.
Crush as well.
Did you play those games, Henry?
50 PLO?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd you learn the game?
I learned the game in a friend's garage
Level of
when I was 14. We used to get together like once or twice a week. $5 buy-in. Winning $20, $25 was life-changing.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah.
You could buy a pack of cigarettes and some tinnies.
Oh yeah, it's still open. For like
Yeah, as you do when you're 14 years old.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean,
what about like actually feeling like you were a good PLO player?
Oh, never. No, I mean,
give yourself a little credit.
No, but sure, in private game settings, I'm doing okay. But compared to these guys, I'm just getting torn to pieces. No question, no doubt in my mind.
But you've got a straight flush draw, Elis.
You know what they say? Those that can't teach,
right? It's always like.
And those that can't teach,
Yeah.
commentate.
Confucius, I think, said that one.
I don't know. I don't have a word for his
Might have been.
run, so.
I think it was Epictetus, actually.
He's also the best.
No, I've never had the discipline, man, to do just like strong bankroll management, grind up through the stakes. can't tell you how many times I like built up a roll to like 10, 15, 20K, and then all of a sudden I'm playing like 25, 50, 100 with the entire roll on the table. Yeah, I did that a few times. That was good fun. Lessons learned.
There was a legendary heads-up player online back when I was getting started. Screen name was Urubu111. And he was just constantly on the spin up and bust, spin up and bust, spin up and bust. And he was a good player. But the crazy, like, he'd be one of the guys asking for flips at the heads-up tables with, like, the legends. Like, I'm sure Ben Tollerine at some point flipped with this guy for, like, 100K on whatever table, you know, is one of those.
Oh, that's brutal. You
But
hear
the
stories
sickest
about this all the time.
I'm just imagining this is you in a previous life, but
No, not quite that degen.
he was sick.
Although I have done some big flips in my life. How about this flop? Open-ender, 2-pair for Martin, Richard, a superior 2-pair. Count C saying Arubu111 is a legend, flipped away his roll 10 times at least. Oh man,
He was a like absolute legend.
that's strong.
The sickest thing was just how he could come back from nothing as well. Like he would be down to $30 in his account, and you'd just see him grinding the micro stakes PLO the next day. And he was just a good enough player to rebuild a roll every single time.
That's so rough. So rough to hear, because you just feel like if he had been introduced to the right mentor, the right person at the right time,
yeah,
to just help him with some of his emotional issues, clearly.
Yeah.
His tilt control could have been great. Do you think there is something to be said about finding mentors very early in one's poker career? Spicy turn card. Richard picking up clubs to go along with his overpair. 1.5 in the middle.
60-70 shots for 2 hours of grinding range. You can hit 100 balls in just 15 minutes. So way more convenient to practice on the grinding.
See if Martin wants to barrel off here. I'll try and take a free one. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna try and get this one to a river. This one's going to go Gryko's way.
Been a little while since Richard took down a pot.
Does feel that way.
This one should get him back into a comfortable position. Little eye roll check happening here for Martin. He knows he's going to lose this.
Had the worst of it the entire way.
Did you beat queens before the river?
Count C saying he had one of the biggest win rates ever on PLO 50 200.
I didn't know that actually,
Arubu.
but I believe it. I saw him spin it up from free rolls once.
That's insane, man. It does make you think, doesn't it? Like how many stories untold in this industry?
Had a good hand though, on the flop, and it just kept getting worse.
People that were one flip away from making it.
Yeah. Oh, in tournaments especially, I'm sure there's so many. You think about the size of fields we used to get in low stakes tournaments online. You'd have some people turning like $22 into 300K, and a near miss would get you what?
3,000.
3,000 maybe.
Yeah, I mean back in the day, like God, satellites into the Sunday Mill, and then Sunday Million. What was it like? $250,000, 300K for first. Jeez. Those really were the days. I remember, man. I was saying this to Chrissy Foxon the other day. We were sat out on the terrace when Alex was on the FT. It's like, I remember regging the Sunday Storm and just thinking, like, this is it, bro. This is
every
the
Sunday.
spot. Like, this is the day we're just gonna win 50K, 40K from this $11 buy-in. It's so fun. Do miss those days as well in a weird way. Like, you appreciated it a lot more back then.
Yeah.
I remember every flip as well was just like so emotional.
Yeah, it really mattered.
Every time you busted, you know, just like, oh, end of the world, man. Never gonna make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It's changed now, obviously. It's changed, but I do think the dream is still alive. The dream is still alive. I guess these are the
window card.
I mean, this is the stage people wish to reach nowadays, right?
So promising.
Shout out to all the young grinders out there. Out there, grind stations, grind houses around the world. Staying disciplined, working hard, getting after it each and every day.
Really?
Fair play, man.
See it.
Can't wait to see you all here in a few years' time.
Agreed.
So just fold.
A little bit of three-way on it. Or four-way.
Hold.
Greco back to getting after it.
Yeah, he's done really
Rainbow
well.
ace high. Enough for Elis here in the big blind. Looks like we'll send another one Richard's way.
Yeah, as we send this one Richard's way. Shout out to OVO Rentals saying Sati'd into the F-Tops 500 main one time for $7. Had 16, Jesus Christ, 16,000 runners.
In a 500.
Crazy. They must have been satelliting that one like hell. Got 24th on a flip loss. Those were the days. Man, that's... hang on. $500 with 16,000 runners. I mean, geez, man, what was up top?
That sounds like an $8 million prize pool. Am I doing the math correctly?
Yeah. So you're just looking at like 1.5 for first, probably. Maybe not.
That's so insane. They did have prizes like that back then.
Yeah.
They really did. The F-Tops main was massive.
I think you're going to get blinded out fast. It's a turbo.
Are you still on the race for the leaderboard?
No.
Remember when they invented multi-entry tournaments on Full Tilt?
No, that's before my time.
What a rake trap that was. That was quite a format. They would allow you to fire like simultaneous bullets in the same event, and because it was so massive, they could just guarantee that you'd never be seated with yourself.
Oh, really?
And then if ever two of your entries got down to, like, let's say you made final 3 tables with 3 entries or something, you would just consolidate. It was insane.
Bro, that sounds like straight up out of a movie, bro.
Those tournaments were so big.
Yeah, I'm a bit too young. Missed out on those days by a few years.
Oh, blind versus blind confrontation here. Elis doesn't know how good of shape he's in. Richard pretty quickly put him in here. Says okay.
Good luck, chaps. $3 million in the middle. Elis loving it now. The Triton hoodie on.
lot of.
On the hunt for his second Triton title.
Don't even mention that card.
Seven of
That's, take it back right away.
Hey, if you're gonna
Well, we all know
It's win-win. Get to play turbo if possible.
what Danny and Martin are rooting for.
Trust you. Back.
Peter's just looking to hold, and that is a good start.
Fantastic flop. Now we want red cards. No?
Are there many chops?
I don't think so.
No.
So if it comes 4 king, there's no chop, right?
Well, there's your king.
What do we want?
7 or jack?
Red card is good. Red is better. Yeah. Okay.
Why is he asking for a red card? I guess red card means, yeah, only one out. Jack of diamonds.
Win.
Elis finds the double. Back up to second in chips. Ovio saying first was just over a milli. Wow. TM saying to anyone sub 23 in the chat, don't you dare give up before firing the third barrel. You owe it to those who came before you. I love that. Might just have to get that in my IG bio. To all the young grinders out there, learn how to pull the trigger from a young age.
If I double up from chip leader now, we're like basically same stacks all of it. Pretty much.
Anna's in the chat saying, remember when tournaments didn't have the same break times? That sounds pretty rough. I mean,
Take your
line
best
up the
shot
P
and I won't be
bottles next to
offended whatever comes out.
the desk.
Ryko.
Well, that's wrong. I can eliminate
Rico.
Gryko.
Ryko.
Either or.
Thank you, Grant Gardner. You're very kind, mate. Commentators for this series, Wilson, Kevin Rabachow in the booth, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We've had Arlene Najard and, of course, Nanonoko, Mr. Randy Liu. We've been on rotation for the last 15 days, and what an incredible series it's been. I mean, it's had everything. It really has had everything. I think this is going to be one of the ones we really do look back on fondly. Smiley saying the pure nostalgia I'm feeling due to the commentary. Those days were a golden era. Yeah, look at us now. Poker's not going anywhere. It's alive and well. We just had a 93 runner 100K PLO main. Largest ever prize pool in a PLO tournament.
Do we have a break
Ryko.
after these 12?
Back to collecting chips. With the blinds up, though, average is getting short. Just 21 big blind average. Gryko, the only player above average at the moment.
Yeah, four-handed play has been a real grind. Absolute treat for the poker fans. I do think it's going to be one of those ones where it's just going to go 1, 2, 3, champion in the blink of an eye.
Once they get this short, just 84 big blinds in play during this level. Eventually, they'll be dealt good enough hands to spin the wheel.
Just keep folding, just keep folding, just keep folding, 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 folding.
Danny Tang saying he's just going to keep folding. Sending a message to Barcelona and Dam that, hey, listen, pal, I can outweight both of you.
I don't know. Good luck outweighting Martin Dam. He's been doing it all week successfully.
Been very impressed with Martin at this series. I mean, it's obviously quite easy when he posts the results that he has. Second in the 25K FT bubble, sorry, soft bubble. No, stone bubble of the 100K main. 15 paid. He came 16th. Now this FT here. Seems like a cool cat.
Hot.
Oh, Danny. Wow.
Really?
Ace
Oh,
King
no,
7-3 triple.
Ace what? Okay, okay. Your middle card's really nice, huh?
Elis is.
Which hand's better right now? That one.
After the statement of just keep folding.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the two players on the sideline happy to see that
Blocking?
Richard's got 47%
A little bit.
right now
Diamonds, please.
to give them a
Diamonds,
ladder.
like this. Diamonds.
I think this is a hand.
Diamonds. 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 Window card diamond.
Ooh.
Flush draw again. Huh. Oh no, you blocked my boat outs as well. Not the free of spade. You know good. You know three. 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 Three of heart. Three of heart. Three.
Queen for a sweat. Queen or a 10 for additional sweat outs.
Three. Three. Okay, okay,
Oh.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's still fine.
10 is good.
Three. No. Why are you guys against? Wow, no.
I'm not against you. I just
Three.
informed.
Three. Don't river me. But it's too late now, isn't it? So don't river me. You could have turned me, but don't river me. Because it hurts. Okay? Three of hearts. Three. And three. Okay.
Does boat up. Danny bouncing back. 21 bigs. Wow, this is. This really is grindy.
The short stacks.
He's laughing.
This is crazy.
Surviving. Danny surviving 2 consecutive all-ins at risk. And at the hands of Gryko again, that's going to
Yeah.
drop him down to 29 blinds.
4 or 5.
Wow.
Double suited.
So now with that, Chip Leader has 29 bigs, Tang has 21 in second,
I don't remember the last
Arsenin has
time
18 in
before the
third,
double
and
suited hand.
Dam has 15
Must
in
have been like
fourth.
3 years.
It's been a long time.
TM saying 2010 was my favorite main event. They went to a live format in 2011 and never seemed to recover the same crazy vibe. Yeah, there's something special post Moneymaker, pre Black Friday. I mean, God knows how many hours of some of those main event days we've covered in our lives. I mean, there's nothing like a good night in with the lads, mate, is there? It's like, lads, let's just put on the 2009 main event.
Danny getting sneaky here on the button. Limps the king, king, jack, jack. He's now number 2 in chips. Gryko in the big blind. Does want to avoid huge pots with Gryko, but also wants to deny equity.
Oh my word.
That is
WTF.
Quite a flop.
Jack 9-6 rainbow. Danny's limp trap the king king jack jack.
How much is it?
I mean, the good news.
Thank you.
For Richard, I say good, I mean he's going to lose the pot, but the good news is that he doesn't have anything else to go with the Jack 9. It's just naked top 2. So, don't know if he's going to try and get this in.
Yeah.
I think the plan is always likely call and reevaluate turns. Let's say you're up against a hand like Queen Jack 10-8. You don't really want to commit 75% of your chips.
Yeah, you'd think plenty of the button limping range for Danny. Medium wrap type stuff that is very high equity on this board.
Exactly.
Jack 9 wants a clean turn.
Well,
that's not one of them.
No, but it is going to save Gryko a lot of money.
Yeah. Danny maybe has the same concerns on his mind.
He's got kings, though. Should never get check raised here. Or rarely. Does pot control. And he rivers the second nuts. Unfortunately, again, for Gryko, the board just getting worse and worse for him. He's lost the minimum here. What is this? What is this flop dealer? Come on, that's crazy. Ooh.
Richard reaching for bluffing chips.
Yeah, RG gonna set fire.
It's not gonna get away unscathed here. Got visions of clearing out overpairs, maybe even 7-8, you think?
Yeah, I think we can get 7-8 to fold. Can get a stronger jack to fold.
How much is it? No. I know, but how much is it?
175.
How much is pot?
3.175.
You can see what Gryko was going for here. Removal on the easiest full houses. So hard to be good. Just running into it.
I'll tell you what is good for the Danny Tang fans is he's about to become the chip leader. And all in for his tournament life twice, managed to survive, and now he's bounced back. He's deep in the tank here.
$2.5.
The 2.5.
$2.5 million requested. A pretty quick
How many did I
fold
use?
there from Richard. So,
Thank you.
the chip lead
Thank
being
you.
exchanged between these four on multiple occasions. With all four of them, Danny, Parsonen, Gryko, Dam, have held the chip lead on one occasion. We find the time. Give a shout out once more to our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Saw that exclusive Triton X Epic Skeleton being awarded to none other And Ben Tollerine earlier on today in that PLO main event. That is a watch that can only be earned, cannot be bought. We are thrilled to have this continued collaboration with Jacob & Co.
Little collision developing here between the two short stacks. Parsonen, pot open on the button. Martin Dam continuing from the big blind.
What a beautiful flop for Martin. Top pair, top kicker, gut shot to Broadway, and the flush draw.
If he could see how dead Parsonen is, he would certainly check. And after contemplating lead, he does check it over. Like this when your hand is this strong. Don't mind trapping a bet. All the backup needed to run it.
260,000.
It's a small one, but 250K nonetheless from Parsonen.
Dan with the check raise, all in. What a battle this has been four-handed. Just what the doctor ordered. Final event of the series. Sorry, penultimate event of the series, I should say. Worthy of a battle. All four looking to etch their name further into poker history. Danny looking for title number 6. Martin and Enos looking to become two-time champions in the PLO discipline format. Richard Grieco, on a couple of occasions, has almost run away with it. So he looks to take down his first title. But the deck has just not been cooperating with him. Danny's chip leader. King, queen, queen 10. Gets the button open. Doesn't want to double Richard up. Single suited.
Yes, slim lead here. Danny gonna pot.
This is pretty dicey.
Yeah, seems lucky not to run into it here. Gonna create some separation though for Danny. Important player to pick up chips from.
Yeah, playing a high variance style, he knows what he needs to do. He's happy to do it. Happy to do what's necessary. Queen 10, 8, 8. Gonna hit the mark, most likely. Let's getting pretty grim now for the boys. This is really cagey.
Very much about the cards we get dealt in these last few levels. Some edge to exercise, of course. The little nuances of tournament structure. I think all 4 players know about what you need to put 20 big blinds in the middle and spin the wheel.
I was going to say, these hands could collide on certain board textures. That's not really one of them. I mean, I don't think either player is going to be thrilled about building a pot with their current holdings. Danny might do the leading just because he's the chip leader. Eagles with backdoor spades. I don't know, man. It's really grim.
Yeah, that 6-5 almost acting like a gutter. The 9 just not really the straight we want to make.
Agreed.
Bottom pair going to be hard to make the best 2 pair as well. I mean, it's blind versus blind against presumably a wide range, but these are real concerns. Once we call the first bet and pick up equity, we're starting to get committed really fast.
Yeah, not surprised to see Let's just fold that one.
He is the shortest by a wide margin now. Just over 10 bigs.
Looking to follow in the steps of his good friend Bunat Punstri. Took down a PLO event here just the other night.
There's a climax in the 20K table coming back to new level 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 big financing. Start unit, please. Registration and re-entry is now closed.
Man, this really has been a slugfest. What's the average stack now? It's insane. 21 big blind average.
Yeah.
With 4 left. Everyone's held the chip lead at one point. This is one of the larger gaps we've seen, though. Danny with about 45% of the chips in play.
How much is pot on this? 525? 525.
Don't even think about it.
I'm just asking.
Confirmed. Was just asking. Passes on the ace, queen, deuce, deuce. Barsonen.
Yeah, once Danny gets out of the way on the button at this stack depth. Go time. It's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. Kevin, that's a great head of hair. It's like the Finnish Nacho Barbero.
Yeah. It's a good comparison. Is that a bit of natural gray coming through?
It's allowed. You play this game for a living.
He wears it well. Yeah, gone through some stress, no doubt.
Nature of the swings in this game.
Greiko's still looking to play some
Check.
pots. Chip leader in the big blind. This one playable on the button. Did notice that tight fold earlier, by the way. Chat mentioning the 5, 6, 7, 8. But it was
Who was it by?
It was 3 to a suit, and it was against.
How long have we played for?
It was Greiko who
Since the
folded the
last
big
break?
blind.
Doesn't feel tight to me at all.
I think it's just combination of
this isn't a
not the
200
greatest
big
hand and
blind
also
cash game.
Yeah, being quite short, third in chips, trying to outlast Elis.
Hello, nuts.
How much is it?
525.
Customary ask of the pot size, perhaps, when we have absolute nothing. And oh, Danny getting after it at the wrong time here. Just a jack of diamonds and a chip lead, of course.
Yeah, that's all this is chip leader doing chip leader things. Trying to apply pressure at the wrong time. Says this smashes my big blind range. Have all the 2 pairs, all of the sets, all of the straights. Which are just coming with call. Curious to see if Danny follows through on brick rivers. That is not a brick. The nuts has changed. Sevens now has showdown? Question mark?
Yeah. Sevens has improved notably. Handful of draws. But are they really going to let us win at showdown?
Yeah, maybe a hand like ace queen 4 with diamonds.
Yep. Greiko figuring out what his hand is worth in position.
Half pot requested from Richard. Now Danny's in a weird spot. He has a genuine decision here. Well, let's it go. Wes Braddock saying the turbo is wild. Gambledore just busted 3 bullets in 4 hands. I mean, where do you think we coined the name Gambledore from? You think this guy doesn't gamble? Last event of the series, 30K PLO.
That is pretty wild, though. You don't often see the single dot on the hand history.
Who have the beneficiaries been?
Looks like first bullet was a big one against Martirosian. Second to Roble. Third to Jason Kuhn. Still our chip leader in that one. He's got almost 1 million chips. Half the field left.
In his defense, they were all coolers. trips against trips. Yeah, I mean, maybe not all of them, but one against Robo was kind of a punt.
Elis gonna toss in an extra 300. And he's gonna flop 97% equity.
Dino heart in hand. I wonder if Elis just checks this one back in position. Let Danny do something on the turn. Dead. Yeah, I like this.
Common for the low flushes to operate this way. Very likely to remain the best hand if it started as the best hand.
Man, we're coming up to the end of the frame. Am I right in saying, Kevin, that we started this frame four-handed?
We did. Started four-handed with Parson and Chip leading. Gryko in second. No, Danny Tang, excuse me, in second.
And then during this frame, everyone's held the chip lead at some point. Everyone's been the shortest stack at some point. And dare I say, no, that would be incorrect. I was going to say everyone's been in for their tournament life at some point. Martin has, Danny has.
Twice.
Don't
Parson
think Elis has. I don't think Richard has.
Well, Richard covered for most of this frame, so...
Yeah, on the back of that...
he was ever at risk.
The back of that hero call at the start of the frame with that sick hero call, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, he was all in at risk against Parsonen when he check jammed the turn.
Oh, you're
That's
right.
how Gryko picked up the chip lead.
Yeah, you are right.
When he bet called the turn with top pair nut flush draw.
So
he was at risk there.
Everyone has been all in for their tournament life.
Believe so. Assuming Elis has. Which...
Yeah, Elis was with the ace, queen, 8-8 against Richard. Wow.
Yeah.
What an insane frame. That's pretty sick.
We might not be done.
Yeah. Last hand before we head into a break. Sounds like the prize pool is being announced in that 30K. So 13 bounties in that one, 51 runners. Top prize of $303,000. 8 places paid.
Okay. Do we have a dinner
Jason Kuhn is currently chip leader. Guess who's in second though? Artur Martirosyan.
I mean, we could all walk down to the buffet after this, and then all walk back up together.
Insane volume. So consistent, this guy. Danny saying, look, boys, we don't need to take the full break. We could just walk down
Very good sign language.
to the buffet, grab a quick bite to eat, and then, you know, come back up and play this one out.
Pot.
Let's see if it's going to be 4 players, though.
Looks like it.
I love some of the card showing that's been going on. It's been good fun. What an epic frame of poker that was. Really delivering in entertainment. Everyone has held the chip lead. Everyone's been the short stack, and everyone has been all in for their tournament life. After a frame of poker, nothing has given. We still have 4 players as with that big blind level increase. I mean, the average stack just dropping here as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Kevin Rabichow, if I can, speak English on day 15. Nothing's given, Kev. We're going to come back with 4 players in, and it does really feel like it's anyone's game. I mean, either of these short stacks double up through the chip leader. They then take the chip lead, and, it really means a lot to all of these guys. They're fighting for this.
Yeah. Yeah, and none perhaps more meaningful to none perhaps than Danny Tang. You can see how excited he is every time he's all in. He's been all in at risk twice, now has the chip lead. He's only going to have 25 big blinds when we come back, so I think there's going to be a few more of those all-in sweats in short order.
25 big blinds. He's got 3 of the PLO snipers on his heels looking to take that chip lead away from him. Kevin and I are going to be stepping away for 10 minutes. Don't go too far, because when we return, we're going to be playing down to heads up at least, one would assume. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Gaps in there, non-nutted suits, we just call. We start the hand, 16 deep. Martin's done a fantastic job at fighting his way back into this one. I mean, he's really closed the gap on Elis and Tang. He's going to say run it, try and take it down right here, right now. He's happy with the amount of equity that he would have.
Kings.
Against the hand that stacks off.
I'm blocked.
Here we go.
Damn, I got bluffed, didn't I?
Trip begins that way.
I definitely got bluffed.
Martin just said cheerio to Richard.
Are you offended?
No. Oh, what's going on here? Bottom 2.
Is it?
And an open ender.
No, that's way better, no? Is it not?
Well, I think I'm slightly ahead.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Slightly more.
Pure flip with one card to come.
Oh, yeah,
9, 5, 10, 3, king, diamond needed. 20 outs going to the river, and there is a cowboy. Just when things were looking good for Martin Dam. Practically tied himself at the top of the chip counts. He's now going to double up. It's the Gryko.
Yeah, but even when you're
1.2 exactly?
it's the best hand. I mean, you have to pay it like 40.
Man down. Producer James Dempsey is just, oh no. Oh, he's limping.
I'm going to keep encouraging it too. It's you who's going down.
It's Frank saying Henry is locked in today. A few downward dogs work wonders. Agreed.
All in.
It doesn't matter.
Yoga
They're
in
all
the AM, poker in the PM. The boys are all in.
Fourth one.
Huh?
What's the fourth one?
7.
Wow. Super straight.
What is
Ace,
it?
Super straight.
Jinx,
What are you,
padlock.
yin yin low?
1, 2, 3. Throw away the key.
I just said it because I heard Ben 86 say it the other day.
We have ace queen jack. Huh? Oh, 都係。係，都係。
Martin is the all-in player at risk. They are flipping
How
for his
we
tournament
completely
life.
unblocked each other?
7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Let's see if we can get some sweaty flop. I don't want it to be a lock for either player. Wow, that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a very tough one.
紅心二，紅心二，紅心二啊！
Non-club board pair, and it's all over for Martin.
紅心二啊！
Oh,
What the hell? What is that?
Danny's
I
turned
blocked
top 2.
a jack and I block a club.
Blocks 2 of Martin's outs. Jack or a club needed, otherwise we are down to 3.
我想清埋佢得唔得？
Can he find it? Oh, he can. Jack of spades. Nut straight for Martin Dam as he goes runner, runner.
Microphone goes back on.
Time to re-mic Martin Dam. The D-mic worked.
PLO, baby. The great game.
Next evolution of the preplay.
Want to see. We've had chess boxing. We need a Triton Super High Roller Series poker boxing.
Make for a great heads-up tournament format. Just saying. Give us a bracket.
Yeah, how would you do the brackets though? Because obviously weight class is massive. Massive in boxing. And then I guess so is poker prowess as well. How about this flop, by the way? Jesus. Top, nut flush draw for Richard. Edis is in trouble here. He's got bottom pair, second nut flush draw. There's 700k in the middle. This is first against second in chips.
And for that reason, maybe Eli's going to have ideas of applying pressure.
I think check call is preferred approach. He agrees.
Too much hand to raise, perhaps?
Yeah, you just don't want to be getting in 30 bigs with this hand, IMO.
Very few hands Richard's going to want to get 30 bigs in with, but this one, a very clean one.
1.1 in the middle. 2.9 back. I wonder if there's something to be said about preserving one's 2.9 million SPR3. Like, do we want to be stacking off at this stack to pot ratio? Is what I'm asking myself. And I don't know if we do. We've got Danny on 15 and Martin on 23 bigs, but Richard's not scared.
This going to give Parsonen some concern that the queen high flush draw is not the best flush draw.
I mean, yeah, you're just hoping that you're just up against what? Top set?
Yeah, he's got the nut gut shot as well. Gotta wonder how often Greiko just has ace of clubs to go along with whatever it is.
Oh no. It's going in the middle, boys.
Greiko not happy about this.
This is what I was thinking. Like, are we happy to call this off with the current stacked distributions? I mean, could be cooked. Just drawing to a club. Felix has eights, has threes. Eights with a redraw.
Quite a find from Elis.
And Richard is just in the absolute hurt locker right now. I was surprised myself when I saw the bet on the turn, because it just opens the door for Parson to do things like this.
Do you think there's anything telling about 600 being the size on the turn as well, leaving so much behind?
He was setting up stacks though, right? 600 with 2.3 back.
I think
would
it
have
was
had pot exactly, or just less than pot going to the river.
Yeah, but just half pot on the turn.
You think Elis just picking up on that, eh?
Always a possibility. If the incentives might look a little bit different for the strongest of value that's vulnerable. Potentially the bluffs. I mean, Elis, of course, hoping to just run into a bluff. That's a best case scenario. Getting the snap fold.
All in.
Good luck, boys.
Goes with it.
Here we go.
Choose on it quite a bit, and that is not the hand
With a queen high.
Elis wanted to see.
4, right?
6, 5, 4, 3 needed. 9 ounce once.
4, 3, 5, 6.
Or, you know, any of the other cards.
Richard could go bang, bang. Thank you, ma'am, here. If he can just hold, which he does. He's gone from one of the shortest stacks to overwhelming chip leader. Well, I'm really glad that was the hand they chose for the highlight reel before we return to what is still four-handed play in this 50K. And the reason I say that is because after that pot, Richard Greiker was overwhelming chip leader, running away with it. Everyone else was short-stacked. And yet we are still four-handed. I believe producer James said after 68 hands, 69 hands of four-handed play there. On that frame, 4 levels of action played. I mean, it's just insane. Coming back, average stack has dropped down to less than 20 big blinds. Danny Tang is the chip leader with 33 bigs. Elis is on 18, Richard's on 17, Martin's on 15, and the app hasn't even been updated, by the way. So
Yeah.
Surely something is going to give now.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about when Richard was overwhelming chip leader. He had Danny Tang all in at risk twice during that period. Both times Danny found the double. That's how he ends up as the chip leader. But when we go to 100, 200K, he's just going to have 25 blinds. Things can change in a hurry.
Yeah, everyone was all in at risk on at least one occasion during that frame. Everyone was the shortest stack on at least one occasion, and everyone was chip leader on at least one occasion. Nothing has given thus far, but it does feel like we've now reached that stack depth where it wouldn't surprise me if we go from 4 players to crowning a champion inside 30 minutes, Kev.
I have to agree.
Let's see. Something's got to give. I mean, blinds are going to keep increasing. Blinds are going to keep going up. I mean, we can't just blind ourselves down to average stack of 3 bigs. I mean, I guess we could.
And you know, Danny kind of poking fun at himself earlier last frame, talking about how no one would invite him if there was a PLO invitational. But you know, when he's got 25 big blinds, everyone else has 12, you have to think if he just says pot every time he's dealt a pretty looking hand, he's going to win this thing more often than not.
Ooh. This is interesting. 25 for Danny, passing him with 13. Greiko on 12. Does he want to take this? Ace, 10, 9, 8. Let's it go. Did think about it though.
Yeah. Does Greiko expect any fold equity against Parson in there?
If that was suited, if that was suited.
Gonna get that through.
Yeah, it's okay.
Danny not chip leading by enough to get that splashy, he thinks.
我揸隻牌就可以起碼跟。
Iran Rush, same 4 players playing since 3 hours. Yeah, it's been a grind. Just catching up with that 30K turbo. 21 left. We're going on break. 8 places paid in that one. Wow, I mean, 20-minute clock is pretty insane. That one's going to be lightning fast. Curious to see how many we're going to be down to by the time we wrap things up here. Be cool if we could just come in straight on the FT.
Thought it was 15-minute clock even now, no?
It might be, yeah.
Now that late reg is closed. I believe they're just on 15-minute levels. That thing's going to fly by. No flops yet. Couple of pre-flop takedowns. Looks like Martin brought his dinner to the table.
Don't blame him. Got to get those calories in. Make sure we're hitting all of our macros. 170 grams of protein on a daily basis.
Oddly specific, but...
Well, you know, I'm dialed in.
Blind versus blind here. Ace, King, 10. Triple suit, not a problem when Parsonen is this short. This is where we expect to see the confrontations, not only blind versus blind, but two of the shorter stacks. Chance to win chips off each other. It's always a nice possibility. Gryko the only one with a spade. Just the 4 of spades. How does Parsonen perceive ace-king in this spot? Can't be too excited.
I wonder if Gryko does start bluffing with this.
The equivalent of a no equity in position bluff. Nothing but backdoor full house.
Backdoor Bangkok, running 5s. The reason running 5s is backdoor Bangkok, Kevin, in case you didn't know. Shout out to Joey Ingram, by the way. It's because if you ever stumble across a Thai reel or post on like Twitter or IG, something that's funny, you'll see Thai people use the number 5 as their way of saying ha ha ha. Because the number 5 in Thai is ha.
Okay.
So running 5s, quad 5s is ha 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 ha. Backdoor Bangkok. That's Joey Ingram, you know, just being Joey Ingram.
Actually didn't know there was a real reason for it.
I don't know if there was, but I'm assuming that's why running 5s is backdoor Bangkok.
I mistakenly thought Joey just said that about
every backdoor.
Any backdoor quads or any backdoor, any ambitious backdoor. Did seem to be quads specifically.
Would be a tough spot for Elis on this river now. Gryko not taking the bait.
Elis now second in chips. Martin Dam our short stack, and he's posting the big blind.
Can tell the boys are tired. Been a long grind for some of these two disciplined grinders, such as Danny Tang and Elis.
Fold.
Ooh. Aces on the button. Elis is second in chips. He's closing the gap on Tang. Gonna come with pot as expected. Rich is gonna get out of there. Martin's gonna think about it. Jack 9 deuce. Triple suited.
Stays patient.
Hello?
It's hard to do, in my experience.
Hard to do at this stack depth, that's for sure.
But when the average stack gets this low, ICM has a funny way of making it such that you don't even necessarily want to get it in any looser. Because you know that it's only going to take 60 blinds in your stack to win the whole tournament. 10 is very meaningful.
Yeah, that's a great point.
When it represents 1/6 of the chips in play. Very different from having 10 blinds when it's, you know, 5% of the chips or
Right.
3% of the chips.
That's a really good point, yeah. Average stack is 16 bigs right now. You double up with 10 bigs, you got more than average with 4 left.
Wow.
How much is pot? 6.
Limber. Comes with limp. Let's see if the plan was to limp call. I assume so.
Yeah, it does seem like a pretty strong one once we get involved. Willing to play for 6. Now willing to play for a lot more.
10 of clubs window card. 1.4 in the middle.
And perhaps risk averse enough in this spot to lead jam.
Yeah, I'm blocking all of the higher stuff, right? The queen, king, queen, jack, spade draw.
He does check.
Also, if by checking over we can get Danny to just put us in with 6%, we
I'm
are.
probably dead then. I'm probably dead. Am I dead?
I don't know. What do you have?
Oh, you have top set? I have 1 out.
Never be dead with that hand, Danny.
I think I'm running queen jack.
Yeah, backdoor Broadway.
Hơi điểm rồi mà.
But you have got it in
Well,
close
you
to
have
as
the king
bad
while
as
they're running
one
queen jack.
can in this game, unfortunately. Case king needed.
Yeah, that's why the king.
Cowboy of hearts. Doesn't find it.
1.2.
And he did what he could by leaning pre-flop. Favorable connection with Martin. Already a second place finish here in Montenegro. Another incredible run here in this 50K. How about it? Takes the chip lead. I do apologize. Just behind Elis now. So the show goes on. 20 bigs for the chip leader. Elis Parsonen. Dam in second with 19. Danny Tang in third with 13. And Richard Grieco in fourth with 10. Here is the short stack, Richard. Raises pot. Gets one through. What a slugfest. 4-handed for 75 hands now, if I'm not mistaken. It's been an absolute battle. Had some early eliminations. Boss Pulpua out in 7th, and Mr. Benividi, Dirk Goritze, out in 6th. After getting his kings cracked by Danny Tang's queens, and then it was Clement's turn to get bad beat in 5th. His aces cracked by Martin Dam's kings. Here we are. 4 left. 310 guaranteed.
That was the highlight of my hand. Sorry?
The dancing deuce.
That was like the name of a gastro bar somewhere.
Lionel Messi in the chat saying Imajima also direct bubbled the 100K with Ace X. He did, yeah. It's been an interesting one for the PLO fans out there.
Imagine in 6 hands time.
And brutal. Tavares saying they can all rest on their way to Vegas. Yeah, they can. I think everyone's going to get some rest after this one. I assume. I mean, some of these savages are going to be jumping straight into tournaments in just a couple of days' time.
Yeah, I don't know how much rest you're really allotted if you just hop on the international flight, get straight back into the action for another 7 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are sick. Now you know why I'm retired. Martin with a spot here. A genuine one at that. Ace Queen Jack 5 suited to the Queen. Gonna make the call. 1.4 in the middle. Every hand dealt right now. Feels like this could be it.
No, 1.5.
Richard's got just north of pot.
Okay.
8-6-3.
8 9 女7打往往
Rainbow. Yeah, good man. Just says run it. Martin can't call. 3 overs, backdoor hearts, but 0 interaction. Ryko will take it. Loves that result. This is insane. Ela's chip leader with 18 bigs. Danny Tang, Gryko, and Dam all have 15 bigs. Literally tied. 3 big blind difference between 4th and 1st.
Aces, please.
Winning hand, please. I'll take winning hand. Just
It
take a
doesn't
winning
feel
hand.
like you're the chip leader when you have 18 bigs. I have to say.
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't be the chip leader. Danny's asking for aces. Elis has aces.
Yeah, maybe you feel a bit more like the chip leader when you have 2 aces first in. Ready to commit.
Don't speak too soon, Kevin, because aces have been cracked multiple times already this series in PLO. Richard with tri-suit queens. May run this here. It is against the chip leader.
Although with this slim lead that Parsonen has, you don't expect the wide opening range we're used to assigning your typical chip leader. Gets away from an ugly one there.
It really was an ugly one as well because
yes,
Elis had hearts covered. What have we got in this 30K turbo? 20 left.
Thank you.
Average stack of 26 big blinds.
Hello. My favorite married couple.
Jason Kuhn. Chip leader, Artem Arturosian in second. Nacho Barbero in third. Dan Dvoris in fourth. And Jonas Kronlitter in fifth. That's going to be a fun one. Turbo-y, but fun. Phil Ivey still in there. Patrick Antonius. Gambledore. Boss Paul Pua. Ben Tollerine. Punat Punsri. You love to see it. So, once we wrap things up here, this 50K, be picking up coverage of that final event. Aces for Richard now. His turn to get dealt the goods. Something's got to give eventually. This four-handed battle. As expected, pot announced.
Come on, Alice. All in.
Who's that? Yeah. Someone on the rail. Taking him on.
Thought it was Martin for a second.
Oh, was it? Maybe.
No
Sounded
monotone.
like him.
No monotone. No monotone.
10-9-5 with flush draw.
10-9-5 with flush draws.
That would probably do it.
That would get the money in. Oh my word. 10-9 deuce. No flush draw though. Alice has flop top 2. Richard's got the overpair. No backdoor flush available to him. Does the money just fly in? Feels likely. Feels like Elis is likely to jam this one. Just because it's so difficult to feel comfortable putting chips in on most turns. So here we go, 1.7 in the middle. He's going to take his sweet time before leading a pot. Action on Mr. Greiko with the aces. Just going to check to see what he's working with, but don't think he's ever folding this.
It's certainly not what you're hoping for. Covered.
There's the announcement. There's the
what he needs
snap
to.
call. So just what Martin asked for.
Top 2.
Oh, what a hand.
Top 2 first shot. 佢就搏緊4歐。
A clash between
7 out.
Greiko and Elis.
人哋有7 out.
Chip lead pot. 6.2 million in the middle. If Elis can hold,
7 out.
he's going to have 7 of the 14 million chips.
除非得翻
3 left on the hunt for his second title. If Greiko can get there in the form of an ace-3 or a deuce, which he does on the turn, he is going to be back to overwhelming chip leader on the hunt for his first trophy. Holds on the river. 6.3 million chip stack for Richard. He's had to do it the hard way. Was in this spot over 2 hours ago.
2.27.
都仲係去緊 according to plan 嘅。
I said 22.75.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said 32.
Had Martin all in for his tournament life. Had Danny all in for his tournament life.
I thought it was odd that I was correcting you on that.
Had Elis all in for his tournament life. I mean, he could have
I have not gotten
already lifted the trophy
So there was the time.
an hour and a half ago. Elis looks somewhat perplexed by that spot. Perhaps didn't. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he can expect aces to fold there. This SPR. So huge shift in momentum here. We came back four-handed. Danny Tang was chip leader. Elis managed to take the chip lead before that hand. And now he's dropped down just 4 bigs.
係啊，我咪話佢好咯。而家我咪話而家係跟住個 plan 行咯。
Richard Grieco takes the chip lead. He's got more than half the chips in play. Oh, he's got exactly half the chips in play. Practically taste victory, but he knows it's going to be a swingy affair to get there. He knows that these guys aren't going to back down and make it easy.
Yeah, Grieco has had a larger lead than this in this very tournament. Not too far departed from the point where he had about 60% of the chips. As we see Martin recognizing the incentive to avoid a few pots until Elis has put his last 4 big blinds at risk. Wouldn't mind seeing Parsonen just take a few free hands here. He's got chip leader on his left. Very little fold equity available. He'll go for limp instead.
Been very impressed with Martin's ICM savviness and approach to full ring and 6 max.
Elis sneaks one through here.
Doesn't connect in any fashion on the King 6 deuce. Brutal development. One of the greatest of all time in the PLO format. I wonder if Richard just dunks this in.
He does look genuinely perplexed about this spot. Not often you imagine we're reviewing 3 big blind effective chip leader post-flop spots.
I agree.
You just kind of, if you're building out your study plan for PLO tournaments, you gotta think, that's pretty low on the list.
Man, what a grind this has been for all 4 of these players. If there was a way to chop the trophy, I feel like this would be the time. Elis is going to run this one. Queen 9, 8-7 on the button. It's going to be forced all in 2 hands time. I think this is a spot to take. I'm not sure though. I'm really not sure.
He's given it some thought. I remember Parsonen in his deep runs in Jeju and the PLO events a couple months ago really seeks to find ways to stretch out a short stack at final tables, but he does deem this one worthy of a spin. Richard with kind of interesting incentives here. He wouldn't mind if Parsonen survives, but he also wants the chips.
Yeah, it seems like it's reached that stage.
I'd like repot as the choice because now we force Martin to make a decision for his tournament rather than engaging in the whole let's call and go 3 ways and try to bust this guy situation. That's not really what Grieco wants. He either wants the chips all for himself or he wants to keep this going 4-handed.
Imajimba out of there. So Richard with the ISO.
block then?
With the ace jack 6-4.
At sixes? I had sixes.
I have queen queen, but I also have clubs. Also have a 10.
So it's fair fight.
That's okay, I'll just hit mate.
It's a deal.
Richard's one-liners have been so witty, it's just impeccable comedy. Ace 7-3. Both players with a pair. Elis with backdoor spades.
That's a good card. I'll take 7 of spades.
Oh, gut shot. You have a gut shot.
Got her in a 7.
Got her in the 7 needed.
Oh no.
Richard, it's turn top 2. Is this finally going to be the breaking point? Are we finally going to be down to 3 players, or is Elis going to spike a 6-outer? He's not.
GG.
Okay, man.
GG's announced. What a battle.
Oh.
What a battle that was. Was the chip leader on a couple of occasions. Just a couple of hands ago.
Oh, queens, man.
He got it all in with the best hand on the 10-9 deuce for an overwhelming chip lead spot.
Queens 冇贏，Queens 俾人清埋。
Sometimes the poker gods have other plans. Even for the likes of this man, Elis Parsonen, widely regarded as one of the greatest PLO players of our generation. Has a Triton PLO main event title. Title number 2. We'll have to wait, and finally we are down to 3-handed play. 410,000 locked up. Raiko looking for his first. Imba looking for his second. Danny Tang looking for his 6th title.
And with just 10 blinds, Danny Tang is very likely going to be looking to win this. And have a chance to double.
It's
Starts
pretty
with the call.
brutal. It is pretty brutal. Rainbow will defend. Imba's loving this. I mean, he's sat there on 13 bigs. He's just like, go on, lads, I'll take another ladder. 9-5-4. Top pair for Richard with the wheel draw. Danny says run it. Good luck, boys.
領先，好 ，it's very good shape。我有煙我有 Jack。
I wouldn't say very good shape.
I
but
block ace and a jack. Pretty good shape already.
fair. I mean, that is valid.
一隻十係直接贏咯，唔係都唔係直接贏，因為佢
Because
就
the
第二
outs
嘛。
being shown on screen aren't actually true. Remove an ace and a jack from those.
10 of hearts. 10 of hearts. Please.
Richard's got
10.
11 outs
10.
twice.
10. No deuce. Do anything you want, but no deuce.
Anything you want, but no deuce.
No deuce, okay? No deuce.
That's
no
the
deuce.
request.
Dead, no fun, really. Oh yeah, dead, really no fun, huh?
Dead, no fun indeed, my friend. GG's to the Triton Poker ambassador, 5-time champion, number 1 on Hong Kong's all-time money
Out of my
list.
comfort zone. 10 big blinds effective, and it all goes right.
Danny Tang out in third, and just as we expected, Kevin, it's gone bang, bang from 4 to heads up in the blink of an eye. And it's going to be Richard Grieco squaring off against Martin Dam, as I'm sure they have for thousands of hours and thousands of hands online. This time they're going to do it in the live arena. the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Dam looking for his second title.
Thank you.
Graiko looking for his first, as Danny heads to collect $410,000 for his efforts. And with that departure, means we're all now guaranteed $626,000. As the 5-time champion tried to repeat what his good friend Punat Punsri did in the 25K. Falling short against Richard Graiko, who's going to be coming into heads-up play with a 4-1 chip lead. Martin again heads up for a title here in Montenegro. He got it done in this very card room last year. We're going to take it to a quick break, 2 minutes, then we'll be back for continuing coverage.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Well, what an absolute treat we have for the PLO fans around the world here as Imba Jimba, Martin Dam, squaring off against Raconteur. Mr. Richard Graiko heads up for a Triton title. Imba's done it before. Martin Dam took down a Triton title here in this very card room last year. Came second to Punat Punsri earlier on this series in the 25K. And Richard Graiko would be looking to do it for the first time, which, Kevin, is looking likely, coming in with a 4-1 chip lead. And given just the overall pace of play that we've seen, and at this stack depth, it wouldn't surprise me if this is, you know, a 2-3 hand kind of affair.
Yeah, not a lot of room to maneuver off of 10 blinds heads up. And we've seen how quickly things can move once we got down this short. It was grindy for a while, but we expect it to be quick.
Let's throw it down to the main stage once more for continuing coverage of this 50K PLO as Richard Graiko squares off against Martin Dam for $884,000. And of course, that coveted Triton trophy as, well, just finding out that they've just taken another minute or so to perhaps, I don't know, look at numbers. I don't think they're going to make a deal this early in a heads-up match. I mean, 4-1 chip lead for Richard. I mean, I know these guys respect each other, right, Kev? These guys have battled countless hours online against one another in both tournaments and cash games. But I don't think a deal would be struck until at least Martin gets a double.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, not saying that I've heard anything of a deal, but no reason that you can't think about taking money off the table, even with a 4-1 chip lead. It's a big pay jump, right? And regardless of what your chip position is, you can just get your fair share of that pay jump. 4-1 gives you 80%. It's a pretty good spot to take some risk off the table.
Yeah, 260k heads-up match on our hands. Let's see if Martin can do what needs to be done, come out the gate with an early double, or if Richard's just gonna finally close one of these out. He's been trying, he's been knocking on the door. Join us for the first time in London 2023 in the 25k PLO. Took him 8 attempts before he got his first Triton cash. Monte Carlo 2024 came 7th in the 25k PLO for 62,000. Followed it up with a 3rd in Jeju, then a 13th place in the 100k PLO main over there. Really would be great to see him earn his first title here. Would also be great to see this young man win his second. It's been very, very impressive. The viewers have been loving his presence at the table, his approach to the game, and that story arc as well, Kev. I used to post graphs of his journey at 50 PLO to then get to where he is now, 2025. Not only is he showing up playing Triton events, he's holding his own, winning titles, running deep. Certainly belongs on this stage. See if he can extract some value here from the 2 9s. Interesting spot for Greco, blocking some of the bluffs that you'd want Martin to have. Not to state the obvious, but probably prefer calling queens here than 9s. Down with the probe, 1/3. Greco with the call. 1.25 in the middle. Richard looking for a 9 or a 10. Doesn't find it. Martin with the check mark next to his name, so first blood going to be going the Dane's way. Okay, squeeze out more value now. Diamonds brick, lower end of the straight, 653, all bricking.
Yeah, we can't love having 2 9s, but heads-up ranges now were much wider. This is just limp check pre-flop. There's no reason that Martin's hand needs to be connected in any particular way. He can have 6-5 with any other danglers.
750 the announcement. I'm so good in the chat saying rocking the berry sweet shirt with the 10 big blind stack. Gotta represent, man. Whether it's 10 BB stack, 30 BB, 50, or posing for a winner's pick.
Is there a berry sweet merch shop that I'm unaware of?
I mean, apparently so.
It's a nice looking shirt.
Apparently so. Custom made, I assume.
Let me know, I'm so good. Are they available for purchase in Canada? I would like one.
How about an I'm So Good t-shirt, by the way? Just the Cookie Monster with the name I'm So Good, you know? I feel like that would be a pretty sick tee.
It'd be good for the fans. But like if I'm walking around a farmer's market and I'm rocking the Berry Sweet t-shirt, I just fit in with a wider audience, you know?
Valid.
Just thinking about my typical Saturday afternoon.
That's a great point, yeah.
I could wear it year round.
I could wear the Cookie Monster t-shirt around my niece, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think she would enjoy that. Cookies?
That sounded practiced. That was good.
I mean, she's 14 months old. I've had 14 months getting reps in. Does make her giggle, even on the 17th time. Another one that works is the Jim Carrey, the claw from Liar Liar.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Liar Liar? I think it's Liar Liar. Just recycling my dad's old jokes. Passing it down the generations. There's Dam. Completes on the button. Bit deeper now. 12 bigs, 10, 9, 6, 6 rainbow.
Yeah, with big blind ante out there. Players entering the pot with pretty much anything. Nobody been dealt a premium just yet. You expect to see a lot of this limp check. Both players adding straight draws.
Yeah, Groenke with a double gut shot now, looking for a 6 or a 10. Martin also with a double gut shot, looking for a jack or a 7. Don't think he can continue against this larger sizing though. Be a very, very tough call.
Do worry about a number of your outs being gone. Martin's going to stick around.
Yeah, it gets sticky. 1.75 in the middle. Just to give you an idea of how tight this race is. I mean, Martin rivering the nuts. 9 high straight. He's going to be playing at least 4 million. And he's going to have reduced the chip deficit from 4-1 to 2-1. Maybe even more if Richard bets at this.
This seeming potentially dangerous, but the jack and the 9 not looking as attractive anymore. 9 feels okay to bluff with. 6 would be preferable.
1.2.
Does go for it.
Well, I'll be damned.
Nice.
Kevin, you can't. Come on, man. You can't do that. You just got to let it hang for a bit. Let's see if people pick up on it.
It caught me by surprise, that's all. You got to tell me next time. You're not usually this funny, Henry.
You can't just laugh immediately. I'll be damned. Martin Dam is going to be playing 5.2 million after this one. Is off to an incredible start in this heads-up match. Just looking through his Triton track record. Joined us for the first time in this very card room last year, Montenegro 2024. Cashed 3 of the 4 events he played then, including a win in the 30K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro. In fact, this 50K was the only event he didn't cash. Cashed the 25K final table there. The 100K main, he cashed 11th. Then he won the 30K for 530,000. Monte Carlo, November of last year. Not the greatest stop, 0 for 3 there. But something about Montenegro that this young man just gets. close to beating Punat Punsri earlier this series. Came second in the 25K, 380,000. He's guaranteed at least second here. 5th cash for him on the Triton Tour. Talking of that 30K PLO Bounty Quattro, Nacho Barbero, chip leader with 15 left. We'll be picking up coverage of that one once we wrap things up here. But now that Martin has managed to spin it back up to a very healthy 20 big blinds, we may have a battle on our hands. And it seems fitting, Kevin, after that 4-handed slugfest, that we duke it out a little bit. Heads up. I believe this is the first raise we've seen.
Yeah, Greco with the first pot open. 20 big blinds effective, you'd think. Raising starts to become a little more commonplace since you've got room to call 3-bets without being all in.
I was just about to say, I wonder if Martin pots this. He does. Now Greco is going to be calling, and we're going to have like 40% of the chips in the middle before we've even seen a flop.
Heads up PLO, such an aggressive game already. Make it 20 big blinds deep, and these two know what you need to do.
Yeah, 4,750,000 of the 12.4.
250.
It's funny how casual they are in situations like this, because they know this is just a let's see who flops it kind of situation.
No, these guys are elite professionals. They know it's all business, and it's all going to be in on this flop. Queen 4 deuce, 2 hearts, backdoor clubs as well, working for Martin. Overcard to the board. I think we want to just jam. We do just get some folds sometimes. Good luck, gentlemen. Let's see how your flipping skills are for the title, Mr. Greco.
No hearts, no hearts.
9.9
I'm standing up.
of the 12.5 million in the middle.
No hearts.
What
Martin Dam.
do we need? 5 of clubs?
Not greedy, asking for the 5 of clubs.
And a
You know,
jack of
keep it
clubs.
sweaty going to the river.
Just
I
a
like
little
it.
greedy.
I mean, I respect
Feeling
it.
lucky?
He's not asking for a heart.
Yes.
That would
King
turn
of
Richard
worries.
dead. Martin's excited. Excited about this one.
That's a bad one. Jago heart. You cover me, right? Yeah, you do.
Greco turning top 2. Martin picking up a gut shot. Heart still working for him.
I'm using
Heart.
it now. I have saved it.
Don't
Or a
wait.
For
jack.
these many years.
Seriously.
I'm using it now.
Don't wait.
Redeeming.
He's
one-
trying to
one time.
use his one time, Kevin. It makes sense given that it is for a Triton trophy, but he doesn't
You know what?
find it.
GG.
GG.
The one time not working for Denmark's Martin Dam, who was so impressive here in Montenegro. Another second place finish for him, but how about it? How about this man, finally, monkey off of his back, widely regarded as one of the best. Kevin, I mean, how long's this man been around for, competing in the high stakes arena, in the 4-card streets? Great to see him picking up his first Triton trophy here in Montenegro. Feels like it's been a long time coming. $884,000. And you know, for a lot of these guys, Kev, it's not, I mean, you said earlier on, the money does matter, of course, but it's the accolades. It's the trophies. You want to be known as one of the best in your chosen discipline. You need to be here. You need to be trying. You need to be showing up, stepping into the ring, into the arena, competing against some of the best in the world. Case in point, here, Dam, Elis, Dirk. Let's not sleep on Paul Pua, Danny Tang, Clemens, of course. such a fun FT. It's the UK's Richard Grieco to be heading away with the lion's share of the prize pool and finally getting his first piece of gold at the Triton stop. That was a real fun battle.
Yeah. I mean, a tough grind for Richard for sure and for all the players. He made a few tough calls early, you know, in the middle there, a pair of threes on the end.
Yeah.
The bet call against Elis when covered with top pair and flush draw. Yeah, he's going to feel good about this one and proud to have won in that way.
Yeah, I think he's going to look back at this final table, probably review some hands, and I don't know, maybe release a couple of study videos.
I certainly hope so from Coach Grieco. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be really cool. We're going to have a word with our champion. He's going to be alongside Ali Najjar, but I do want to let you viewers know that, listen, we are not done yet. We have coverage of that 30K Turbo. It's going to be the final event here from Montenegro. Some massive names still left in the field. Jason Kuhn, Nacho Barbero, Phil Ivey. So please do stay close. But for now, a word with our champion, Mr. Richard Grieco.
Well, this gentleman may have taken his time coming down here to Montenegro, but it didn't take him long to rise to the top. Richard Grieco, congratulations. Your third ever final table at Triton, your first ever title, and your biggest ever career score, $884,000. And this one, well, let's say it played out in spurts, 7-4 in what seemed like a reasonable pace, and then gridlock when we got down to four-handed as it took 68 hands to reach heads up. What was it like on this battlefield?
I mean, a battlefield is exactly how I'd put it. Yeah, that's more or less how it felt. And so it was, I don't know, it was just about staying in it, I suppose. Playing it like the cliches, you know, playing every hand as they come, that kind of thing. Yeah, it was a battle.
Did you expect at one point when you had over half the chips four-handed that you would find yourself on the short stack afterward?
I mean, there are a lot of tournaments where how that goes is the big stack kind of systematically robs everyone else at the table, but apparently no one else at the table was agreeable to that, and so yeah, they fought back, and that worked out well for them.
I feel as though Pot Limit Omaha has this reputation for being, you know, a magnet for gamblers. But as you guys demonstrated here today at this table, the game, in particular in tournament format, can be incredibly technical.
Yeah, I've always thought of it as a very technical game. I mean, it is at its heart like a gambling game with equities and numbers and such. But yeah, once it is what you make of it, I suppose. If you're going to spend thousands of hours studying it, then you're going to find a lot of incredibly interesting pathways to go down study-wise. If you view it as a game where you can like get all the money in pretty regularly and not be doing too bad, then that's how it's going to be for you as well.
One of the things you've done also is share some of the wisdom and the strategy that you've managed to pull together over the course of a pretty long career. Talk to me about the evolution of Pot Limit Omaha a little bit and how much coaching has helped you in your own performance.
I mean, the evolution of PLO over the last 20 years has basically just gone from exactly what you said, like a gambling game, to a game that almost everyone who came to this table would have approached it in a very sort of through a studied methodological lens. And that's completely different to 20 years ago or even soon after that.
And then with respect to the coaching, how has that played a part in your ability to remain successful?
Well, obviously, if you're charging people money to teach them about the game, then there's a certain amount of expertise or knowledge at the very least that you're expected to have yourself. And so, staying current in that regard, I suppose, has been a challenge, but simultaneously a help for situations like this.
Now, obviously, there's not quite as many options to ply your trade in the PLO tournament streets as the two-card counterpart, but your choice to come here to Triton is one that obviously we appreciate, and I'm curious as to what your experience has been like.
More or less what I'm sure everyone else you've spoken to has said. It's an incredibly smooth, enjoyable, I would say almost second to none experience playing-wise. Everything that surrounds the play of hands, it's incredibly enjoyable.
Well, I've got some golden enjoyment standing by right here. Luca Vivaldi walks up to hand Richard Grieco his first ever title. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Grieco.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Paul starts this one up. 3 blinds of his 14.
This is pretty dicey. The tri-suit into the chip leader's big blind. Pretty dicey.
Ace, king, jack nonetheless on the short stack.
Thank you.
Thank you, he says as they go to a flop. Parsonen.
Don't forward
4 live cards.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Oh, especially if Elis just leads. I think he's thrilled about it. Could be cooked. If he can just get like black kings to fold. I honestly don't know in Boss's shoes. I mean, it's just so difficult to improve. You know you're going to be up against a hand like this that has this much equity against you. No backdoor. Could be super cooked. Could just be up against like ace, jack of diamonds.
You don't think a hand that strong starts with check more often than not?
This SPR, yeah, I guess.
It is typical for the very strongest hands to not bother stealing the lead, just check and allow a c-bet from something weaker. I do think it's hard for, I mean, obviously, Parsonen always has good equity when he takes this line. Could also just have like maybe dry 2-pair, you think? Deny some equity there. I assume you don't always want to have bluffs, although sometimes that does happen for chip leader spots.
550, right? 450.
So just a flat. It's an interesting one if the plan is to escape on diamonds that don't give him a redraw.
Wow.
Well, now we go.
Now we go. And now we're in big trouble. 10, king, ace, jack needed. 1.7 million chip pot.
Flop 我大喎，嗬。
係你大。
You have diamond? I won.
Boss is in trouble. Needs some help from the deck. He's going to stay alive in this 50k PLO on the hunt for his second title. That is GG's. Well played, sir. took a dicey spot pre-flop, wanted to build a bit of a stack, put himself in with a good chance of actually going on to win this one rather than just looking for ladders. He's going to be our first casualty at this FT. Majority of the money went in on the flop when he had the best of it. Just running into the steamroller. That is Elis Parsonen.
Hard to stop him.
Plus
Playing
Paul.
great, running great. It's an unfair combination. I do like the way Paul played that one in the end, though. Gave himself an out and just wasn't presented the opportunity.
Okay, now guaranteed. These final 6. Ice creams are getting passed around to the share hands crew. I mean,
I was just noticing that.
What's going on? No ice cream for the commentators. Wow, they're eating it right in front of us as well. I mean,
direct eye contact and everything.
I think one of them just cussed you out, Kev.
Now they're filming it to put it on social. This is too much.
Unbelievable. Can someone get ice cream delivered to the commentary booth at the Maestral Casino Resort? Any one of the thousands of viewers? Be much appreciated. I once put out a request like that at the WSOP. I was starving in the booth. It'd been like a 15-hour day.
Yeah.
And I requested a slice of pizza, or some pizza. This was back when I didn't really take care of my health.
Yeah.
And no word of a lie, 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the booth door.
Yeah.
Some legend watching the stream had gone to the buffet, picked up like 3 or 4 slices of pizza.
That's so good.
That was pretty strong. But yeah, ice cream, table 1. Fenny with the limp jam. Danny with a hand that would have done well as an over limp.
Yeah, put into a pretty dicey spot here after the raise, right? Little too middle of range.
Yeah. He's going to make the call, and I'll tell you what, you do not want to double Venny up. But that is looking very likely here, as Danny has come with raise call.
These are spots where, in the no limit final tables, we've seen a lot of players starting to like check down or seek the opportunity to check down with those last couple of blinds in Dirk's spot. Haven't seen it yet in PLO. Oh boy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sometimes you just know.
Don't think Danny would have allowed a check down anyways after this flop.
Ooh. No sweat.
Little sweat.
That's brutal.
Backdoor diamonds. Backdoor Broadway.
But 95% of the chips in with the best of it. Fortune favors the brave, though. Danny made the calls. Flop top set. 2 cards to come. Venny drawing to 2 outs once. Can Dirk find a cowboy? No, he can't.
Good game, guys.
Thank you.
That's PLO. Is it not? Just haven't had this chance to say Short deck law.
PLO,
this
baby.
trip, and that's the closest I got for this one.
Yeah, it's a rough one. GG's, Mr. Goritze. One of the, just a legend. Real legend, does a ton of stuff for charities worldwide, donating, I want to say the better part of 100, 150. That's what happened. No deals, no swaps. You just rock up 100K of your own money, you click the buy-in button. 3 days later, you're champion in a main event. Came to Montenegro and backed up the truck. Clemens looking to back up the truck here.
Martin Dam in the big blind with double suited kings.
This is as cold as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. This is as cold as it gets. Ace, king, king, 9 double against ace, ace, queen, 8. Clemens,
Hearts too.
70% favorite, but we've seen the bigger pair downed already so far today.
Scam announced.
Sorry
Nachito
not to hear it. It's been in your ear before this.
would be calling this a scam. Still 5 cards to come. Hold on to your socks, boys. Ooh.
Queen of
What we
diamonds.
got going on here? Okay, little Jack 9-8. Reuter with the straight draw and the best of it. Martin looking for a king or a 9. Now add diamonds. It's never easy, is it? Has more equity with 1 to come than he did pre-flop. Oh. What is going on at this FT? Sick game. We're down to 4. Martin Dam getting lucky against Clemens Reuter. GG's Clemens. He's been really fun to watch at this Triton series. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this young man picking up a Triton trophy. He's going to head to collect his 9th cash of his Triton career, 245,000. Another final day, gloves are off.
I'm with you. Let's go to extra innings.
Dude, I still want to see. We've had chess boxing. We need a Triton Super High Roller Series poker boxing.
Make for a great heads-up tournament format. Just saying. Give us a bracket.
Yeah, how would you do the brackets though? Because obviously weight class is massive. Massive in boxing. And then I guess so is poker prowess as well. How about this flop, by the way? Jesus. Top, nut flush draw for Richard. Elis is in trouble here. He's got bottom pair, second nut flush draw. There's 700K in the middle. This is first against second in chips.
And for that reason, maybe Elis going to have ideas of applying pressure.
I think check call is preferred approach. He agrees.
Too much hand to raise, perhaps?
Yeah, you just don't want to be getting in 30 bigs with this hand, IMO.
Very few hands Richard's going to want to get 30 bigs in with, but this one, a very clean one.
1.1 in the middle, 2.9 back. I wonder if there's something to be said about preserving one's 2.9 million SPR3. Like, do we want to be stacking off at this stack to pot ratio is what I'm asking myself. And I don't know if we do. We've got Danny on 15 and Martin on 23 bigs, but Richard's not scared.
This is going to give Parsonen some concern that the queen high flush draw is not the best flush draw.
I mean, yeah, you're just hoping that you're just up against what? Top set?
Yeah, he's got the nut gut shot as well. Gotta wonder how often Greiko just has ace of clubs to go along with whatever it is.
Oh no. It's going in the middle, boys.
Greiko not happy about this.
This is what I was thinking. Like, are we happy to bet call this off with the current stacked distributions? I mean, could be cooked. Just drawing to a club. Fearless has eights, has threes. Eights with a redraw.
Quite a find from Elis.
Richard is just in the absolute hurt locker right now. I was surprised myself when I saw the bet on the turn because it just opens the door for Parson to do things like this.
Do you think there's anything telling about 600 being the size of it?
And welcome back to the final throws of this Montenegro Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Festival. Ali Najad, Randy Lou back with you, having coronated one Richard Greiko in the 50K. Randy, well-deserved title for him in a deeply protracted four-handed affair, and then all of a sudden that gave way to a quick title being awarded there. But we turn our attention, of course, to this bounty event and the fact that coming back with 11 players, we are inside of the bounties, but we haven't yet burst the money bubble.
No, we haven't. It's top 8 that do make the money, which is 41,000. But the thing is that each bounty you collect is worth $40,000 as well. So it's as if you're making the money each time you do bust a player. And if you look into the app, you can see there's a little new graphic. Artur Martirosyan actually has one bounty. As you can see, it looks like Santos got a little bubble there too. So that means they made $40,000 already.
Yeah, that little bullseye that looks like you've picked up a frag in your favorite video game, that's what that represents.
Counter-Strike.
And Martirosyan, I mean, this man has made an announcement. He is here, and he is taking on all comers when it comes to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. He sits at the top of that leaderboard right now, Randy, and if he continues to pick up points at the pace at which he has, I don't know that anybody's going to catch him. But Jason Kuhn, you know, he's always making a run at that. He already has title number 11 under his belt. Second right now, despite having emptied the tank in the two-card streets. Those two guys are your leaders with 11 remaining. So we're just about set to send you back down into the arena for the very last event from here in Montenegro. Bounty Quattro format, always a favorite one. The mood is light. And Phil Ivey on the feature table. He's a shining light for so many years. Laszlo Bojtas, fresh off of that 50K FT as well. Artur was parked at that one. Andrew Leatham here.
I'm starting to think, can we start calling Artur a PLO sniper soon?
Can you imagine if he just completely ghosted the two-card at the next festival and showed up for PLO? Completely dressed differently, like an alter ego?
Oh, yes. Hello, Lethem. You're out. Laszlo.
He's in. Kings and clubs.
Runner up to Tolerine.
Takes us to 140.
Oh,
and
man.
runs into number one with better clubs. This is the antidote to Laszlo's poison.
I'm coming for
Told you he's a sniper.
I'm coming for him.
Now, as we mentioned, with
Coming from
only the
both of
top
them.
8 making the money, 3
Both
away
of
from
them.
that bubble, these 40K bounties are much more
Yes,
on the
that's
minds of the players.
For sure, I
Max
have the best
Lemansky,
I have faces.
having been whittled down
Really?
to 150K,
How is this possible?
he
Clubs.
decides out of the big blind with
And he has
2 blinds
big-
invested to get in there. Look at Laszlo on his feet trying to survey the scene here.
Everybody's GG'd. Artie's running hot too. Scoop his 3rd bounty already.
Here we go. He's dead now.
You think so?
Yeah, you just did it.
I don't know, dude. He just put the quickest beat on somebody about 20 seconds.
You
ago.
never know. You have to stick it in there.
Ivy suggesting Kuhn just rode the broom on Artur's aces.
Wheel.
You won the big one last.
Trip 3s. You got some.
Your hand's all right.
That's good. So much.
One more king still in the
600. 600. Agent.
You need a deuce in the window.
You have to stick it in, right? Mistake.
510 in the middle. Lemansky plays
Come on.
for that aside
I'm not sure.
between Boytosh and Martirosian. Martyr covering all parties. Queen 10-4. Take a look at Boytosh. The open ender looks better than it is with 3 aces absent. Nobody has a diamond draw.
2's a big card for you, like a big card.
or 4.
All right, you got a 6.
7, providing a gut shot to Lemansky. Boytosh looking to find a case king, the last ace, any 9, any 4. And instead, a jack on the end. Believe it or not, the aces are going to claim 2 pelts here, with the ace king making the nuts for good measure.
Good
Bang,
night,
bang.
Laszlo.
2 bounty chips.
Jesus, Arthur.
Guy's already got 120 dimes in front of him. All right, thank you.
Good night.
Lemansky wearing a smile despite not picking up a cash.
You're fucking
know,
big today.
Getting 3 bounties total for Archer already, that's like getting 4th place minimum in this tournament.
That is pretty remarkable. Lemansky back for the phone.
Everybody's
of
dead.
course. Get a load of that.
Can you push it, please?
What a
You pushed
boost.
it. Chips in for me. Come on.
Well, he's gone reverse. I think a massage might be in progress below the rail. There, yeah, I see a face there behind.
Look, he's
Kuhn's
requested
arm.
to push again. This guy's lazy.
You know what? It's been a long festival, Randy. At this
I will show
point,
you
I
this
think
how to do
Artur
bounties.
Please.
has earned
Tell me how.
some
Maybe you get 'em
full-service
all.
pot
I'm
delivery.
already showing.
Yeah.
Maybe you get them all.
The mood's light.
Yeah. Not light is that stack, though. Get a load of the margin between Artur and Jason. Remember, 1 and 2 in chips. And now look at just a better than 2-1 lead as he brings us to 9-handed action. That didn't take long.
Yeah, normally these middling stacks, they feel a little bit safe in the sense that players aren't really looking to get involved, but with bounties on the line, Archer, he's looking at all 3 of you.
Everybody that you cover has a bullseye on their back with your name on it.
You know me, I'm gonna give you a shot at me first chance I get.
Yeah.
This hand's not very good,
5 seconds.
but it's enough for the bounty man.
40K.
Cool.
Jason obliges. Ivy does as well.
Check.
Dead small.
Nice 4-card rundown for Lethem. Let's see if he can flop something.
Yeah. Attractive looking kit. 200 in the middle. Jack 3 deuce and a couple of clubs. The only flush draw belongs to Jason, and he's got top pair with it.
Check.
It's kind of crazy that only Jason has a little piece.
You can see he's not overly proud of it.
Good
Checks
Ivy.
over to Ivy, and okay, boys. Polite request, sub half pot.
Top pair and the 10-9 flush draw.
Call.
Comes in with the call.
Check.
Do see a top 2 pair now for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, improvements. Still happy to check.
How much is in the pot?
400.
So you think I'm betting again? This would be very creative with his hand.
I don't know if you caught that lip lick, but it
It's like he just turned a set. You did not.
300.
Bet 300.
this now gets a little bit interesting because we can see how significant this commitment from Ivy is. He has 605 back. Chunky 300 into the 380. Kuhn looking over like for real. But let's do it. And Phil snap folds.
Yeah, if Jason didn't turn 2 pair.
Thought I was going to get my bounty again. Even when I think I got it, they fold.
Guys, just before we start, class fraction is now going to be out of this. So we'll take
What'd you have?
Top 2 and a flush draw. A big, big, big hand.
I had 8.
Looking at something over there, Ali?
Well, Randy, I did order
That's not Kung Pao chicken,
a
by the way.
Szechuan chicken. The thing is, I anticipated some crisp associated with this poultry, but really we've just brought the boiled. This is more like Hainanese.
I just thought I was going to get in against
Ribbons of cucumber.
You know, first off, no one's eating the ribbons of cucumber. Thanks, chef, for the effort, but, you know, I don't need this. It's pretty.
Yeah, you got
Can I interest you in any of it, Randy?
What, some parsley on top, maybe?
Is that right?
Producer James is a Labrador. We can always
What's the money?
send it his way.
One more.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, but it's small. It's small. Min cash compared to a bounty.
Oh, we're 8 in the morning?
Yeah.
I didn't look.
You guys are great. You guys are unreal.
I
Nobody
didn't look at Friday bubble. Don't really care.
Yeah, you don't care. I mean.
Too rich.
It's like having a Kevlar vest when you got the big chip lead. Nobody
40K also.
can gun you down.
So we are on the stone cold
Need to
bubble
play
now
tight
in terms of
next.
regular pay
Bubble.
jumps.
Min cash of 41,000. Eventual champ will win 303K. Of the 30K buy-in, 20 was placed into the prize pool, 10 into the bounty envelopes, and then once 1/4 of the field of an original 51 remained, we unlocked those bounties. So at 13, they began. 4 have been collected thus far. 9 still remain.
Here comes Ivy. This is actually really good for Jason because he wants the
100K behind?
opportunity to collect a bounty. And it wouldn't cost him too many chips given how short Ivy is. Maybe Arthur comes along too. Trying to get that Ivy money.
Well, you can see
I'm in good
the
shape.
flypaper
Jason
effect.
Never went bounty.
you're
Short stack.
right. I don't.
You can give bounce to me directly.
Ace 9-3, as you can tell just how light the mood is in this one, based on mid-pot exchanges between Kuhn and Martirosyan. Dry side between them. This time an actual dry side, Randy. Ivy with top pair. 10 kicker. More than we can say for Kuhn's ace. Decides to barrel. Martirosyan with an air ball here. Jack high Badoogie.
He's counting all of his backdoor outs if he can chase to try to get that bounty.
Call.
That's why he's calling. It's not because he thinks it's normally worth it. Jason's smart. He realizes if Archer had a hand, he would isolate.
Might be in good shape, Phil.
So he made his 105 contribution
have an
in
ace?
pursuit
Well, you have two
of Ivy.
No, just one.
What's your high card?
8.
I had the best hand with 6s.
What?
I had the best
Well, we're
hand with
stepping
6s.
away from this. There must be a reason, and it would appear to involve Nacho Barbero and Santosh Suvarna. Barbero open, 3-bet from Suvarna. Nacho said, let's play for it. Jack 9-5 and a couple of spades on the board here. Looks like possible nut flush draw for Nacho, confirmed. And it looks like he's going to be doubling through. Suvarna, and of course, alleging that a pound of flesh is being pursued.
6-2.
You want chop too?
Yeah.
No? Better
A
than
lot of chops. Wee!
4 of hearts on the turn.
You got hearts, but I got an open ender. I think it's a small improvement for me.
Not
8
bad
of
for
clubs
Ivy.
Oh.
Oh,
GG, bro.
7 on the river. A straight
Finally get it.
Finally got a bounce.
from nowhere.
I was going to say ace
Yeah,
9-3.
had 6,
You
5,
wouldn't
2.
think
Oh, yeah. it's
that
good.
Jason's
You cannot
sidecars were going to
raise,
play a
yeah.
role,
You
and then
cannot
the
raise.
dirty runner.
Return,
So Jason's going to
committed.
pick up
I've had 7, 6, 5.
a bounty here as Ivy gets showered.
No pairs.
Ivy gets showered on a stone bubble. So Ivy gets 0. Jason Kuhn gets 40K for the bounty and 41,000 at least for making the money.
105.
Yeah, I know.
Max Payne for Phil Ivy.
765 rainbow.
Yeah, just a back door. You would have hit
Yeah. Yeah. Nachito.
Oh, Barbero making his way over to the feature here.
Is that wine in his hand?
It looked like a tall pour as well, Randy, if I'm being honest. I did see Vladimir Korzinin delivering some glasses. Kuhn. 2.4. Somehow in front of Artur now. After just moments ago, we looked at this chip count, and it was a runaway freight train in the Russian.
Yeah, but Archer's got more bounties.
Right now, we still have our mind on bounties. Immediate pay jump between 8th and 7th is 11,000. I'm showing Ivy, for some reason in the payouts, as being our 8th place man, but eliminated in 9th, fairly certain.
You chopped?
He's still here, so he wasn't.
No, I
fully
flopped
dead.
a jack.
Conflicting information in the app.
He could not win.
Making
Like
us second guess
0%
ourselves,
of
but
Wow.
fairly certain.
He could only chop like in
And
a
confirmation
like an
now
insane
coming.
run out. Like queen 10 that it was not spade. I flopped being completely dead. So Jason, cry, I never
Right.
get a bounty.
Finally
Never
did
get
it.
a bounty, he
Just
gets
had to moan it
2.
in, bro.
Wow, Jason Kuhn, bro.
I got it in pretty nasty fashion.
I hate
too.
seeing Jason Kuhn at the table.
I hate when people look better than me. I just want everybody to look worse than me.
Just stand closer.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna move here. I don't want anybody like look better than me on a poker table. Jason fucking Coonies.
I've had enough of this, not you.
After this? Sure.
Well, Jason's hand looks a lot better than Artur's. Bigger pair. 9 interactions. Open ender. Yet checks back after having shot it up to 120 post limp from Artur. Good luck being issued here. Suvarna decimated by Barbero, who hit and ran him over to the feature. Santosh Bucks MIA.
25 more. How much? 325. No, 225. Sorry.
Okay. Bouncing back. 5 on the turn, giving Jason the straight.
Little bet. Call.
Top set. No use. And in fact, an unwelcome development given that it comes as a diamond on the end. Artur let out for 90,000 and got called.
Artur might bluff this river, holding the 2 jacks in hand, blocking Jack 10. But he would also like to have a diamond blocker to block the flush.
I was thinking the same thing. Wow.
He don't care.
Getting after it. Full Honey Badger mode engaged here. Note that Kuhn doesn't have a diamond in his hand either. So improbable.
Actual worst. I have 3 queens. And I have a straight. I don't need diamonds. What is it, 135?
135, yeah.
It ain't the biggest riverbed.
Snowball's chance in hell we chop, but probably not.
5 seconds.
This would be a great find, Randy.
Are the odds too good?
He grabbed the white chips. Now replacing.
All right, my dude, take my money. Take it. Don't spend it all in one place.
You win.
All right.
Owie.
Don't play the fucking game.
Oh God, here we go.
All right. And here we go over to where we left things off with Suvarna and Gergo Nagy. Trying to clock these holdings here. Overhead shot should provide more intel. King Jack Jack 8 versus Ace 883 Badugi. Top set on an 8-6 deuce board. That ain't great for Santosh. 8's full. He needs a jack, and 4 on the end is going to bring his run to a close here. But fortunately for him, given the departure of Phil Ivey in 9th, the closure comes with $41,000.
He also did get 1 bounty.
Yeah, I didn't think he was bringing a time bank over to the payout desk for redemption. No cash value.
No cash value, that's right.
And now,
Rack
no
up.
more two-table action. FT is set.
That was quick.
Yeah, it was. So in a hurry, we work our way down from 11 to 7. Losing that many players can take a while, as we learned at the 50K final table, where they played 68 hands of four-handed action. Pretty surreal.
Just a different game. Bounties on the line.
Yes,
Turbo.
sir. So shortest stack in the room, Seth Davies alongside Andrew Leatham. Thrilled, of course, that they managed to burst the bubble and eke their way in, both playing sub-20 big blind stacks here in the final event, the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro. Ali and Randy back with you for one last time. Randy here at the desk. And as we're about to sign off, I suppose it would be appropriate to, on behalf of both of us, thank all of the staff here at Triton, all of the players who journey from far and wide, all of you who have been with us for the better part of this week, have definitely provided us some laughs and some boundless entertainment as we're trying to keep an eye both on the action but on the comment section in YouTube as well. Hats off to you. Certainly hope you enjoyed everything. Randy, any final thoughts? Any I know I already asked you kind of what your high point was, but
you got any tissues for me?
Are you sad?
Oh no, because after I eat that spicy chicken,
I was
I'm
just
going
to say, Randy, if you really want tears, a little bit of this chili oil will get you right here. I don't know if we can get a shot of this. Randy, come on, bring it in.
No.
We're close enough now for you to eat.
Maybe you just feed yourself first.
No, Randy, one time.
I need a taste test. I need to make sure you don't die.
Randy, just please, one time.
No,
just a little bit. Come on, have a little fun, Randy.
I don't want to have
Do
fun.
it. The plane's coming in. Oh, my God. Here it is. Wait for it. Randy, I gave you a lot of peppercorns on that one.
It has
bones.
bones.
Look at that.
It has bones and peppercorn.
Do we have a napkin? Here you go, Randy. I'm sorry about that. Should I ask you a question now?
Finish the show, please. Oh, God.
Oh, we've had way too much fun over here. It isn't fair to call what we do up here work, but definitely we do our best. And obviously we hope you enjoyed this one. Until Jeju, I suppose, right? We're going to send you over. What's that? I'm sorry. I can't tell what you're saying, Randy. All right. That'll do it for us. We're going to hand you back over to Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow. They're going to bring you down to a champ in this one. So hasta la vista. See you in Jeju.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Paul starts this one up. 3 blinds of his 14.
This is pretty dicey. We'll try suit into the chip leader's big blind. Pretty dicey.
Ace, King, Jack nonetheless on the short stack.
Thank you.
Thank you, he says as they go to a flop. Parsonen.
Don't forward
4
that.
live cards.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Oh, especially if Elis just leads. I think he's thrilled about it. Could be cooked. If he can just get like black kings to fold. I honestly don't know in Boss's shoes. I mean, it's just so difficult to improve. You know you're going to be up against a hand like this that has this much equity against you. No backdoor. Could be super cooked. Could just be up against like ace jack of diamonds.
You don't think a hand that strong starts with check more often than not?
This SPR, yeah, I guess.
It is typical for the very strongest hands to not bother stealing the lead, just check and allow a c-bet from something weaker. I do think it's hard for, I mean, obviously, Parsonen always has good equity when he takes this line. Could also just have, like, maybe dry two pair, you think? Deny some equity there. I assume you don't always want to have bluffs, although sometimes that does happen for chip leader spots.
550, right? 450.
So just a flat. It's an interesting one if the plan is to escape on diamonds that don't give him a redraw.
Wow.
Well, now we go.
Now we go. And now we're in big trouble. 10, king, ace, jack needed. 1.7 million chip pot.
Flop 我大喎，嗬。
係你大。
You have diamond? I won.
Boss is in trouble. Needs some help from the deck. He's going to stay alive in this 50k PLO on the hunt for his second title. That is GG's. Well played, sir. Took a dicey spot pre-flop, wanted to build a bit of a stack, put himself in with a good chance of actually going on to win this one rather than just looking for ladders. Here's going to be our first casualty at this FT. Majority of the money went in on the flop when he had the best of it. Just running into the steamroller. That is Elias Parsonen.
Hard to stop him. Playing great, running great. It's an unfair combination. I do like the way Paul played that one in the end, though. Gave himself an out and just wasn't presented the opportunity.
Okay, now guaranteed. These final six. Ice creams are getting passed around to the share hands crew. I mean,
just noticing that.
What's going on? No ice cream for the commentators. Wow, they're eating it right in front of us as well. I mean,
direct eye contact and everything.
I think one of them just cussed you out, Kev.
Now they're filming it to put it on social. This is too much.
Unbelievable. Did someone get ice cream delivered to the commentary booth at the Maestral Casino Resort? Any one of the thousands of viewers? Be much appreciated. I once put out a request like that at the WSOP I was starving in the booth. It'd been like a 15-hour day.
Yeah.
And I requested a slice of pizza, or some pizza. This was back when I didn't really take care of my health.
Yeah.
And no word of a lie, 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the booth door. Just
Yeah.
some legend watching the stream had gone to the buffet, picked up like 3 or 4 slices of pizza.
That's so good.
That was pretty strong. But yeah, ice cream, table 1. Fenny with the limp jam. Danny with a hand that would have done well as an over limp.
Yeah, put into a pretty dicey spot here after the raise, right? Little too middle of range.
Yeah. He's going to make the call, and I'll tell you what, you do not want to double Venny up. But that is looking very likely here, as Danny has come with raise call.
These are spots where, in the no limit final tables, we've seen a lot of players starting to like check down or seek the opportunity to check down with those last couple of blinds in Dirk's spot. Haven't seen it yet in PLO. Oh boy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sometimes you just know.
Don't think Danny would have allowed a check down anyways after this flop.
Ooh. No sweat.
Little sweat.
That's brutal.
Backdoor diamonds. Backdoor Broadway.
But 95% of the chips in with the best of it. Fortune favors the brave, though. Danny made the calls. Flop top set. 2 cards to come. Venny drawing to 2 outs once. Can Dirk find a cowboy? No, he can't.
Good game, guys.
Thank you.
That's PLO. Is it not? Just haven't had this chance to say short deck law
PLO,
this
baby.
trip, and that's the closest I got for this one.
Yeah, that's it's a rough one. GG's, Mr. Goritze. One of the, just a legend. Real legend, does a ton of stuff for charities worldwide, donating, I want to say the better part of 100, 150. That's what happened. No deals, no swaps. You just rock up 100K of your own money, you click the buy-in button. 3 days later, you're champion in a main event. Came to Montenegro and backed up the truck. Clemens looking to back up the truck here.
Martin Dam in the big blind with double suited kings.
This is as cold as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. This is as cold as it gets. Ace, king, king, 9 double against ace, ace, queen, 8. Clemens,
Hearts too.
70% favorite, but we've seen the bigger pair downed already so far today.
Scam announced.
Hard
Nachito
not to hear it. It's been in your ear for 4 days.
would be calling this a scam. Still 5 cards to come. Hold on to your socks, boys. Ooh.
Queen of
What we
diamonds.
got going on here? Okay, little Jack 9-8. Whiter with the straight draw and the best of it. Martin looking for a king or a 9. Now add diamonds. It's never easy, is it? Has more equity with 1 to come than he did pre-flop. Oh. What is going on at this FT? Sick game. We're down to 4. Martin Dam getting lucky against Clemens Reuter. GG's Clemens. He's been really fun to watch at this Triton series. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this young man picking up a Triton trophy. He's going to head to collect his 9th cash of his Triton career, 245,000. Another final day, you know, gloves are off.
I'm with you. Let's go to extra innings.
Dude, I still want to see. We've had chess boxing. We need a Triton Super High Roller Series poker boxing.
Make for a great heads-up tournament format. Just saying. Give us a bracket.
Yeah, how would you do the brackets though? Because obviously weight class is massive. Massive in boxing. And then I guess so is poker prowess as well. How about this flop, by the way? Jesus. Top, nut flush draw for Richard. Elis is in trouble here. He's got bottom pair, second nut flush draw. There's 700k in the middle. This is first against second in chips.
And for that reason, maybe Elis gonna have ideas of applying pressure.
I think check call is preferred approach. He agrees.
Too much hand to raise, perhaps?
Yeah, you just don't want to be getting in 30 bigs with this hand, IMO.
Very few hands Richard's going to want to get 30 bigs in with, but this one, a very clean one.
1.1 in the middle. 2.9 back. I wonder if there's something to be said about preserving one's 2.9 million SPR3. Like, do we want to be stacking off at this stack to pot ratio? Is what I'm asking myself. And I don't know if we do. We've got Danny on 15 and Martin on 23 bigs, but Richard's not scared.
This going to give Parsonen some concern that the queen high flush draw is not the best flush draw?
I mean, yeah, you're just hoping that you're just up against what? Top set?
Yeah, he's got the nut gut shot as well. Gotta wonder how often Greiko just has ace of clubs to go along with whatever it is.
Oh no. It's going in the middle, boys.
Greiko not happy about this.
This is what I was thinking. Like, are we happy to bet call this off with the current stacked distributions? I mean, could be cooked. Just drawing to a club. Felix has 8s, has 3s. 8s with a redraw.
Quite a find from Elis.
Richard is just in the absolute hurt locker right now. I was surprised myself when I saw the bet on the turn because it just opens the door for Parson to do things like this.
Do you think there's anything telling about 600 being the size on the turn as well, leaving so much behind?
He was setting up stacks though, right? 600 with 2.3 back.
think
would
it
have
was
had pot exactly or just less than pot going to the river.
Yeah, but just half pot on the turn.
You think Elis just picking up on that, eh?
Always a possibility. If the incentives might look a little bit different for the strongest of value that's vulnerable. Potentially the bluffs. I mean, Elis, of course, hoping to just run into a bluff. That's a best case scenario. Getting the snap fold.
All in.
Good luck, boys.
Goes with it.
Here we go.
Choose on it quite a bit, and that is
Enough for sure.
not the hand
With a queen high.
Elis wanted to see.
4, right?
6, 5, 4, 3 needed. 9 ounce once.
4, 3, 5, 6.
Or, you know, any of the other cards.
Richard could go bang, bang. Thank you, ma'am, here. If he can just hold, which he does. He's gone from one of the shortest stacks to overwhelming chip leader. How about it? After sniffing out that bluff, an epic hero call. He's now got 70 bigs. He is going to be the man to beat. He looks to pick up his first Triton title. Plus the payday that comes with it, 884,000.
You have a dirty stack, Alice.
Oh, I do.
A good one.
Yeah.
Well, how about these stack layouts, Kev? 69 bigs for Graiko, 23 for Dam, 18 for Parsonen, and Tang with 15.
Yeah.
This feels like it's about to get grindy.
If by grindy you mean Graiko entering every pot for the next 30 minutes and trying to win the tournament, then I would agree, yes. He's got chips to burn right now. And all 3 players seeking ladders.
Has she ever seen you like win? Has she ever been there when you won? Yeah.
Elis is going to run this one. Queen 9, 8, 7 on the button. It's going to be forced all in 2 hands time. I think this is a spot to take. I'm not sure though. I'm really not sure.
He's given it some thought. I remember Parsonen in his deep runs in Jeju and the PLO events a couple months ago really seeks to find ways to stretch out a short stack at final tables, but he does deem this one worthy of a spin. Richard with kind of interesting incentives here. He wouldn't mind if Parsonen survives, but he also wants the chips.
Yeah, it seems like it's reached that stage.
I'd like a repot as the choice because now we force Martin to make a decision for his tournament rather than engaging in the whole let's call and go 3 ways and try to bust this guy situation. That's not really what Graiko wants. He either wants the chips all for himself or he wants to keep this going four-handed.
Imajimba out of there. So Richard with the ISO.
Did you block that?
With the ace-jack 6-4.
At 60?
I had sixes.
I have queen, queen. But I also have clubs. Also have a 10.
So it's fair fight.
That's okay, I'll just hit, mate.
It's a deal.
Richard's one-liners have been so witty, it's just impeccable comedy. Ace 7-3. Both players with a pair. Enos with backdoor spades.
That's a good card. I'll take 7 of spades.
Gut shot. You have a gut shot.
Got her in a 7.
Got her on a 7 needed.
Oh no.
Richard, it's turn top 2. Is this finally going to be the breaking point? Are we finally going to be down to 3 players, or is Elis going to spike a 6 outer? He's not.
GG.
Okay, man.
GG's announced. What a battle. The final countdown. Kevin, you ready? Final table of the series, I should say. Event number 17, the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro. Turbo event, this one. Blink and you'll miss it. 7 left. But I want to say newly decorated 11-time champion, Jason Kuhn, looking to just, you know, basically skip the whole 11-time champ process in the space of 3 days and close this out with a bang, Kevin, as he looks to pick up his 12th.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn chip leading this one, looking to pick up number 12. Artur Martirosyan, number 2. Ivan Liao, Player of the Year leader, as we know, getting it done in PLO.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking with producer James about how some of the people coming into this series who were close on his tail have had incredible runs here. You speak about someone like Daniel Dvoris, someone like Punat Punsri, and he's still managed to pull further away from them, even though they pulled up results here in Montenegro. So going into Jeju, he is going to be the runaway POY leader. Nacho Barbero in 3rd, looking for his 2nd title here in Montenegro. And let's not sleep on some of the PLO snipers. Gergo Nagy in 4th, Jonas Kronwitter in 5th, Andrew Leatham in 6th, and Seth Davies rounding out this final table. He's going to be coming in shortest stack, 18 big blinds, but with an average of 29 and a chip leader with 54, it feels like this is still anyone's title for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Consider the fact that this is a bounty event. 3 of those already picked up by Martirosyan, 1 with Jason Kuhn. There's a lot of money left to be distributed from eliminations.
Well, 52,000 is the current payout on tap, 303,000 for the champion, plus the bounties. Let's throw it down to Luca Vivaldi for the final table introductions.
The last event of this series, 30K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro, drew 51 entries. We're down to a final table of 7. They're gonna compete for more than $300,000, 40K bounties, this beautiful trophy, and glory. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seed number 1, from the UK with 940,000, please welcome Andrew Leatham.
Well, this man has 1 cash, and it comes in the form of a title. And if he can close this out, that would be one of the most impressive Triton track records. 2 cashes and 2 titles.
Easy number 2 from Russia with 1.7 million. Please put your hand together for Artur Martirosyan.
At what point do you just agree that it is not variance and this man is just that good? One of the most informed players in the world right now.
RC number 3 from Argentina with 1.4 million. Please welcome Nacho Barbero.
Playing the game already, Mr. Nachito. Looking for his 2nd title here in Montenegro.
RC number 5 is from Hungary as 1.4 million. Please welcome Gergo Nagy.
Picked up his 1st title in Jeju earlier this year. One of the most respected PLO players of our generation. Gergo looks to make it 2 here in Montenegro.
EC number 6, we have our chip leader with 2.7 million from the US. Please welcome Jason Kuhn.
Mr. Triton himself. You saw the fingers. He's looking to make it 12 here. It'll be a special way to end things. here in Montenegro.
EC number 7 with 1.1 million from Austria. Please put your hand together for Jonas Convita.
Love to see Jonas in the mix in the Triton series. One of those PLO snipers I was talking about.
And last
Very
but not
well
least,
respected.
closing down our final table, also starting on the button from the US, with 910,000. Please welcome Billy Davis.
This man's already cashed for over 6 million here in Triton in Montenegro, and he is looking to pick up an additional 300,000 and change.
We still have 5 hands remaining at 25,000, 50,000, 50,000. Once again, button is on set. I wish you all the very best of luck. Juanma, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca Vivaldi. Thank you, Palmer. Shuffle up and deal announced. Here's your final table, the final one of this Triton Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. And it seems so fitting that that man sits atop of the chip counts, Jason Kuhn. It also seems fitting that the man leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race is also here with us, second in chips. Let's go. Minuscule payouts compared to what we've seen so far this series, but legacy on the line. Seth looking for a second title of the series.
40K bounties on the line.
40K bounties on the line.
Not displayed there. Every elimination gonna include an extra 40.
It's not normal. Are you, either you're an alien or you're like, or you pay for like your 6 packs.
Why do you give him such a hard? Every time we play together.
It's really insane, bro.
Thank you, bro.
It's really insane. I'm not lying. It's lying. It's like completely outrageous.
All right.
Oh, you're coming in right out the gates?
Yeah.
175. All right.
Chito playing the game.
Haven't heard that one before.
Jason, you have to finish top 3 to get the plane to Vegas, the private one.
Get the plane? Yeah.
Yes, he has one bounty already.
I always wanted to play a Triton final table drunk, and I finally did it.
Finally did. This is the right tournament to play
I
drunk.
love to see
You play better drunk.
I'm very happy to have you guys. What?
How'd you get drunk on 3 glasses of wine?
No, bro, I'm not Scottish. What are you talking about?
Henry, I think we figured out who all
So you
that
know,
wine was for.
I go to Triton for the first time. I play my first Triton, I win it.
Shit.
Yeah, you know, like that's how I roll. Easy. Second Triton, I pass. I 4-bet shove ace queen into aces or something. And the third Triton I play, I get heads up with him, and he beats me.
Wow, you're the champ.
I would have won 2 Tritons out of 3. That would have been the most absurd run ever. That was insane.
I do want to ask the viewers if they've got their Nacho Barbero bingo cards at the
Good
ready.
beats, good beats. He wasn't
You
even
haven't already?
televised because they were playing something big.
Yeah, there was no cameras.
No, they were playing another big tournament or something.
Yeah.
The other one I busted, the one that I 4-bet shove ace queen suited into aces.
Head on over to my Twitter, Henry Kilbane1. Get your Nacho Barbero bingo card and play along with the live stream. So far.
So, Jason, will you give me the number of the guy that
the
like
surgeon?
Yeah, the one that make you all like ripped.
Yeah, they're airbrushed. They just spray paint them on everything.
Come on, bro. It's not real how you are. Like you too perfect, bro. Come on.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
No, bro. Stop.
Not true.
You didn't do that all working out. Come on, bro. Don't bluff me. How much you have? More than you. I call.
Nacho's gonna bounty hunt this one.
Jonas, my man. I run good versus you. I hope he continues.
Yes, sir. That's in the past, my man.
I hope he continues.
Oh boy.
What is there?
Top pair, open-ender, spade draw, backdoor diamonds for Nacho. Jonas with the nut flush draw.
With bounty on your head. More willingness to just press when you think you have the best of it. Kronwitter does just that. Full pot, committing statement. Feels good enough to run it.
Yeah, good luck, boys.
Try to make 40K.
40K ladder, eliminate a very tough opponent in Jonas Kronwitter.
Just a call. A little dicey, I would think, because Kronwitter looks committed. We want to make sure he puts that last chip in.
Jonas has 100% on the turn. Even has emergency outs against a full house. If he needed it, he does not. Maybe Nacho's found a way to not double him up here.
I do wonder because
How much is it?
when Jonas is willing to go all in on the 3 to a flush paired board, Nacho has to wonder if his 5 deuce of spades has any equity at all. It's not drawing to a full house.
Just needs Jonas to be doing this with like kings, with the king of spades.
Feels very unlikely with the bounty on his head. You just assume he's either got something locked up or he's got, I mean, I don't know how he even has like a naked 9 for some sort of draw. It seems impossible.
Naked ace. I don't know. Struggling to find them myself.
Nacho in a funny way here might, by not moving all in on the flop, might have improved to the point where he can get away.
Getting laid such a tempting price, especially when you include that bounty. I don't know how much the bounties are worth in chips, but I'm sure someone's done the math. He's going to make the call. He's drawing dead.
I'm dead. My son.
That's what Jonas wants to hear. 2.4 million chip pot. He's going to be tied for the chip lead with Jason Kuhn.
Sure, I got it in on the flop.
Nacho is going to be down to 6 bigs.
All right.
Get some chips. I convinced myself that you had queen jack.
Thank you.
Oi, oi. Well, unfortunately, the #1 learning app for poker players still doesn't have any PLO content, Kevin, but trust me, when it does, we're going to have it open at the ready at our break desk to see if these PLO snipers are also GTO wizards. Head on over to GTO Wizard on our socials. Sorry, on their socials rather. Join in the giveaways. Really is one of those tools that has changed the game in recent years.
Actually crazy how much it's evolved in 3 years, maybe less.
I agree, and I think that the fact that players that literally show up to play Triton like swear by it as well says enough. I mean,
yeah.
Don't let me do the talking.
That bounty that you mentioned, by the way. 10K from everyone's buy-in going towards the bounty pool. 20K towards the prize pool. So 2/3 of the money being awarded by finish. 1/3 from eliminations. Artur limping in on the button with this extremely dusty looking hand for that reason, because Nacho was in the small blind. With just 6 bigs, hoping to allow him into the pot and have a crack at
Good thing is now when
40K.
I go in,
You're gonna get it in ahead.
and I'm gonna get in many colors.
You're gonna get not that many colors.
Yeah, maybe some.
Note how Artur's come with the call here, covering both players. Wants to go bounty hunting. It does add a really unique dynamic, doesn't it, to these final tables?
Yeah, just thinking through roughly what a bounty is worth.
How much in the pot?
I mean, a quick way to do it is you spent 30K to get in here. They gave you, how much was the starting stack? 200?
200.
200,000. So they gave you 200,000 chips for 30K. That means 40K would get you 267,000 chips.
My, oh my. Artur said, run it. He's in pretty rough shape here because some of his 2 pair outs he shares with Gergo, specifically the 2 9s left in the deck. He blocks 2 of... Sorry, he's blocked by 2 of Gergo's cards as well, the aces, for his straight draws.
This is a difficult spot, though. As the covered player, not only is Artur threatening your tournament life, but also your ability to collect bounties going forward. It's just going to fold.
Wow.
Wants to hang on to that 1.2 million. Sitting in 4th out of 7 remaining. Opportunity to collect bounties. Ladders. Get an idea there as to how Martirosian has collected the majority of the bounties delivered thus far. By the way, Santosh Savarna did cash this event. He finished in 8th before this final table and collected a bounty. I mean, I'm sure some of you were here before the final table started, but I wasn't, so I want to remind all the viewers who also are joining us just from the final table.
Final day of the series. Here in Montenegro. Artur limping in. It's the chip leader, Jason Kuhn, in the big blind. Ooh. What a flop. We gotta go. Open ender, diamonds. I mean, never thrilled about this, obviously. The draws aren't super nutted. Artur's gonna fire out stab half pot. $400K in the middle, going to a turn.
Can I have a water?
Fantastic turn card for Gerdiger, obviously. As the 9 would now boat him up. Artur drawing to 2 outs, needs a queen and a queen only. Does check through. Oof, trouble. Martirosian. Gerdiger's got a full house. He's going to look to extract some value here. Let's see how good this man really is. See if he can get away from what one can only assume is an inevitable bet. 300 into 400. 75%. A snap call from Artur. Gets shown the full house. Guess one of those ones where he's just destined to lose a pot, lose chips.
Yeah, don't see how you
Easy game.
think about escaping there.
Runner, boat. You go for a straight. You go for a straight and you find a boat. Yeah.
Exactly.
I went for a flush and I find a not flush. Should have just got it in on the flop, but I was thinking in my head, what if he just have naked kings and he just shoved the turn dead? That was not the case.
I mean, even with naked kings, it's not that. But
What?
Even with naked kings, he's not that close to that.
Kings with the king of spades. That was thinking.
I mean, you can.
No, I'm just
you
saying.
can hit.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously. Yeah, I know, bro. I should
Guys have
get
had a
it in
few
on the
glasses
flop
of wine.
anyway. No brainer what I did. Backdoor diamonds too.
He gets a pass.
Open-ended flush draw. Top pair. Can somebody ask Artur, please, so I make 10K? Come on, guys. Barry, it's a bounty tournament. Let's fucking play some pots. Seth, do something over there.
I'm trying, dude.
Fucking fold in every hand. Cheers, bro.
Cheers, Nacho.
Nice score, bro. Congrats.
Nice call.
Nice score.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, dude. 52K.
Seth's
Not bad. It's better than no K.
You're right. Only in for 8.
Drop them and grab them, boys. Drop them and grab them.
How many you did in this one? 3. 3? You
Jason
need
bottom
top-
2 and a double gutter.
Top 4.
That's all with bottom 2 himself. No redraw though
I need a miracle now.
against the guy that has him covered. Has to respect the fact that Jason's leading out from the small
I need to run like Jesse Lonis.
into 3 players yet. Artur
guy
has
knows how
made
to
the
run.
call.
I need to run like fucking Jason Kuhn.
Doesn't hurt.
Let's channelize how the biggest sun runners in ELO is. Samudi Sipila, Samudi Sipila, Samudi Sipila. I'm gonna repeat his name. See if I can run like him. Samudi Sipila, Samudi Sipila. What would Samudi Sipila do in my spot?
Quadruple up.
I'm gonna get it in like he does, like 5% on the flop and nail it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Didn't Nacho
Does he
get it
only
in
play
against
PLO?
Poseidon Ho on a Queen 4-3 board the other day with Queen 4 against Queens?
Yep.
And it came running 5-6 and Nacho's side cards were Queen 9,
What a scam.
He had
7-4.
He had a 7, yeah.
People is there, out there playing the natural lottery.
He's moved on from that, though.
How much?
Shout out Nacho. Saying that people are out here playing along. Playing the Nacho Barbero bingo.
Jason makes the 8 high straight and checks it over. Catches Martirosian speeding a little here on the end.
Archie, you bluff too much.
Yeah.
You're always bluffing, bro.
There's
In the
a
river, you never have anything. You bluff all the hands. Against Jason Kuhn, bro, the legend. 11-time winner. How many you have? 3?
No, 2.
2? You. I disagree. I disagree. I think it's a scam. I think it's a scam, all right? I have 5 blinds now.
No, it's even less.
Less.
30-60.
Okay, guys, I have an idea. I'm gonna go all in and everybody calls, please. Okay? So
Great idea.
So I make it to 2 million.
I mean, it can happen.
Doesn't take much
I don't
once
think
Barbaro
it's gonna
puts
happen,
that bounty into the pot.
Can we get that screen back on?
Guys on.
Kevin, what time's our flight?
7 a.m. 7 a.m. Central European time.
He's such a nerd, bro.
I'm gonna blind out.
You're gonna lose your chips before me.
You sweat?
Well, I haven't packed yet.
I will give you
Yep.
12K. You will be happy.
Knew that.
Taxi arrives at 4.
It's on me.
World class.
Yep.
Jason Kuhn's private jet.
Call.
He told me the price, bro. He told
Come
me
on,
the
bro.
price.
Bro, you can't. We're on TV. You can't be saying shit like that.
I say, bro, I'd rather go in a boat.
Fair play to Jason for nipping it in the bud. But it sounds like it's, you know, there's a price tag on getting back to America with a private jet. Nacho said he'd rather go in a boat.
Jason Kuhn playing the fucking game.
I mean,
You're not playing for your friend Nachito, dog.
yeah. You got anything?
No,
10-8 of spades?
You're in bad shape.
Yes.
You're in
Yeah.
bad fucking shape.
I was in bad shape.
Was that double?
Yeah.
What was the flop?
He had it all.
9-7.
Spades.
9-7. I had pocket 3. Oh my god. I almost shoved too. What a scam.
You're dead.
I'm not dead, bro. I had fucking set.
You're dead.
Oh man, you can tell it's the last few hours of the series.
Yeah.
The problem is with Nacho knowing about the bingo card is he's now intentionally trying to tick off the bingo card. So what I need to do is I need to come up with a new bingo card.
Yeah, you got to change it.
$120.
120.
Wow.
Shit to play in the game.
Indeed.
What a guy. What a gangster.
Oh man, this is so good.
Gangster. Gangster.
This is not going to generate a lot of
What
folds.
am I doing, bro? I have no clue. I'm so lost. I'm gonna drink a wine and forget.
This is
Play the fucking game. Yeah. This is
I can't.
You guys never seen this spot before, huh? I bet you never seen it.
Oh man, this is just so unhinged. I love it. It's so unlike Triton.
Seth is a real hand. Looking at a limp and a min raise from the only guy at the table he covers.
I'm about to get strangled on stream.
No, it's okay. The camera's off.
Go away, bro. We're live on air right now.
Oh my god.
What is wrong with this guy?
Look at this. I can't even check for the flop now.
I'm joking, chap. It's he's got this. He's a bit loose in the head.
This is
Spot.
Martirosian.
Thank you. So, thank you guys.
So the pot will be 7-20.
I knew it. Nachito playing the
So
game.
The hand's so fucking bad.
Hey guys, everybody thinks I'm a pretty face, but I'm a genius.
How much did you
Fucking genius. I'm a fucking genius.
Well played. You deserve to quadruple.
I know, bro. I deserve many things in my life. I have a really good hand in South America.
I have like 780 behind. Yeah, 780 behind.
I'm adding that one to the bingo card. I have a really good hand in South America.
How much did you bet?
720.
Seth had a potential squeeze spot. Yeah, there we go, baby.
Davis playing the game. Oh, that's so bad for me. He said you should have folded, bro.
I call.
Good luck, boys. Three-way all in.
Two bounties on offer for Martirosian.
Yeah. It's gonna struggle though.
Yes, diamonds? Wow, the aces, the
Diamonds
kings are live.
smothered.
King is coming. King is gonna come.
Kings are live.
Hearts are alive.
Hearts alive. Diamonds are
Hearts are very alive.
Seth Davies in a great
Spades are
spot
live.
here
Just put 3 spades on there.
to double up
Easy.
and eliminate
Yeah, guys,
Nacho
take my
Barbero.
bounty. I think you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna flop
Thank you,
quads,
bro.
Thank you.
dude. I
Hey,
didn't.
nice hand, bro. Nice hand.
So spades alive for
Hey, it
Nacho.
was very fun, Triton, guys.
It's okay. It's okay. I
It
will
was
take
very
both.
fun. Say, nice to play with you.
GG, bros. Great run.
GG.
Nacho.
GG.
GG,
Unlucky.
Nacho.
Unlucky. Nacho.
Unlucky.
Bye, guys.
You will be dead on the flop. I promise.
Bye, guys.
Wow.
I feel like shark flopping 4 jacks, dude.
Should I
I
even
feel
see?
it.
Should I fucking see this?
This
Oh,
is
deuce
crazy.
of
Wow,
diamonds.
deuce in the window.
Love that. Oh
Diamonds
my
too,
god,
buddy.
not
Hang
like
on.
this.
What's
Oh,
going
I have
on
not
here?
diamonds.
You got a
Oh
fucking
no.
inside wrap, dude.
It's having inside wrap, but nothing else. Wow, they all have diamonds.
6.
How about a deuce?
6.
How
Wow,
about the
hang
4?
on. Nacho's king is good as well,
How
by
about
the
the
way.
king?
6,
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, what game are we playing right now?
Oh, Nachito, playing the game. Wait. Don't get too excited, Nachito. Black card. Black.
Yeah, you gotta fade.
Negro, como mi corazón. Negro, una vez. Bro, there's so many red cards. If it comes a black card, if it doesn't come a black card, it's a fucking scam. This is a real fucking scam.
King of hearts.
It would be a real scam if it doesn't come a black. Bro, there are like a million red cards. They're not anymore in the
Heart is coming now.
No, they're
7
not
of
more
Heart is
anymore.
coming.
No.
Oh, so 3 red cards.
Ooh, Nachito playing the
I get the
game.
side pocket.
Threes.
The side bar.
King 3, King 3. Oh my god, you saw that one? You saw that one? Nachito's playing the fucking game.
Huge comeback.
How do you finish the Arthur in this hand? Who won my bounty? Yes, Ed.
I'll take it. Thanks, dude.
I'm still alive?
Just send me
Still
US.
alive?
Just send me USDT.
Good one. That's my favorite outcome. Everybody lives.
I agree.
Bounty.
Vladimir
Right.
causing in.
It was
Watching
a fun
on.
sweat for all. Shark makes a profit.
I told you, bro, there were so many red cards, he has to come black.
525.
I'm a baccarat player.
Yeah, you're a bit of an oracle.
525.
Hey, I got the fucking maximum, Jason.
I just put in 120 dead for you. I was just like, here, I'm never gonna see the flop. Let me just put in 120,000 and fold like an idiot.
Yeah.
Did you get some of this Wayne for me?
That's good.
Let me sweeten it up for you guys.
We're back. We're back. We never left.
Really? They took it away?
All right, I'm up.
What a scam.
You're up dollars.
What a scam.
What a scam.
Seth, by the way, survived a pretty big one
Bro, you were so
against
dead.
Martirosian for
You
the
were
side.
so dead.
That's
You
true.
are not even out.
Overshadowed by Nacho in that one, but
You have all diamonds in your hands.
What?
All diamond royals.
Peter Karlik making a very good point in the chat that
No, I
watching
know,
this
but,
feels like a
you had
fever
bigger
dream.
diamonds at pocket jacks, bro. You had no fucking outs.
I have 6 on the flop. I had 10, 6 and 8.
Really? That
It's
many?
not small.
I don't know, bro.
I have backdoor hearts.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to count them. I don't want to count them. You're running really bad this series, Arthur. I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, can we get some tissues for?
1 second, please.
He's asking for tissues now.
Get some tissues.
Before the out of time, it's very important final table.
150?
The smallest tournament ever played in Triton. I think it is, actually. There's never been a tournament with 300K for first, right? Am I saying something not right?
Maybe like short deck.
Not even short deck, bro. I'm telling you, this is the smallest. It has to be the smallest Triton ever.
Well, it's bounties too, though.
I understand
But
that,
yeah,
but
it's small.
Without the bounties.
It's small for sure. These are generally pretty small, I think. I got you, brother.
For Jason, this is pocket money. He carries 300K in his pocket.
Heads up.
I love picking on Jason, my favorite. They're superhuman.
Oh, hello.
I love you, bro. You know.
I love you too.
I know,
love you
I
too,
know
bro.
this is with good hearts.
There goes those chips.
Wayne away now.
I don't know what's going on with it. What is the wine situation right here? Right?
They opened the bottle for us.
How many blinds do I have now? 18? No way. Bro. I told you, I'm not just a pretty fan. I have like half of the table covered now. Hey, nice sunset.
Here 390 the pocket be 360. Yeah, 660.
I know you wanted to bust me, but it's very hard to bust Nachito.
I tried. I did not flush draw. You fucked me.
We fuck Arthur.
We did fuck Arthur.
Arthur fucked me yesterday on the 100K. Fuck me hard. Bad guy.
Arthur can't lose this one. Was rooting for a diamond, but Jason doesn't improve. With the image that Martirosian has, wouldn't fault him for just putting all the chips in, trying to get hero called. I've heard it from the table. He bluffs too much. He's got it this time.
Well, unfortunately for Jason, or perhaps fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Jason's got nothing, and he's blocking hands that he'd want Arthur to have. Easy fold here.
There's the bluff, I think.
Santa!
So, not flush.
Santa is on the rail.
mean, whatever. I cannot. I stand.
Hard to play the game.
Shove the flop, I call.
I had too strong hand.
Oh.
I had too strong to shove, but I wanted. I have flop full house.
Oh, shit.
With diamonds.
I had nut diamonds, and there was a pocket pair I had in my hand as well that
Yeah,
you would have got my money.
If I don't have diamonds.
Santa playing the game.
Had it.
¿Por dónde? ¿Por dónde?
Ooh, lucky me.
Sin calzones.
Could have been some run.
Santa speaks very good Spanish. Muy bien,
He
muy
does.
bueno.
Spends a lot of time in Mexico, I believe.
Grego, imagine you made this final table with half of the people are drinking and
I'm drinking too.
what are you
Soda.
drinking? You're drinking fucking water, bro. Shut the fuck up. Cesiloni, Samuli Sipila, Shamuli Sipila, Samuli Sipila. You say I talk about Samuli and I went for 3 blinds to...
That is true. That is actually very true. Nacho literally mentioned Samuli's name, said he wants to run as good as
That
Samuli,
was not very nice against me, by the way.
and then he
I'm very
quintupled
mad
up.
about it. So we were friends.
If that's even a word.
Check. Fine.
Sorry.
Ace, King, Jack. Limped pot. Don't think either player will be looking to do anything here other than try and check and get the showdown. Especially on that turn. Terrible turn card for Nacho.
90.
Removing his 2 pair outs. Altor's somehow found a bet.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of the turn bet, to be honest.
Hearts bricking, spades bricking.
The ace-7 is best.
It is indeed.
Not the best one.
Nacho knows he can't beat any of them. He's got ace with the 3 worst cards.
I was checking for body.
I was checking.
I haven't heard that one before.
I was checking for value.
What the fuck? What a scam! I tricked the dealer. I have better than you, bro. Oh my
This isn't UTH. We're not here to scam the dealer.
Oh man, this is so pure.
Machito not playing the game.
See you, brother.
Thank you.
GG's dealer. So, Jason Kuhn still chip leading this one. Been a slow game so far. Mainly because it's taking 10 minutes a hand because of all the shenanigans going on. Nacho was down to 3 bigs. He's now back up to 18. That's what they're playing for. 52k locked up, 40k per bounty, 303,000 for first. Let's go. Final event of the series.
You don't make me
Very, very fun lineup.
I want all nerds, like ugly nerds. Ugly nerds. That Jason is not the case. Super human. True story, bro. I hate Jason Kuhn and Patrick Antonius, 2 persons. All the rest, I love them. It's fucking gamble, guys.
Hey, it's
No?
queen 10 deuce. It's going to be enough of a
There's gonna be
gamble.
some gambling.
Yeah? I don't see
Maybe right here, looks like it.
I don't see any gambling here.
180.
180 raise.
Let's gamble and everyone folds.
Oh my god.
I'm gambling.
You said let's gamble.
We've still got a big blind.
No, Arthur.
Who covers?
I mean, rainbow, ace, jack, 4-3, surely not.
You'd have to pry any 4 cards out of my cold dead hands in a bounty.
Yeah?
I mean, if I get dealt quad 3s, I'm probably folding. It's just way too much overlay. Quick pot here. Ace jack in extremely bad shape. If my quick math is correct, the bounty's worth about 300k chips. This little 300k chip overlay in here.
It's getting like 3-1 on a call.
Well, yeah.
Thereabouts, I mean,
yeah.
Very rough math.
It's tough though when in this format you know that really good hands are just that much more likely to fast play than usual and to size big as well.
Man, what is he drawing to? I mean, he's drawing to
7.
7. Wow.
running to a runner will draw.
Just hoping to have the best hand.
Oh, I saw you
doesn't.
had ace queen. Yeah, I know.
Another all in and call, but not a lot of ways
So what do
for
you
Naj to win this one.
You're in bad fucking shape. I'm drunk, but I can see that.
He induced
Such a
I don't
positivity.
really know what is going on.
induced
but
a
it's-
5.
Oh, that's a big fucking card. That's a big card.
That's a big card. He's drawing live somehow.
If you really win this one, I retire probably. That would be really nasty. Oh,
Close.
that would be really.
That
Value
would've been
shot.
dirty. Andrew still on track
Value
to
shot.
go 2 cashes, 2 wins at the Triton Super High Roller Series. I don't know if that has ever been done before. At least not in my time. Fun one here for Jonas. Ace 10, 10, 9 double. He's going to raise it up. Nathan saying this commentator sounds like he's around 50 years old. Wait, me or Kevin?
That's got to be me, right?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I sound 50. I mean, my voice is getting a bit, you know. back into the series. Been chain smoking Marlboro Reds out on the balcony just to get that like deep, raspy kind of voice. You know me.
720.
All about the grind.
90, right? Oh yeah.
Jonas is going to run into it. But he's going to go bounty hunting. There's the jam.
All-in call.
How many all-in calls have we had so far? I believe this is
number 4?
Fourth, yeah.
Might be number 3.
Ace is live. Ace is live. Clubs.
Ace is live.
Clubs alive,
Clubs, diamonds.
Clubs and diamonds alive.
2 million chip pot.
Big 8-7.
If Jonas can convert here, he's going to be a huge chip leader. Wow. Wow, indeed.
Sickest flop ever.
95% in the other direction.
Dead. Dead on the turn. Gergo's going to double.
No, it's not even an L. Hey, you made peeps. No work. Second place.
Not too bad.
Ozelot saying you sound like you're together, 50. Yeah, combined. I feel 22 at heart. Kevin feels 28 at heart.
You got a double glass.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Nah, you're not doing any.
50's generous.
Really? I'm in for that.
Thanks, you're
Whatever you're in, I'm in.
Wonder what he's doing.
No, I have to focus. Why you laugh?
MC saying how was he dead on the turn? He could have hit a 10. A 10 would have given Gerdko a bigger full house as he had King, King, Queen 10.
What a scam. Come on, Seth.
What?
I don't know, bro. Come on.
All right, dude.
You bet.
You got it, brother.
You got it, bro. You got it, bro. Seth Davis, bro. What a legend. Fucking legend. Legendary status.
He is after this trip.
I always tip the guys on TV. Down there, nothing.
Cashing for over $6 million.
Yeah, that's mine. You want it? Yeah, you want it?
Sorry. That was a sloppy fall.
You drink too much, Macho. You need to stop.
Yeah, you drink too much now. Stop it.
Bro. Now they fire me, I'm a free-range chicken. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I don't give a fuck. Nachito is free-range.
Kronwitter. Free range at this flop. Top set. Martirosian. The live gutter. Not enough to continue. Doesn't cover Jonas either. Kuhn does.
Okay, 48. Wow,
Not interested though with the naked overpair. Easy takedown there.
Hey, Marius. The blinds can't go up on me twice, right? No, but they can't go up on my big blind twice in a row, right?
That's right.
That's the new rule.
That's the rule.
Yeah, that is the new rule.
Hey, you're sharp, bro. I would have never, not right now like I am, I would never,
Oh, yeah.
I would have paid.
I believe that. You would have made it 100, 200.
Let's fucking gamble. Santa, come. Cheers. Salud, hermano. Nice to have
Hey,
you
salud, hermano. Gabaldor. He just tapped on Artur's hat. Just cast a spell.
I think that's good luck.
Alteration.
Great to meet you, buddy. Hope to see you again at the next tournament.
Hey, Santa, stop with that, bro. You love every fucking body. You say I love you to everybody, bro. I don't feel special if you say I love you to everybody. If you say I love you to everybody, I don't feel special. Change your fucking line. Oh, thank you. I wear all white for you 2 days in a row. Oh, I'm still here on the final table. I'm still here. One bullet, final table. It's not bad. Drinking, having fun, playing with my idols. Yeah, you know. I'm a very unlucky player, but I have a really good energy.
Unopened pot here for Jason. He covers both blinds.
Can we take out Punat 2-3 from there? It kills. Yeah, Mario, yes. Mario, yes. Mario is the ball.
When we have a break after
Kev, it feels fitting to give a shout out to the Beyond the Game crew
in 1 hour
right now.
Yeah.
Out in Vegas, getting together, led by none other than Phil Galfond.
Yeah, good shout.
Shout out to the boys and ladies over there. Enjoy that one, enjoy without us. Kevin and I on comms duty for, well, till the end of this final table. And then Kevin's heading to Vegas.
I'm going to be there in time to catch the last day of the fun. Play a little cash game.
Who's there? 420.
Jonas loving this development. Almost feels like too much of a hand to bet.
Do you think that's less of an issue in this format? Easier to get action
Good time.
when you show an interest in putting stacks in play.
Agreed. Comes out firing half pot.
A wine, Arthur? One glass.
Really?
Welcome back.
Really? No drinking at all?
We're still in 6.
maybe even not in 3 months. Sometimes.
Good man.
But you're Russian, bro. It doesn't even do anything to you. It's like drinking water.
Love that.
No.
Zero alcohol grind.
Yeah.
Been doing it myself for quite some time now.
We see.
Artur's on the health grind, man.
We see how it works with you.
For me,
See the
no.
Whoop
For
band
me,
on
I
display.
never drink.
Hawkett saying, how drunk is Nacho? And Pokeball saying, he just said, I'm a free-range chicken. I'll say whatever the F I want. Seems reasonably drunk.
Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah, I think it's clear.
I scammed the shit out of Arthur.
Massive shout out, by the way, to all the viewers as well. These last 15 days, people that have tuned in regularly to keep us company, both myself, Kevin, Ali, Randy. Some of the banter with the viewers around the world has been top tier. I appreciate everyone getting involved in the conversation as well when it's come to strategy, who their favorite is, you know, all sorts. It's been a real treat. So just wanted to say thank you, just in case, you know, this is over in 5 minutes. Over-unders on that happening. Leo saying it's been a great series. It really has. It really has been one for the ages, it feels like. This one I'm going to look back on very fondly. Thank you, Ken. And yes, this is live Shane Higgins. We're live. Final event of the series. 30K PLO Turbo Bounty.
So rich, Nacho. Ask Jason. 2K. Can sleep for private jet to Vegas.
Imagine. Very straight away.
Andrew's turn to set. Jason drawing to a 5. Doesn't find it.
It was like 150K, right?
Yeah. 167.
Full house now for Lethem.
Like 14?
He got a discount.
Doesn't look like he'll trap though.
No, but I mean, we were gonna be allowed. Like
Reaching for something.
It's for 14 players. It's like 10K.
Sizable bet as well. 250 into 390.
This did check down. Jason can beat a pure bluff. 8s and 4s.
My favorite city in the world.
Not enough.
Madrid is my favorite city in the world right now.
Let's it go. Freddie was something really interesting, saying, looking at Andrew Letham's Tender Mob, he is a serious flag hunter. Goes from playing a $30 buy-in in Paraguay to high rollers in Montenegro. That's pretty dope.
I disagree, Mari.
Thanks for sharing that, Freddie.
I like that.
I disagree.
German saying, thanks for all the content these past weeks. Appreciate you guys a lot for keeping it free to view. Well, German, I've said it before and I'll say it again.
Have a glass of wine, drink with us.
This content is free of charge. It has always been and always will be the case. And if that does ever change, it'll be the day I hang up my mic. Shout out to Triton, CEO Andy, Pauls from Sharehands, and obviously the bosses for investing so much time, energy, resources, and money into the production here.
Is it over this stop? Did you win?
Free of charge for your viewing pleasure, of course.
Do you have a big lead?
It's a shame we're going to be away for 3 months.
1,000 points.
That's a lot.
Hopefully we can get some cash game stuff going
2 wins
this summer.
Yeah.
Like 2 trophies in average tournament, not in main event.
Like 1 main event win?
Like
MC saying, yeah, thank you, Triumph, for the great stream series. Even though I got timed out 20 times, it was very entertaining. MC, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you got timed out for
700-800.
Oh, okay.
things you shouldn't have been doing.
Yo, fuck, they're gonna take you
got like 95% equity or something?
I think so.
How much you make? 200?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, gotta have more than 95%.
Talking about 200.
But Jeju is a big stop.
Yeah.
Someone from like top 10
Also
will
a lot
have, will
harder
have
to-
insane run.
Yeah.
Like was with Jason when Stevie has insane lead, yeah?
That was crazy.
Jeju's gonna be a lot.
I thought I was drawing dead.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
But that happens not really often.
Yeah, that was insane.
200?
I won a main event and another event.
Well, he beat you?
No, I won.
Oh, you won?
Yeah.
That 2 years ago? Yeah, remember, it was very tight.
Yeah.
He was kind of locked.
I mean, yeah, he was locked. He was actually just like a lock. I think he was like 98% or something.
Yeah, but you better than Stevie, right? My mom's favorite player, Stevie.
I get it.
I heard that first time.
What's in there?
5 cents.
You said 500?
520.
I'm going to add that one to the bingo card.
Yeah.
My mum's favorite player is Stevie. What's Artur going to do here?
The look
Middle
on
pair
his
at
face
open-ender.
is one of someone who doesn't think this is enough. No overlay for Artur. His would be the only bounty on offer. Always an option to peel and see if a spade comes on the turn as well. If you think this is when you're dead.
There's so much value in being the chip leader here. And Artur knows it. And he is the type to play for the win.
Hey, you can't, no magic at the table, okay? Unless it's for me. Unless it's for me. He's tying knots in his hair and shit. I don't like it, man. It's scaring me. You can't be using the magician.
Looking like a fucking druid over there.
Artur asking Vladimir.
What's in there? What are they telling you? Party's kind of bad.
Is that the midget?
He's asking, what is it, the dreadlocks he's asking?
Seems so.
For the
I
magic.
gave a vow before this tournament not to apply any white magic.
Please, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Good
Sounds
luck,
like
boys.
He used his white magic, but you could be in kind of bad shape here.
Do you have flush draw?
I do, yeah. It's a bad one, but I got top pair as well.
It's not very good.
Yeah, Artur.
Okay. All right.
Not too bad. It's all right.
Showed the Queen of Spades first.
Yeah.
Jack's no good.
Jack's no good. Ace, Queen, 10, 9, 4.
Oh,
non-spade.
don't you go
Oh
tempting
my
me with
God,
that.
trying to jinx you like that. Wow.
Trying to shoot me.
They have all the fucking tricks. The good thing about this, I skip the big blind, right?
What else you got in your pocket?
Hey, good game, bro.
Artur's trying everything.
Nice card.
Wow, that's a fucking...
That is a fantastic card.
Put your shoes on the table.
Artur's doing his best to jinx it. He needs an offsuit ace or 9. Can he get there?
Coming a 9 for sure.
No.
GG, bro.
Good luck.
To play with you.
It's been real, Artie.
Series.
Hell of a series, man. See you in Vegas.
One hell of a series indeed. What a special man.
Oh,
So
12,000,
consistent.
I can go to Louis Vuitton tomorrow. I love it.
We really are spoiled to have someone of his poker
I'm going to
talent
Madrid
here
and there is no Louis Vuitton
at
here.
the Triton Super High Roller Series. He's going to be heading into Jeju, number 1
Going off for 12,000.
on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race.
It's like a 1
As
year
he will
salary.
head to collect another payout.
80,000? Big line?
7th place finish for
No, but
52k.
plastic, yeah, I'm small, right?
Nope.
Okay.
GG's, mate.
Can we still raise to 3.5 big blinds with no
Yeah.
small blind?
Yeah, you
Is that how it works?
The plate
Yeah.
wasn't
Still
open
make it
ended,
280?
right? You only were open.
He's asking if you can
open
still
end?
raise
Ah, yeah,
pot
cool.
size
Yeah,
of
sure.
the small blind being in
Let's
play.
Some words exchanged there with Vladimir Korzanin. Gambler, who's got a glass of vino in one hand, spreading white magic around the table with the other, watching on and enjoying the show, as we are now down to 6 players as Jason Kuhn, would you believe,
Away from getting drunk.
is in
I'm
pole
funny right now.
position
A
with
bit
6
more than I
left,
usually am.
2 times average,
So many
on the
super
hunt for
pros, bro.
title number 12.
So many super pros and us, bro.
Picks up his second bounty there. 3 of them taken off the board by Martirosian. So he cashes this event for 172,000. It's more than 3rd place. If 3rd place was somehow captured by someone with 0 bounties.
Oh, baby. I think this is going in.
Yeah, we know the chip leader is going to attack Nacho's big blind with a wide range.
640, right?
Fuck this. Fuck this, Jason.
Fuck it all, buddy.
Fuck. I don't give a fuck about ICM, bro. I don't
What, you
give
got double suited
fuck.
Aces?
I don't give a fuck about ICM, bro. ICM is for poor people and
Quickly,
Jason
Kev.
Quinn.
Take that one off.
Is the bingo
You're in
card
good
already
fucking shape, I promise.
cleared?
I know that. I have a big hand. Might be very bad flop, but I'm still gonna get it in.
For how shitty my hand is, that's a bad flop for you.
What, you're ahead, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Wow.
You have diamonds?
yeah, not.
Ahead with the fours.
Can't make a straight flush though.
Barbero.
Okay, Jason.
3 overs.
Hey, bro.
Gut shot.
What's gonna happen?
And a flush draw.
Yeah, the backdoor club.
It was a really good series for me.
It was a hell of a series. You put on a show.
Ace of clubs, king of clubs.
What a legend.
Wow, bro, how do you flop so big with that piece of cheese
That's,
you have?
look, man,
That piece of
that's a
cheese you
premium
have.
hand, man.
That piece of cheese and you flop me kind of dead.
Jason's going bounty hunting.
Whee! Not anymore. Oh, you have clubs? Oh, what a
Oi,
scam.
oi, oi.
No, not like this. Not like
I mean,
this.
it's still an improvement for you.
7-6. Deuce club needed.
10 of hearts. I'm gonna go for the 10 of hearts.
For Jason Kuhn to eliminate
Backdoor
Ace
club.
of clubs, king of clubs.
10 of hearts.
Nacho
Oh,
Barbero.
Nachito, it's me. It's alive. It's alive. There is hope in this world. There is some fucking justice. There's some divine justicia. Oh, I was prepaying.
He already paid it to me. I get to keep it.
Prepaying. Nachito playing the game. Nice sum, bro. Second out of 2.
Thank you.
It's not
yeah.
too bad. 2 out of 2 is okay.
Standard cooler, man.
Standard cooler. Wow, you raised to me with the 4, 4, 6, 7. You're a very crazy
Get
human.
out of here. Just go.
No, ciao, Bella, ti amo.
As my good friend Brian Rast, Booth Brethren, likes to drop in every now and then, turbo autists are some of our favorite people in poker. That's it. That's the tweet. Love me, my fellow ADHDers.
Yeah.
Especially when they got a glass of wine in one hand and they're playing a Triton Turbo bounty event with the other.
All right, bro.
Still
I
6
know
left.
every day you wake up and you Jason Kuhn and life is fucking easy.
It is.
But sometimes it's not that easy. When you have Nacho Barbero at your fucking table, fucking play the game right now.
I knew it, dude. I knew that you knew you were here to play the game.
Nacho was down to 3 bigs.
He
with
was.
7 left. Second shortest at the time had
How much?
18.
80,000?
And here he is now, tied middle of the pack. In with a real shot. Picking up his second title of the trip. What have we got here? A whole bunch of nada. For Nacho and Gergo. Jason Kuhn, top pair. Interesting one here, 320 in the middle. I think mix between check and small bet is fine.
Yeah, 3 of the deeper stacks now involved in this one. Don't expect fireworks with hands such as these.
Sorry. Jason Kuhn playing the game. Well played, bro.
Thank you.
Nacho is having a hell of a series, to be fair.
Tell me, what's going on?
Well, if you remember way back.
Way back when?
To the no limit portion. The very beginning of the no limit portion. Nacho had a final table in the 25K.
What is the wine situation right here? I think
Third for 340. Very next day, wins the 30K.
I like my
for $1
rail.
million.
I like my rail.
Came 10th in the 50K. Final table the 25K PLO.
So
And he cashed the 100K PLO main.
So I'm hearing 4 final tables.
This is final table number 4.
Yeah.
This is
podiums.
cash number 6. And yeah.
2 podiums and a first. I mean, that's strong. Well, sorry, 1 podium and a first. This is for Jonas. Covers 3 players, all of them behind him. Does have the chip leader in the big.
Yeah, I think this is why we mostly raise. Seth wakes up with something, we get to run it for his bounty, but if Jason has a weak hand, we don't mind just taking it down there. As
I think
Kronwitter does.
No, I'm not.
This is interesting.
No?
Ross Turner saying Barbero's going.
Andrew, let's fucking go, bro.
Nacho said 20 already. He's gonna have another one.
Andrews.
I play so much.
Trying to get him more. But Barbero's apparently going for $59 in the 25K fantasy. That's quite expensive, no? How many?
That's a lot, yeah.
How many points do you get?
Beautiful. Take everybody for
Is
2
it
lines.
200?
They were gonna fall.
Sounds about
Wow,
right. That sounds about right.
Something around there.
It's okay, bro. 2 blinds.
That makes sense, right? He plays everything.
11 times winner.
Can you believe it?
Maybe 12 with this.
200.
That would
You're
be
just
too
saying
much,
when
bro.
Nacho
I'm
had
not
3
gonna
big
catch
blinds,
you
he didn't
this
say a
way.
word, but now he's
Stop.
speaking even from the elbow.
Give me a fucking break.
He might catch me.
Davies isn't triggered, but Davies is just a very IDGAF attitude. Like he doesn't play along. You know, he plays by his own rules.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a come on, guys. Let's get things going.
6
Here to
plus
play.
12. 720.
Producer
You got
James
1.2
confirming.
million out there.
I'm not sure.
200 to spend per team in the fantasy. 7 players on the roster. So 59, that's 30% of the budget on 1 player.
Try to go all in.
Nacho's a valuable pickup.
Grego Nagy. Play
Coming,
the
coming.
fucking game. Oh my god.
He plays all the games.
I
Yeah,
disagree.
exactly.
I
Spoke to
disagree.
him a bit last week about that, actually. He's, I don't think, planning to play the very lowest
Bro, what
buy-in
is this, bro?
mixed
Maybe I have
games.
20 blinds.
But he's going to play every single
I love
championship event,
Perfect for me that I'm
which is
drunk.
worth a lot of points.
I just want to see good cards.
Line's going up, 50K, 100K. Nathan saying good night all. Well done, comms team. Great efforts. Thanks, Nate. Thanks for joining us for what has been an epic series here in Montenegro. Trying to think who else is up there with like serious grinder, plays everything. Seaver,
Oh yeah, Seaver's always a great pick.
Ivy, D-Nex. D-Nex plays everything.
Yep.
Mizrachi. Jungle. I think Jungle's a great pick. Obviously, it's on the.
If he plays the full schedule.
That's true.
I don't know that you can count on him to play all the
That is very true, yeah.
10K championships and such.
Brian Rast. Don't know if he's playing a full series, but.
I know from the newer generation, players like
hold on, Kev. Sorry.
Oh my, no, you're right.
Jonas has run into it against
Good luck,
Nacho.
Good luck.
Good
Aces. You really have aces. All right, then I need a club.
Kings, queens.
This is a huge pot.
I just need 3 sevens on the flop. Let's be greedy. Let's be greedy. I want to be greedy in life.
Jonas has Barbero covered.
This was into Seth Davies' big blind as well, I think. Jonas assumed a pretty wide range from Nacho.
It's for the chip lead. If Jonas wins, he scores 40k plus a ladder.
Yeah, bro, take it.
If Nacho wins, he's chip leader.
Never
With
easy,
6 left, and Jonas crippled to 2
Right.
bigs.
All right, now we're talking.
I know.
Black, keep it black. Jack. Jack would be a threat. Take a jack.
I don't want a fucking jack.
Jack is very
It's fair, it's fair. Jack
I'd
is
rather
fair.
have a king or queen, right?
Jack of club.
Dead.
Jack of diamond.
I've seen all this one.
Nacho is saying he has a bad feeling.
Hearts? Nachito has any heart?
Got one, buddy. Big one.
Just needs to fade a club. Deuce of spades, the card that has been requested.
Ooh.
GG, bro.
GG, bro.
GG.
Good luck, guys.
GG, man.
Nice
Good
one,
run,
bro.
brother.
8 of clubs. Jonas.
Sorry, I got it in with 80%.
You can't not laugh. Even when he busts, it's just so hilarious. Chip lead pot with 6 left.
Stay strong.
These two are a good team.
Archer's got jokes.
Arthur said that?
Artie, yeah, you're so funny, dude.
He is funny, actually. Cheers, boys. Enjoy it. Enjoy the success of the series. Barbero with a title, Arthur with multiple cashes, Punnett with a title, all sharing a glass of wine. Good old cup of the old vino. $64,000 pickup for Nacho. Another final table under his belt. And like he said, got it in with 80%. That's all you can do. Rivered flush. His title number 4 will have to come in Jeju.
I love this idea. From Julian. We get a hot mic on Nacho wherever he is in the room, saying he'd pay $100 upgrade for the Nacho pass.
That's fantastic.
Just to get direct audio feed from anywhere.
I feel like some things will get leaked that shouldn't get leaked, though. And people are going to get compromised.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Andrew's on 12 bigs.
Yeah, and Andrew knows that Jonas now with the chip lead is going to be trying to apply pressure on Jason, especially when Seth is there on 7 bigs. Ace, queen, queen, deuce. Says run it. Jason's going to get out there. All in announced, and Jonas is going bounty hunting.
Huge hand. Wow. I'm 1,000% scooping this, but I don't.
Oh my god. Little cards. What did you have?
I had the nut run down.
I think Jason had like 9 of hearts or something. Not down card.
What was it?
Jack
9?
Jack 8-6 is what we saw.
Okay,
so
so
maybe
Jack-
Jack 9 8-6 or Jack 10 8-6 double suited.
Well, forget about that, because that hand's been mucked. 2.9 in the middle.
It's you. Flop 8 pair. Everything.
It's just like over. Like the hand's actually over.
Wow, Jason would have flopped the nuts, right? Oh!
Jeez.
No way!
Jackarino?
Queen of Hearts, corner pocket. For the runaway chip leader to be back down to middle of the pack.
Oh, wow. That's
the old
Uno. What a
Uno,
run out. Yeah.
Uno reverse
I
card.
would have been up singing, dancing on the flop, and you would have been like, see you later by the river. That was insane.
Andrew Letham out in 5th.
What a run up.
Might be your night, buddy. Might be your night.
Jeez, that one was almost too quick.
I feel like we just did this.
We did. Back-to-back eliminations, back-to-back bounties for Jonas Kronwitter, eliminating both Nacho Barbero and Andrew Letham. GG's, Andrew. Second cash on the tour. That one's going to sting a bit, especially given how much equity he had on the turn. And then we're down to 4.
Okay. Back to work for the chip leader.
See if Seth takes this spot now that he's the immediate short stack.
Is it on me?
To expect maybe not anything to open, but quite a lot. Not a bad layout for Seth to take a spin at this. Has the option to flat as well if he wants
I think flatting's the worst, taking this
real
out.
options.
Multi-ways. I think jam and get some protection from reopening the action.
True, there's always a chance that it creates a light cold 4 once you've put your last chips in. We can see that wouldn't work against Kronwitter in this case. Does raise. Oh, there's room to leave behind. Yeah, that's right. He's got more than the required minimum. Left a little back as insurance there.
Not the worst thing for me to see. Jack 10, 10, 7. 5 clubs.
Live clubs, indeed.
Won't win with a flush. I can tell you that.
You won't. There's plenty of other ways for you to win, but
Well, Jonas just cracked
Probably
the
won't win with a
aces
straight
of
either.
Nacho.
All right. Make it sweaty.
Is he to be dealt the same fate, or can he just
some
hold?
real sweaty, like 10, 4, 4.
All right.
That's sweaty. That's just very sweaty.
There we go.
You got 2 of my straight outs. I don't like that.
7?
10 would
7
end
would be
it, by the
fun.
way. 10 just ends it. And so does that.
Not sweaty.
For me. 650, I believe.
Okay, Shark Davies. He's already collected 6 million here this week. And the title.
Here we go.
There we go. Spinning it up. Playing the game.
We haven't talked about the opportunity for Seth to go 2 titles in a second in the same series if he takes this one down.
Just go home with 6.6 million in the back pocket and 2 trophies.
0.55.
He's only had 3 cashes this series. This the 4th one. But 2 of them were A win and a second in the biggest event. 200K Invitational.
Jason gonna raise pot here, blind v blind. Jonas again with a lot of incentive. Covering stack. Closing the action. To come along for the ride and try and dethrone. Oh, I mean, what? The dealer wants this tournament to be over with. 10-4-3, top pair and an open-ender for Jonas, bottom two, and a will draw for Jason. Will draw's no good, by the way, as the deuce would give Jonas a higher straight. I wonder if Jonas just pots this. Comes with half pot. Could be trouble for JK. Versus half.
Pot.
Yeah. It's just going in.
Good luck.
Wow.
That's huge. This is first against second in chips. All in. Jonas a favorite, even though he's currently behind. Any king, 10, 6, 5 deuce, 7 as well, sorry. Just has too many outs. 3 kings, 2 10s, 4 7s, 3 6s, 2 5s, and 4 deuces.
It's a good one for you, yeah?
It's a good one.
That is a great one.
Straight. Quack, quack. Quacker or a 7, right? Quack,
Jonas looking for a 10, 7, or a deuce.
7.
Oh, it's Jason Kuhn. He's going to become our chip leader.
Ace 4 is the winner.
What a crazy orbit.
Just like that.
Insane orbit. Four all-ins in a row. Man,
1.7?
that's insane. Brutal turn of events here for Jonas, who, well,
He just potted the first time.
was so close to having us three-handed with the overwhelming chip lead.
Nice one.
Thank you. I think that was probably pretty poorly played. I probably should have just potted it the first time, or whatever. I don't know, man. Maybe land 3 bounties.
What a fluff for our hands.
Sick. Crazy. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, I was not happy to see what you rolled over.
5 and 6 is good too.
Sick, yeah.
6, 5, 7.
Crazy. What are you, like 62 on the flop or something? I mean, I think I got him pretty bad.
I'm definitely a favorite.
Yeah. I had backdoor nut clubs, but that was...
Yeah.
I needed to fade a lot of cards.
Yeah, that was one of the best cards in the turn.
Crazy.
I love doing that to the whales in my game. Whenever I win a massive pot, I'm just like, bro, that's crazy that I win there. You're so unlucky, man. How do I hold with that? You should rebuy for another 50K. You should definitely. You're going to get me. Eventually, you're gonna get me. Just top up, send some USDT, top up for number 50.
Does that work?
Get some every time, Kev.
Tried and true.
I am the whale whisperer of Thailand. What we got going on here? Whole lot of nothing. Got John Van Luvani in the chat saying 2 weeks of amazing coverage. Big thank you to the Triton team. Do we really have to wait 6 months for the next festival? No.
No, you don't.
No, sir. September, 3 months' time. Seth turns the nuts. Jonas has turned 2 pair.
No need for Seth to slow play. Half pot, blind versus blind. Cheap enough for the middle 2 pair. Gonna be hard to get any more on that river.
Pretty insane orbit for Jonas. Talk about running bad. Had Seth Davies all in for his tournament life when he was a favorite. Had Jason Kuhn all in for his tournament life when he was a favorite. Pretty tough to stay calm, cool, and collected when the deck is literally punching you in the face.
Did you say 141? 107 or 141? Yeah? Oh, shoot. I keep looking fucking all the way across here.
Don't you have to pay for that, Justin? You're welcome, Wes. Thank you. Jason with ace, queen, queen 9, suited to a queen. Gonna get busy as the chip leader.
Great pot.
Wow. What on earth? Jonas has 3-bet on the button, committing himself with the ace, king, jack 7. Gergo's waking up with ace, ace, queen 10. Just literally the sickest orbit for Jonas Kronwither. From chip leader to having Jason and Seth all in for their tournament lives to now being a huge dog.
Wow. Before the ace, queen, queen? Yeah. Oh my god.
A huge dog, especially given...
Four-handed, these hands.
Ace, queen, queen, please.
Yeah, ace, queen.
Especially given the dead cards. Jason folding ace, queen, queen.
Seven's live, jack's live.
There's a lot of kings in that deck, man. There's a lot of kings in that deck. Yeah, that's crazy.
I feel the 7.
7 would be a spicy.
7 from heaven.
Jonas trying his best to
We'll see.
stay optimistic about this one. Well, okay, there's your king.
A little something.
We'll take it. Drawing live. King, jack, or a 7. No aces left in the deck. Oh, that's a brutal turn card. That is such a brutal turn card for removing Jonas's 2 pair outs. Red Cowboy needed and doesn't find it.
GG, bro. We'll see you in the desert.
It's gonna be really
Like what?
the stacks are gonna be really tight. Like it's possible yet.
Yeah, let's check it.
They're almost always dead on. He covered them by 2
I
BB.
mean, oh, it said, but he posted the
Let's
ante.
check it.
Yeah, check it for sure. Count your-
It said
Davies,
21
sharp
and 20.
Davies,
So this is,
sharp here by the
I got
way.
you,
And it's
1.9.
usually
He's got 192.
So guys, just double check it because it's close. So
Plus,
the
I mean,
dealer.
some of that.
If you have 192, you got
He's got 192 plus his big blind though, right?
Oh,
'Cause that's that's my raise.
The dealer's here, the best in the business. It's not even close as to how good Luca Vivaldi and his team are.
Yeah, it's all good. Yep.
No, you're gonna live. Right?
So they're gonna
Yeah, you cover him.
double, triple check,
Yeah,
especially in a moment like this. 4 left.
Yeah, good eye, shark.
Yeah.
Yeah, good eye shark indeed.
Important one. And
yeah,
a bounty
important
as
one.
well.
I had the stacks wrong in the app because it said you're out. But
So looks like Jonas gonna have chips left.
yeah, 1.92.
5.
Fair play to Seth Davies for catching that one.
All right, I'm free rolling.
Dude, super free rolling. That's like very spinnable too. That's not like a total crumb.
Jonas is still alive.
We need to update this, get the stacks actually correct so we can know.
I mean, yeah, it was
You would have folded otherwise?
obviously not, but it
Yeah.
could be sometimes, you know, when I had like some borderline shit.
Hey, you guys should probably
Thank
count
you.
your stacks. 2 big stacks. So you know what's going on there. It says 45 and 40.
Uh, 180.
Well, perfect time. As always, to give a shout out to our sponsor, Jacob & Co, the official timekeeper. They've given away 2 Triton Epic X Skeleton timepieces here at this series. One went to Jesse Lonis for his victory in the Hold'em event. The other went to Ben Tollerine earlier today in the PLO main. Massive thank you, as always, to Jacob & Co for supporting us, the Triton series, and supporting the players with that epic timepiece.
Four, 2, 5. 4, 2. 5.9.
So it's not even close.
It's off, yeah. You cover. I mean, it's not that important. Okay. This is whatever. We'll just go old school. We used to most tournaments we can't see the stack sizes.
Sad.
What?
Well, Gallagher is going to look to finish what he tried starting. What he did start, he thought he had his man out.
Big potential for collisions when these spots come up.
Bad hand, man. Bad hand.
Guess the hand is quite bad. Yep.
Look at you, you about to spin that shit out.
640.
I wouldn't hate it. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, not bad.
I actually don't think I am. I think the pay jump is worth more than the potential jump.
So Jonas to get back up to 560. Just needs to hold here.
Jumps matter.
Yeah, I think the jump's got to be.
I say that. Given the hands we've seen him involved in so far, it's been a pretty
Medium
bleak
sweaty, but
20 minutes or so for the Austrian pro. Well, some additional outs.
Too many outs.
The go to go goes from 4 to infinite.
Actually.
Ace, king, 8, 7. And there it is.
all right, for real this time.
Straight
GG, bro.
on the river. I do apologise. Obviously, he was drawing to
Take
the ace and the
your,
king as
he
well.
should take these, right? And give.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
You guys and your bounties.
All right.
GG's, Jonas. I mean, geez, man. I think we can all
See you in Vegas, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
empathise with
Have a good
that
game,
brutal
Vegas.
run from chip leader
All summer.
to having Seth and Jason all in for their tournament lives.
I think
It's insane how fast that happened.
It's
Yeah,
crazy, man.
5.5 million.
I mean, he got it in so good as well in both those spots to be runaway chip leader with 3 left. Instead, he sees himself out the door, heading to collect 107,000 plus the 80k he picked up in bounties. I think that one's going to be bittersweet for Jonas. What could have been.
40-80 level. Now we went up
Best
to
of luck to
5100
him.
on my big line. That was the 40-80 level.
Best of luck to him out
Yeah,
in
check it.
Vegas.
It was definitely on me.
Seven bigs, plays 38, plays 18.
They're going to verify how many additional hands at this level might need to be played. Perhaps 2 more at 50, 100 before going up.
What happens if I miss my flight?
I think you just live here now.
I could see it. How many bigs in play? Jesus.
I ain't trying to get
100
my big
bigs.
blind roasted.
100
every
bigs
time.
total for now.
Yeah, blinds are about to go up.
Looks like they'll go up once Seth is on the button. 2 more hands at 51.
I thought that's. You got 1.55 behind.
Seth now the target.
A whole lot of hope.
Shortest stack with 16 blinds. You heard Seth discussing it though after the last elimination. Reaching the stage of payout structures where the bounty starts to fade from importance. Jump between third and second. 70.
78k.
78,000.
Bet the pot.
Jason. Attacking after the limp call pre-flop. Likes 10 high texture. Also likes flopping top 2.
Doesn't want to run the risk of Seth
Pair outs are no
checking
good.
behind
Fold.
with like an ace, king, queen, and just turning heaps of equity.
All right, good buddy. 10-4, good, buddy.
That's good. My I had ace 9-8-4. I think those 9s and 8s are just not very good.
You were deader. You need an ace.
Well, 66% of the time, Kevin, we're going to have a series 2-time champion, and either Seth or Jason.
Yeah.
1/3 of the time, Gergo's going to go back-to-back series, picking up a title in a PLO event. PLO sniper. Pretty deep now.
1.3. My stack up there is, it's right there, wrong there. What is going on here?
Doesn't seem like the spot that Jason
it's
wants to
behind
play
you.
this wide.
Oh, that one hasn't updated the blinds yet. Gotcha.
Seth with the dusty one. He's out.
So 39 bigs plays 33. Now with that blind level increase. Plays 10. Blind's going up every 7 hands, I believe.
Yeah, but since we played 2 extra at the previous, I think it'll be 5 more at this one.
Oh, okay.
They pull it away from the next level. Jason with ace, king, king, 5 double. Not going to get action from that one.
That's tilting. Who have you got, chat? Is it going to be the PLO sniper, Mr. Gergo Naj of Hungary? 2 PLO titles in 2 series, or is it going to be the 12-time champion, Mr. Jason Kuhn? Or is it going to be Shark Davies, who has had the week of a lifetime, cashing for 6.2 million here in Montenegro, picking up a title and a career best score of 4.2 million.
Seth in for a third of his stack. 750 behind. That's not going to do it.
I saw the Deuce of Clubs window card and I was like, okay.
That's just... You just can't be flopped. More dead than that.
Well,
maybe you
dead.
can.
He's not dead. He's got backdoor
The
straight
highest
flush.
EV flop in the
Fair.
back.
Wonder if that's true. Sounds like something Jason would know.
Fucking deuce, deuce,
deuce. I think it literally might be the worst flop.
The one you fucking joke about.
Yeah. All right. Turn them all over.
Fucking deuce, deuce, deuce. Just go ahead and put the 4th deuce out there. Fuck it. Run the whole board out there. 5 deuces.
Oh man, drop him and grab him, boys. Drop him and grab him. Put the 5 deuces out there. Jesus. Oh, here we go. Loving this. King, king, jack 8 double. Are you kidding me?
Not bad off the short stack.
Pot.
Expecting to get action.
Oh, he's going to get
baby.
action.
I got double suited kings.
Wow, sick. Good ones, too.
And 1 ace.
You got an ace, though.
Ace, and he's got 2 5s in his hand.
You got clubs?
Much better than.
Much better than you would have on average.
Yeah.
Double suited Cowboys. Give me that deuce, deuce, deuce flop again, baby. It's gonna come 5, 5, 5.
Shark
What's
looking
up,
for the deuce, deuce,
root
deuce.
for me, dude. Give me some energy.
Lucky for sure.
All right, I got double suited kings.
Absolute beamer.
I know it is, isn't it?
Full-time champion, put up punch 3, standing alongside Seth Davies.
Pop my bounty cherry. Oh God.
That's a slow start, Shark.
How about a 10? What do you think?
Good one.
10?
How about 10, Kev?
What do you got in there for me?
Can hear the desperation starting to surface.
The 2 cards to come. These guys have seen it all.
That's a fade.
Not a club, ace, or 5. Why don't you just give me a straight for fun? 7.
Just give him a straight, guys.
Clubs,
Oh man, I love this job. 1 card to come. Seth Davies holds and he makes the straight.
Poonat, you got me home.
Poonat, bro. I'll tell you, this guy.
Got me home.
Pure. And I might call upon you if I need you, Poonat. Okay.
Wait a minute. Give him one of these.
Yeah. Set up the bat signal.
What has this tournament brought out in
I
Seth
don't know.
Davies?
It's not just Seth, man. It's day 15. It's brought it out of everyone.
1.5.
The chat's popping up, popping off. The players are going
Uncle Paul.
insane.
Hello, boss.
Doubled up. I doubled up.
Hey, boss.
1.6. 1.6. What do you say?
It's the end of the trip, Paul. It's just fine.
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
You
Take
too,
care.
Yeah, getting a bit loose with the alcohol. Final day of the trip, Kev. We're gonna allow it. I know Huberman wouldn't. Brian Johnson wouldn't. If you wear a Whoop band, you're gonna get that red recovery in the morning after a few glasses of the vino, but you know.
Tomorrow's a day off.
Tomorrow's not a day off, it's a travel day.
They got time to recover.
I'm gonna be awake for the next
Yeah, I'm thinking about it too.
14, 15 hours. I'm gonna have to run, I'm gonna have to blitz through Vienna Airport.
Sneaking a nap on the flight.
Not sure, it's like an hour-long flight from here now.
Yeah, you can get like 30 minutes in.
Jack 985. What we got going on here? King, Queen, Deuce. Jason's got bottom 2 and an open ender. That's a pure turn card. Gergo was drawing pretty thin on that flop. He's got the check mark. See if he can squeeze some value out of this queen jack. Maybe a single big blind.
Yeah, clean enough run out. We can put in something small here. From the small.
250.
Half pot. It's just limped pre. Should be some total misses in Yergo's range. Gets him paid.
Wow. You're drawing dead on the flop. Stone dead. You had 2 outs. I had it all. I should have maybe just led the flop.
Funny way of... Oh no, I guess he's right.
No,
Yeah.
he wasn't dead, but he was drawing to a 5 as well.
Yeah, the 5 gets it done.
But no.
It's like weird levels break my brain. 50, 125, there's just something about it. I'm just like, what's the small blind? I just can't remember.
We poker
Yeah, I'm
players
just
are
like,
known for
What about the 80, 150 level?
Yeah.
known for exaggerating in those spots. You were dead with
What?
10%.
Same 4 cards, different suits. Gonna hit the muck. Should get action from Seth, just a question of how much.
Pot.
Pot.
Pop, pop,
They're
pop. Gergo's going to go bounty hunting.
All in.
You said all in?
Good luck, boys.
That's a good hand for me to see.
Ace 10, 8, 7.
Jason's folded all 4 of Naja's cards. Don't think he's told him.
What's up, Daddy?
Ben Hameen.
You want to
Come
take my
berate,
chips?
come
play
berate
for
me for playing bad.
Yeah. You're done. You.
King 10, 6, 4, diamonds. Ace 10.
There's your
Shark, this is a real one, buddy. This is a real sweat here.
100K main event champ on the
Wonder what's
rail.
gonna happen.
I don't know. We'll find out. That is a good start.
That's a good start for me.
That's a good start. Top pair.
No killers.
The jack is the killer. Oh, the kill for you.
Yeah, heal me. No killers for me.
No killers for you.
Yeah, Naj cannot be turned dead. He can pick up additional outs though.
What do I gotta fade?
Everybody, you know?
King 6 or a
I
4.
gotta fade
They
the
now,
6, king, or 4, right?
yeah, they now share.
And the jack.
The jack we
Same.
chop.
No, jack is sorry.
That's Shark Davies.
I can take the jack.
Yeah, you take a jack.
One card away from being back in this one.
Everybody happy.
We got a close fight on our hands.
Shark
He holds.
Look at that.
Shark Darvis.
3 of hearts. I didn't even know that one was in there. Thought they took
Look
that
at
one
you
out.
spinning, dude.
Oh, no.
I love this version of Seth.
I'm so sorry. I can't hold it together anymore.
This version of Seth is so good.
3 of hearts, I didn't even know. Didn't even know it was in there.
Where did he come up with all these lines?
1370.
Oh my god, man. You can't do this to me on day 15. Next time I win an all-in, whatever the river is, Kevin.
Okay, you guys want 50
Wow, 3 of
minutes or
hearts.
you
I
want
didn't even know it was in there. I thought they took that one out.
Shorter. Yeah.
You guys good to just like get this night over with?
Yeah. This has been a long.
Okay, you guys cool with like a 5-minute break instead? Awesome. 5 is fine. Yeah, it's already 12:30.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Could be any time of day right now.
This and we're on 5-minute break.
12:30.
Seth is on a roll.
Oh man, I want whatever he's having.
Anybody's game, folks.
I
Anybody's
think what
game.
he's having is a heater.
0.87.
Man, it is anyone's
Three-way
game.
all in.
Jason's got
Fucking
30
bounties.
bigs. Gadago's got. Sorry, no. Jason's got 25. Gadago's got 24. Seth has 20.
Still after my first ever bounty in a live poker
Dude,
tournament.
I was complaining about that earlier. I was moaning it in, and it finally hit it. I just had to moan about it a little bit.
Jesus Christ, man. Seth is still looking for his first bounty in a live tournament. We can all dream.
In any live tournament.
In any live tournament.
Oh, I missed that.
What?
Oh my.
He's not going to get it here. Doesn't get much worse than this pre-flop.
5-minute break.
So,
Do a couple shots real quick.
5-minute break. Seth's going to do a couple of shots real quick, and I guess when we come back, the wheels are going to be even looser than they already are. I don't think it can get much looser than it has been. The rogue chat and questionable banter has been incredible. That's how things stand. 25 bigs for Kuhn on the hunt for title number 12. 25 bigs for Gergo, looking for back-to-back PLO titles in as many series. And Seth Davies looking for his second here in Montenegro. We'll see you in 2.5 minutes.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Kevin, I feel like it's just been all laughter in the booth for this final table. It started off with Artur Martirosyan and Nacho Barbera and a lot of wine drinking. And I mean, we saw Jonas Kronwitter, even after the run he went on, I mean, runaway chip leader to out in the space of 6 hands, he was still all smiles. But now, most recently, Seth Davies with some brilliant one-liners. It's just, you could tell it's the end of the series.
It feels like I'm watching the outtakes to a reality show. Like, just 100 guys have been trapped in this room for 2 weeks, and finally Seth Davies has decided to not take the game that seriously anymore. And I'm loving it right now.
No, some of his one-liners have been brilliant. Jason told him the time is it's 12:30 in the morning. He just responds with, it could have literally been any time of the day. Like, he just doesn't know he's given up. But he's not given up the fight here. He's just doubled. He's back up to 19 bigs, and it really is anyone's tournament for the taking. I mean, 25 bigs plays 25 bigs. Gergo and Jason tied for the chip lead. Seth Davies on their tail. I mean, if he just wins a single raise pot, he's going to take the chip lead as he looks to win his first ever bounty in a live tournament format. I mean, ticking that one off, potentially picking up his second title of the series. Jason Kuhn looking for his 12th would be insane, of course. And yeah, Gergo Naj looking for his second PLO title, one of those PLO snipers. And yeah, nice chill way to wind this one down as we look to throw it down to the floor once more. 303,000 up top plus a Triton trophy. And of course, those 40K bounties. Live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Good luck, gentlemen. May the best man win. May the luckiest man win.
Yeah, I was...
And make sure...
headed that direction.
We check the deck for the 3 of hearts. Seth's not sure that one's in there.
He's got...
That's so good. Man.
He's just living in JG right now. He's
so good.
He thinks we're playing short deck. Pretty sure there was a deuce on board, so I think he should have known. These guys are ready to get it over and done with. See who can get lucky down the stretch.
Mark's saying that I can afford a first-class ticket to sleep. It's not true, Mark.
Nope. Not that one.
Unfortunately, the flight path that I'm taking isn't a very comfortable one. I'm not complaining, but I'm just aware of what is likely to be a very grumpy Killbane for the next 12 hours.
What's your go-to flight time-wasting activity?
Sleep.
Just sleep?
Normally, yeah. I'm pretty locked in for that stuff. Like, I'm normally asleep before the plane's even taken off, and
wow,
I
don't think I've ever done that.
Dude, I'm really, like, there are times, man, where just asleep before we take off, and then I literally wake up as the wheels hit the ground. It's I've impressed myself a few times.
Yeah, that's impressive. Maybe one day.
Do love sleeping on planes. Feels like you're teleporting. Just fall asleep, wake up in a new continent. Seth. 97% equity here. Jason's drawing dead. Gergo's got a king of diamonds in hand. This could get spicy.
See if Seth even bets at the flop. No, he's checking behind.
Nice hand to do it with.
Certainly could tempt Naj to bluff.
150.
Just 150 for now. Doesn't exactly portray a high equity hand. We've limped pre. A few sets maybe, but Seth happy. Play this one passively in position. It's got it locked up.
I'm curious to see whether Gergo now feels like this is, yeah, enough showdown. Beating ace jack, ace 8.
Enough showdown to start, but in the face of a bet, maybe. Start to think about leveraging the king of diamonds as a bluff card.
How much do we want to bet? 300k? More? Let's go more. 2/3 pot. Oh, that really opens it up.
10 high flush.
Just a call. Quick one.
Yeah, too strong of a hand
6.
to turn into a bluff. Seth Davies is your new chip leader.
Crazy spin. Chip leader, no bounties.
Gordigus in the chat saying Seth Davies just went for $29 at the fantasy draft. I believe that the low price was because of the quote, "Let's get a couple of shots before the break." Could be, could be.
The Lord keeps blessing me, man. Did all went smoothly? Love to hear it. How's the well? The well still has water in it? Cool.
Trip 10s for Jason.
Good
Four to a
hand.
wheel for Davies. Couple of terrible hands. Going to a flop.
Man, Shark Davies is just on one. Flops the nuts.
Yeah.
Full house redraw.
Hearts on board. Seth's not going to check this one, though.
I think that's my flop.
Oh, yo. My lord. Where were them clubs at, baby? Put them clubs out there.
Man, can you imagine Seth getting heads up against Jason after Jason just got to battle against Ben Tollerine for a title?
Starting to become a very real possibility.
Pretty insane, isn't it?
Ergo Naj is our short stack. Under 20 bigs.
On the table. Hopefully they didn't catch that up.
Pass. That's squally. $150.
Man, I keep getting tempted to check the Triton Poker Plus app for whatever other tournament is running alongside this FT, just to like get updates from the outer table fields. And it's
you're being reminded that the series is coming to a close.
It's over, man.
There's no side events.
No side events.
No cash game. No outer tables.
This is the finale.
God, I can't peel these cards.
Event number 17. The final countdown.
Check.
Gotta go with a wrap, albeit a bad one, especially on a two-tone texture with no backdoors. But I think that's his third pot. Peel one off. See a turn. How you doing? How you doing? He turns the second nuts. 750 out there. There's a very brutal river card in this deck.
There is.
Do you know what it rhymes with?
Mix.
It does, yeah.
I mean, I could think of some others.
Offsuit mix.
Sounds like a delicious snack.
Who has who covered here? Jason has got to go covered. He's not going to be folding this one. I'm curious. I am curious to see whether we just come with call or do we pile it in now, try and deny some equity, maybe stack off against a set. It just comes with call. 1,950,000 in the middle. Jason drawing very thin here. Spades get there.
Is this one that we bluff? 7 of spades working in our favor.
I'm not sure, man. That'd be quite heroic. Day 15, we just run one. 3 left.
Just wonder in the blind versus blind setups. Oh. Wow. You said pot.
That's so gangster.
I just wonder if when you're playing these wider ranges, we're down to 3-handed. Blind versus blind, limped pre. You're not necessarily reaching for the perfect #1 blocker anymore, you know? Or at least it's not as necessary to be willing to run it. Just inherently harder for Naj to have the goods here.
We're 1/3 flop, 80% turn, pot river. Gotta go trying to reverse engineer this one. See if the story makes sense. If he makes the call, he's got to take the chip lead. But Jason Kuhn with the get wrecked son.
Huge bluff.
And gotta go calls there. Jason's down to 250, practically out the door.
Two more hands?
Don't become an 11-time champion
I think it'll
by fluke.
it'll be the thing again where you have to. We'll probably have to play 3 more hands because it'll go up on you.
Oh yeah.
Went up on you last time. Yeah.
Starting to have some genuine concern about making my flight on time.
Henry, I think that started a long time ago.
I mean, I was trolling for a bit.
Hmm.
But yeah, now it's starting to feel a bit dicey, to say the least. Maybe I am just staying in Montenegro.
Pot.
I'm not leaving.
Well, if you are, it's you and me both. Stuck here together.
I'm not leaving, Kevin. Jason Kuhn, chip leader, with 3 left. 32 bigs for him. Seth Davies with 24. Gotta go with 12. Shark's gonna get out of there. Gotta go with pretty trash hand here. Yeah, just gonna let it go.
Ooh, pretty. Badoogie, but pretty.
So new blind level. 6 hands of 100, 200, 200.
Hyper turbo.
So with that, gotta go is down to 8 bigs. Chip leader has 25. Average stack of 17 big blinds. Ace-6-5-4, nut suit. It's reaching the stage of the tournament. I feel like we reached the stage of the tournament a long time ago, but it's reaching the stage now where chips are just going to go flying in. See if Seth wants to take a shot at his first ever live bounty.
Eight and a half blinds to start. He doesn't look thrilled about it.
How much is that behind? 6. That's 600.
600.
That's about $1 million.
Yeah. 950, maybe $1 million.
Seth really chewing on this one. Trying to calculate the bounty EV, the ladder, 78k ladder between third and second, the future game EV.
Not as many situations when the bounty's in there where you want to flat and allow the opener to escape. In some post-flop spots, maybe some scenarios where otherwise we would, you know, just call the big blind, wait for a good flop. But Seth wants to access that overlay.
Agreed.
As well.
That's the decision here, hence the time being taken.
Does still just call.
Timex?
Doesn't think his hand's good enough to put the rest on offer just yet.
1.7 out there. Gotta go has around half pot back.
That's going to be good enough.
Yeah, no ace, no king, no queen. He's just going to lead. Gotta go snaps him off, understandably so. Look at the equities, by the way.
There goes
A little bit of everything.
big old hand, boy.
He's got a big hand. Little bit of everything,
Yeah.
but not enough.
I probably got what,
This
like
point?
40% or something?
I think you're about a dead flip.
Seth's locked in.
Yeah.
40% indeed.
3 would be good.
Gotta go saying a little bit of everything, but not enough just yet.
We put 2 face cards out there. What do you say?
Ace, 6.
2 face cards would be nice.
Oh, sorry, ace 7, 6, 5, 4 deuce needed.
There's one.
You can find me in the club.
That is a great
More
turn
face
card.
How about
Not
just
to
a
state
board
the
pair?
obvious for Seth.
No, I don't want that. I want a face card.
Takes away a lot of Gerda goes outs.
There's a face card. GG guys.
What do you know?
Hey, GG, bro.
I got my first bounty. What a moment. GG, buddy.
Seth Davies
Good luck with that. Thanks.
Now I just get to play
eliminating
heads up. Oh, man.
Let's play
the
heads up.
PLO sniper.
Bruv, what's
Gotta go
fucking going on
Naj.
here, dog? Yeah, for sure.
They gotta set this stuff up real quick.
I mean, it's a small bird, but it's still, what a week.
He's going to head home in third with $141,000 plus
like, hey, all
80k
my
in
best friends,
bounties.
let's go play heads up.
You guys can't get Ben 12 hours?
Yeah, I know. What's going on, Ben? I don't know. No, we're heads up. Crazy. Crazy. It's the week of the...
Wow. What on earth is going on? GG's to the Hungarian. Was looking to pick up his second Triton title in as many series. Third place will have to do. No gold here in Montenegro for him, but you can guarantee he's going to be showing up in Jeju on the hunt for another Triton trophy. And there you have it.
What did you mention, Henry, maybe half an hour ago about a potential heads-up match? Maybe a storyline.
I mean, it would be pretty sick, right? That's what I said. Seth Davies to square off against Jason Kuhn after Jason got to battle Ben Tollerine heads up in that 150k. I mean, you just overheard Jason there say that it's like a small bird relative to the prize pool and the money that's up for grabs. But the fact that Seth is looking for his second title of the series after coming into this series with no titles, he's cashed for over 6.2 million. He's finished second already in the Invitational. He won the 50k for 1.5 million. He's now heads up against his good friend Jason Kuhn. Jason, fresh off victory just the other night in that 150k, picking up his 11th title. He is now one man away from making it 12.
I mean, I don't know. Like Jason said, what's going on?
What is going on?
It's
Seth's
absurd.
cashed for 6.2. Ben's cashed for around 6.2. Jason's already cashed for 4 million. That's just between those three. They've collected $16.5, $17 million. And that's without the money that's up for grabs here.
And it's easy to say, like, oh, of course, these guys play all the tournaments. Of course, they're going to get heads up every now and then. But we're talking about, like, the closest friends that you could have that you've been playing with for 15 plus years, just happening to have the same run in the same week. It's not just 3 people who happen to play Triton. These are the closest of friends who've been playing forever.
Well, we're going to set the stage. Stay close because Seth Davies and Jason Kuhn are going to square off for a title. We'll see you very shortly.
played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Well, we're guaranteed to be crowning another two-time champion here of this series. So we saw Jesse Lawrence obviously pick up gold twice. Jason Kuhn already with a title in that 150k, beating Ben Tollerine heads up for his 11th title. Seth Davies finding victory in the 50k here for his first ever Triton trophy, and now finds himself heads up with a small chip lead over his good friend Jason Kuhn, looking for his second of his career. And I just want to have a quick look at their Triton track records from this series, because it's just been pretty insane for Seth. I mean, look at this. First place in the 50k for 1.5 million, second in the 200k for 4.2 million. So he's already cashed for 5.7 plus that $64,000 in the 25k, and guaranteed a payday here. And then Mr. Triton himself, Jason Kuhn, as I navigate the Triton Poker Plus app, he's already cashed here in Montenegro for what? What's that, Kev? 41 plus 79, 120 plus the 3.4.
3.6.
Let's call it 3.8 in total with the 179k in the PLO main. I mean, these guys, between the two of them, have cashed for the better part of 10 million. They've picked up 2 titles, and they're here now heads up against one another for more money and more glory.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to that 50k event that you mentioned. By the way, Jason did cash in that one, the one that Seth took down for 1.5. I remember a tweet going out from Jason Kuhn after Seth Davies won that trophy, just praising the man, first of all, for his work ethic. Been out here at Triton for years, didn't have a title, 17 final tables, never been heads up before, finally gets one. Praising his work ethic above all else, right?
Yeah.
Of course, we can say, you know, great run. It finally paid off. You won $6 million in a series. I'm sure he's thrilled about that. But the resilience that you show, now they get a chance to play heads up against each other. Must be just like such a fun celebration of that success right after all that work.
It feels like years of compounding interest has kind of paid off for the boys all in one lump sum. And it is one of those things where it's like, you know, put yourself in the spot to get lucky enough times. Eventually it is going to, you know, you're going to cash in the lottery ticket, and it seems like they've all done it here. This is what they're playing for. 303,000 for first, 219,000 for second. Of course, the additional 80k for collecting the 2 bounties. They're worth 40k a piece, but I do believe a deal has been made. And, well, I'm going to grab my phone because I need to find out the numbers of what has been discussed between the two. But they chopped it. They've left 17,000 for the winner. And Davies going home with 296,000. Jason's guaranteed 288k. They're playing for 17k and glory here as we throw it down to the main stage once more